everybody? Hello. I think this is working. I feel like there's something off, but I don't know for sure. Just because my life feels like it's been off for the past week, and this just seems too easy. But hopefully everything's up and running fine. We're all fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you? Welcome to. Oh, I think it's going. It's got to be going. Everything looks like it's up and running. I think we're good. So, and it's the right time. Okay, everything's good. I think everything's good. I think we're okay. We're okay. We are okay. Okay, good. Fine. We're all fine. It will be once I turn that off. Aside from the fact that just realizing now that, or having realized last time that the stream ends when it wants to end. I thought we had there should have been another 30 seconds. I was giving my benediction. I was giving everybody a great send-off. I was wrapping up the entire stream with some great words and of wisdom and just really kind of digging deep into the emotional reservoirs that is my soul to reach out to everybody, and the doggone stream just cut off. Like right when I was getting to the good part. I mean, believe it or not, folks, like what you heard up to that point, I know it sounded pretty profound as it is, but there was like, I don't know, 5 minutes of just like change your life type of stuff. I totally forgot what it was. Like I was in a zone. And so the moral of the story is, it's running, it's alive! It's alive! That's right, Baldric, it is. And you are here holy early. My goodness, you might be I think this might be the first, well, I don't know. I feel like you've been here first before, but it's one of the few times. Not that it's a race. It's a race. Hello, Denise. Hello. Hello, hello. Well, according to my timestamp, you're both here at 3:03, so we'll call that good. But hello, Denise. Hope you're doing well. Better than I am. And Tiago. My goodness. That's freaking awesome. Hello, Tiago. You know, I got a notification, Tiago. I'm not saying nothing one way or the other. I'm just curious. Got a notification that said, Tiago, subscribe. And I was like, that's awesome. Then I was like, wait, what? What has he been doing for the past 6 months? I mean, it really doesn't matter. I'm not counting anything, but just randomly a subscriber notification will show up. I've had people subscribe and I never know that they do or don't. But for whatever reason, it's like, hey, Tiago, subscribe. And I'm like, okay, either that's a really old message or you've been holding out on me. Again, totally, it's not, as you know, I'm not one of these, hey, please like and subscribe. If you like your content here, come back and see some more of it. I mean, maybe I should, but that's just not my deal, at least for right now anyway. So it was more just a curiosity thing. Because goodness knows, I've actually done stuff where I've been like, oh, I mean, I've watched like 12 videos on this channel and I haven't subscribed yet. Not that you need to. You'll really only subscribe if you think you're going to keep watching. Like, it's like, hey, I like what they've done so far. I think they're going to keep going in this direction. I'd like to know when they can do it. So it looks like we're going to get our first win of the day, RPAD 33. Bringing it home with some Dargans. And oh no, okay, I thought that was the madness thing for a second. Look at those beefy bodies, man. Oh boy. Let's see. B-Wolf, hello, you joined us. Oh, either you got the notification or Skyrim Modded was not enticing enough for you this evening. Either way, I am thrilled that you're here, my friend. Hopefully it was a good time. You need to maybe let chat know. I don't know if anybody else, I'd never heard of it. Maybe you guys have. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's like a, if I'm not mistaken, B-Wolf, it's like a mod or a series of mods. Like you download as like a package of mods, and it allows you to play Skyrim in a whole new and different way. Let's give RPAD a GG. Great way for us to kick off the stream. Thank you. Not that he had, you know, not that he wouldn't have done that or would have done it with that. He's like, well, if they're not watching, I don't care. But Justin Trudeau. Okie dokie. The pocket emptier? I just said the pocket emperor, and I was like, well, okay. No, that's just a very strange. Oh well. But it's not the Justin Trudeau, so it could be that this is not the true Justin Trudeau.
Believers shall flock to our noble
But hey,
cause.
shout out to fellow Canadians out there. Your leader is a playing Tessel.
Stendog, give us straight.
Over 2,000 mods. Yeah, okay, so yeah. I remember it being robust. I remember thinking to myself, never on console and probably not even on my PC could I play something like that.
Smile on Khajiit.
Denise, Wolfie is here. Oh, Wolfie. Oh, Wolfie. Okay, I don't know why that came out the way it did. It was a cartoon. It's from like Looney Tunes. Anyway, I mean, to be fair, okay, whatever. It made me think of that, but then I was like, really, if it could be said that there were inappropriate for children Looney Tunes, it might have been that episode or one like that where you've got this like, not even Betty Boop, because was Betty Boop supposed to be sexy? I gotta know, especially you guys that are older out there. Was Betty Boop supposed to be, or I mean, she's a cartoon, so a lot of people would just say, no, dude, she's a freaking cartoon. Like cartoons can't be sexy, but like the way she's presented, were we supposed to think that she represented some kind of sensuality or animated bliss? Because wasn't really picking up that myself. Decidedly not that, but. And then later on, I guess her descendant or the next in the line was like just Jessica Rabbit. Same kind of thing, like being presented as some kind of, in theory, specific to the time period, idealistic. I don't know, but all I saw, like every time she moved, like her hair would flop up, which was, the animation was cool, but it made it look like she was bald. United against invade. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, jeez. What was that? Tiago? No, not Tiago. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tiago. United against invade. The day promises. Well, I'm hoping so. We'll flip over to you, sir, right after we. Oh, thank you, Arpad. Thank you very much. We'll turn over to Tiago if he is still alive against invade.
No.
And by that I do not mean to any way speak that I'm not confident of my friend's abilities. What I meant by that was whether the game is still going. I don't know. I think Unite is a tough because with invade, if you give them turns, if you give them stuff. Now, granted, he probably won't be giving them the cards, but you give them enough time, and it's one play and they're done because they're just charging you with everything they got. So it's like it's a very dicey thing. If you can pull the cards you need early enough, that's exactly how all invade games need to go. But I think more so with invade, just because. Well, I don't know. Any deck that realizes what you're up against. A beautiful victory? No! You united against invade. Okay, so Tiago, next time. Well, I mean, I don't want to abandon our boy Ametista, and this game is kind of starting to swing back his direction. But like, folks, if you're like, let me know, like, if you're like, hey, I'm like a turn or two away from a win or something. If we can dip out of a game, we will, just to be able to see the glorious moment. But I thought, like Tiago, you were saying, hey, just kind of start, and this is how the day is going. I didn't even know if you were being sarcastic about it being an awesome start. Had I known you were on the cusp, I would have switched over, and then we could have jumped back to see Ametista. But such is life. We have seen many dynamic and awesome plays, and I expect we will see many more today as well. But I am not going to fall behind on chat. I am determined to stay the course, even on a clouded state. Io, yes, feeling better. Yes, yesterday was the first time that I actually, it's kind of the first time that I talked out loud. Period. First time that I could talk out loud and I didn't sound like I was like this. Then you watch, I lose. That's true. So that was actually my grace to you, Tiago, was to let you win. I knew as soon as I switched over, the game would slip out of your hand. But yeah, I am feeling serviceable. I don't know if this will be another 7-hour stream or not. It could be. I feel okay right now, but I haven't been out of bed all week. I mean, literally, I rolled out to go to the bathroom. Didn't even eat anything good. I couldn't taste anything for pretty much the whole week. So, and a little of the nasal is coming back right now, which is just not fun. It's one of those things. Like, there are some jobs, I hate to say it because it sounds stupid, but like there are some jobs you can do that are easier to do when you're sick than just to have like stuff to do for fun. Like if you talk for fun, or if you talk for what you do as a hobby, like sick is far more miserable than like, okay, like I've got I mean, depends on certain stuff. Like I remember driving. I was driving the truck at 2 a.m. sick. I wasn't sick as a dog, but I was definitely not feeling great. But it's like you pop the medicine, and as long as you're not drowsy or anything, you just kind of suck it up, and you get a little bit of adrenaline rush just doing the stuff. But it's like you don't have to. I wasn't having to think as much, and I wasn't talking at all. I literally wasn't talking. So, anywho, Yeah, but to answer your question, Io, I am feeling better. I am a little stymied though. My plan was, so Io, if you're ready, we can go ahead and bring you on here. I thought I would be able to just use a minimized window of, oh, there's your Discord thing.
Hunt.
Yup. But yeah, I may have hit a wall with that. I was trying to figure out a way, because I thought I could just do desktop recording, but I realized as soon as I put, well, actually we can do it temporarily. We can do it temporarily. So we'll have IO's audio pretty much the whole time, but the video will depend. Like we'll be able to swing it over to this part of the screen here. We'll put IO in the corner because he's been a bad boy. We'll put him in the corner, but then as soon as I click on Tessel, oh, actually no, because we don't have audio. Yeah, I'm
Nicely done.
just am not sure what I need to do. Oh, yeah, yeah, man. I mean, like I said, it's you know, I may be a little. Ooh, wow. No. Okay, good. I was like, all I heard was the screen shaking. That's 2 in a row, folks. 2 in a row. 2 zip for our compadres. Alrighty. Yes, sir. For the most part. And then we got Noise. Nice. A fine display. Alright. But don't need video, just audio makes things easier. Okay, Io, that'll work. Yeah, I mean that definitely makes it easier on your end. Well, both of us too. Like you don't have to worry about lighting and camera and all that kind of stuff, and I don't have to worry about working in there. So, oops. So I think if we just jump into a chat, Io, I believe we'll get audio through desktop audio because you're technically on the desktop. And then we can get this party started. Though I will say, so I am, yeah, just trying to keep up on the chattiness. I hope I'm doing well. Better. Definitely better. Not quite well. Just yet. Well enough, I'd say. And I don't need to belabor that anymore. Like, why am I going into that much about how I'm feeling right now? Who cares? We're here to watch the games. We're here to watch things happen. All right, so Io is playing right now. So, all right, let's see if I can do this. And hopefully we'll work out the kinks with it as we go. Hello, sir?
I have many important things on my mind.
Nope, unless you sound exactly like Encano, that's not you. All right.
Hey.
There he is. Okay, go ahead and talk again.
How's it going?
Okay, good. I think you're coming through on desktop audio. Folks, you can let me know. We might have to turn the gain down so that we can hear Io. I can hear him fine, but I don't know if the mix is good enough. But hello, and a fantastic Friday to you, sir.
To you as well. It's a lovely day outside here. At
Is
least.
it? What is the weather out there?
Let's see. Sunny and 26 degrees Celsius.
I think I know about that. It's not a cool temperature, but it's not like blazing hot either, right?
Watch
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Pretty close to hot.
Pretty
Okay.
close.
Yeah, I should probably. There was somebody I know who actually was able to do like a conversion, like Celsius to Fahrenheit in his head. Like he just was like, he's like da da da. Oh, that's whatever. And I was like, oh my gosh, how many people actually know how to do that? I sure don't, but.
Me neither.
But we got you playing right now. You're talking and playing at the same time, which is something I have not been able to do very well.
This is wild.
What's
And
that?
we're against Platinum Bandicoot. I don't know. I faced him a few times.
Oh, he's a regular at this point. Like I think
Yeah.
we come across him 3 or 4 times every Friday. He's good.
Yeah, he's. When things started to not look good for him in this match, though, he started to play slowly, which is a little bit annoying.
Ah, I see. I see. Well, being charitable for the moment, because I don't think he's roped anybody as far as I know yet. Maybe he's just gone to the bathroom or something. Or if I've done it before, I'm playing on my iPad, I'm carrying it around, and like I'm washing my hands or something. I got to set it down. I'm like, oh crap, my opponent passed the turn. And I'm trying to clean my hands off in time. Maybe it's something like that.
Could be.
So what is the theme of this deck, or is it just kick butt Dagoth?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
I'm not here to hurt you.
Kick
Yeah,
butt,
I'm with
and is this
Dagoth.
all premium or just mostly premium?
This was my first premium deck, so yeah.
Nice. Shiny.
A clash for the
Shiny.
ages.
Nicely
So
done.
resplendent.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. Okay. I didn't know if that was your title. Okay, but yeah. That's awesome. And hey, you're our 3rd win out of 3 games that we've seen. You are our 3rd win. Congratulations.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I had to mute the stream. I still wanted to watch, but I'm like, I'm going to hear the delay.
Oh yeah. That's
It's gonna
that's incredibly. Oh, let me. I'll jump into chat here. Let me see
Yeah. See what
if
we got.
anybody. I just want to make sure they're not. All right, well, chat, just let me know. Oh, I don't want to call you guys. Hey, Divebear! Oh my gosh! Hello, Divebear! Hello! And I'm actually seeing you more or less on time. I'm 3 minutes behind, but that's better than 45 minutes. You got here right as we started, so it's not so bad. But I've got a co-host with me today, IO, and you can't see him here because I haven't figured that out yet. I don't do streaming cards, but he's doing joining me here. But welcome. Divers, happy to see you here. It sounds good. Okay, awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, Divers. Sometimes I'll be like, hey, can you guys hear the game audio and everything? It's like, they'll talk about pineapple on pizza, which is not a thing, but I'm like, how's that actually sounding? But I think it was 2 hours. Okay, there's no need for that, Diver. That's just, that may be accurate, but it may not be as accurate as you think it might be. So I wasn't 2 hours behind IO, was I last week?
Out upon
Roughly
What?
ish. I can't
Meaning
remember.
within 2 hours of it? I could have sworn it was 40 minutes. That's kind of my go-to is 40 minutes.
Between 45 minutes and 2 hours. How about that?
So no less than 40. Okay, you know what? Is there a mute button? Whose side are you on? Dang it.
Side of the people, I guess.
Right? What would you say of the people?
Of the people.
Yeah, right. I as a man of the people against the man, which actually is kind of cool. Like if I'm the man, I mean, it's not cool in a broader societal sense, but it sounds pretty cool to say.
Your words, not mine.
I think you agreed with me by default. Oh. So are you Jude, oh, nice to hear that. Is your are you pushing or anything like that? Are you trying to accomplish anything this season, or are you just kind of just playing for the funsies?
Usually for fun. Trying to push. I'm probably not going to win. I just don't have enough time between work and
this might be
D&D and stuff. So I was thinking of trying to push for top 10, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay. Wait, now you've gotten top 10 before, right?
Yeah, just once.
Okay. I was gonna say I could have sworn I remember seeing that card back.
You have met your end.
And feel free, IO, as we do this. Like, I'm not bequeathing this to you, saying you need to do this. But if you want to, you can keep like IO chat. So if you see a comment or something you want to respond to, feel free. I mean, that'll help if we're kind of switching back and forth between the game and chat. That way, if one of us gets on a tangent, or if I ask you a question you're answering, I can look at chat and vice versa, and that way we keep them in the mix. The good
Yeah,
folks,
we'll do.
as a man of the people, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's never my... I'm not here to take your show away. I'm just here to hang out.
Oh no! Trust me, no.
I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's good. Like I said, it's the dynamic, but in terms of like the to and fro, but it's something easily handled, and it sounds like folks are on board with at least giving it a shot. If it works out, we'll try some more folks and kind of make it a community thing. Maybe almost like maybe we could even do a live spotlight at some point where it's we kind of just go in knowing that it's not going to be a ton of like maybe for like an hour. I mean, when you're doing 7 hours, you can kind of break a chunk off and say, all right, for the next hour, we're going to do a spotlight live. You guys can ask questions or whatever, but there won't be as much interaction, and then we go on. And even folks who've done spotlights, we didn't do a spotlight with you. Wait, no, hang on a second. We did, didn't we? Did we? Yes, we did.
We did.
Yes, we did.
You did.
Yeah. No, I remember. I was. Yeah, I think we've done like 6 of them. But I had a request to do another one, so I don't know. But I think that's a great part about this kind of interactions. We can do that if we want to.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. And chat's a little bit quieter right now, so easily caught up upon.
Yeah, we're missing the three. Well, I don't want to say that word. The unholy trinity, if you will.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not 5 yet. They might show up closer to 5.
Yeah, this is, with the exception of Diebear, like this is mostly for the European folks, just because again it's much later for them. So I wouldn't expect as many folks to be here because a lot of people are still working. But
yeah.
Let me.
Luckily, it's my day off.
Oh, is it really? Let's see. Wait,
yeah. Don't work Fridays or Saturdays. Somehow managed to lock that down.
Oh, nice. Wait, so do you have a job like where sometimes it's broken up where they'll be like, oh, you've got Mondays and Thursdays off or something?
Yeah. Sometimes it can be all over the place, but typically all I know is Friday and Saturday is always off.
Okay.
Which is
Nice.
really nice. So that's when I can plan life things and fun things.
Well, and that's kind of the best of both worlds. So you have one day where other people don't have off, so that you if you want to go out and do whatever like needs to be done, you don't have to worry about the weekends, crowds and everything. And then you have the one day that everybody has off, or most people have off, so you can. That's actually a great schedule, I think.
Yeah, I would highly recommend if you can.
Our bad falls beside you. Oh, I guess I'll let you. Oh, no, so you have the stream up, right? Is that what you said? You're just not like listening to it, like live per se.
Yeah, not listening to it, but I am watching it.
Okay, I was going to say.
Kind of weird because there's still a delay.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'll let you know who I was going to spectate, or if you see somebody that you want to spectate, we can see if we've got them on the list. But like, Beaterus right now is on there, so I think we'll go ahead and chime in. That way, if you wanted to bring the game, I mean, when you're playing, like we can, like I'll spectate your game. That way, it makes it easier. It's like if you have questions about the game or something, the person who's playing actually can talk. But
Sure, like I'll be playing a lot, so don't worry about that.
Okay, all right.
You hop on as you wish.
Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going, making sure I didn't miss anything in chat here. Tiago said, I honestly don't understand what happened. I lost my subscription to some channels. I had to subscribe again. Tiago, actually, that is not a rarity. There are a lot of people, we don't know why this is, but we have, there are plenty of people on different sites where they'll be like, yeah, I would subscribe to you for X number of whatever, and not to me personally, because, it's much smaller, but you get people with these giant channels and people like, yeah, I didn't see anything from you for a while, and I thought it was weird, so I checked, and sure enough, I'd been unsubscribed. So, I mean, I've had times where the day, a couple days after I post new content, like people unsubscribe, which is fine. Like, I mean, it's like if people are like, this isn't the channel I thought it was. Like, I don't have beef with that. It's just weird, the timing. So I think there are unsubscribes because I think that they think you're a bot or something, but I have no idea. Are you familiar with that at all?
I've heard about that. Yeah, not super familiar with it, but yeah, I heard the situation where people are getting unsubscribed. I don't know if it has anything to do with not watching the content regularly. So if you're an old subscriber, so I don't know if it's that, but or if it thinks you're boss. But I don't know how on earth it would think, or how it works to detect that kind of thing. The algorithm or whatever program they use.
Right.
Because there are a lot of bots in YouTube comments. That's for sure a thing.
Oh yeah. Well, they don't have to be subscribed to comment though, so that's why I just wonder like why. I mean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying they're all over the place, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, but B-Wolf does confirm also YouTube sometimes cleanses your subscriptions, which again is very. I mean, I've got people that I've been subscribed to. They only like I subscribed because they were like, "Hey, I'm going to start this thing, and I wanted to encourage them to be supportive." And they posted one video and they haven't done anything in like 3 years or 5 years or whatever. And I'm still subscribed to them, so I know it's not a hard lock. Like, hey, if there's no content or you haven't looked at them in X number of times, it goes away. So it's. I don't know that it's completely random, but much like a lot of things on YouTube, I think it's not, they don't really bother to disclose. Maybe they don't even know. Maybe the machines have taken over and nobody has a clue what the heck is going on.
Yeah, robot overlords.
Better than robot underlords, if you ask me. There's never any underlords. They're always overlords. I'm not sure why that is. It's a robot thing, I guess.
The underlords are the worst ones.
Are
the
they?
ones you never see.
Mm-hmm.
They're always there.
That's true. Under the skin. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, so people was saying the 2,000 mods he's referring to, easy installer. Let's see. Okay, Baldric loves Baby Boop. Have a vinyl sticker on your laptop. Oh, wow, no kidding. Jeez. Vicious drop my original Tesla, beloved darling. Well, okay, was that your first love, Denise? Really? Because we got Hal Death Priest, we got Sanctuary Pet that we know of for a fact. Who else? I'm trying to think of other ones that she has made very, very pronounced statements on her affinity for. Hal Death Priest, Vicious D, Sanctuary Pet. What's another? Tarana, that's it. That's another one. Denise loves Tarana. So, are you sure, Denise, that Vicious D was your first Tessel love of the darlings?
Well, I'm sure it's anything that is remotely ugly.
At least
Yes!
what everyone else considers. Yeah, like the Spooter.
Yep.
Ugly.
Yes. Ooh.
But
Careful, man. You could start an incident here. You got to be very careful about. I mean, not particularly because of Denise, but just got to watch that. You calling something just straight up ugly. I mean, just because it's got knobby, bony knees and prickly little half fur fuzz stuff and 25,000 gross eyes. What is it called? Do you know that word? People who like have a fear of like a cluster of bumps or a cluster of circles. Do you know what that's called?
like the fear of holes. like tryptophobia. Is that what we're talking about?
There you go. What was it again?
Tryptophobia.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Was a word? I mean, I'm guessing that's it. But yeah, okay, maybe. Oh, so maybe it is hole. I thought that's what you were saying. It was called like fear of holes. I was like, no, it's not like wall of spikes. I have a crippling fear of holes. Yeah,
so that's holes, but bumps. That's holes. I don't know about bumps.
Oh, okay.
Fear of bumps. Let's try that. Bumps. Repetitive patterns, clusters, small holes, or bumps. So I think it's both.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's not the hole itself. It's just a cluster of things. It's just, even the word cluster sounds kind of nasty.
Amalgamation.
That sounds better. That sounds really cool, actually. An amalgamation of
Congealed.
bumps and holes. What are we talking about?
Important things.
I would just love for somebody to come in there. An amalgamation of holes. No way, that's not going to go over well.
False.
It's terrible.
All right.
I'll sort you out.
Okay, Baldric says a card I had
I
to
do
ton
hope
even in
that
my tribal
troublesome
deck
knight
since there are
is
so many
around.
support players. Oh, put in. Okay, so I think Baldric was talking about Vicious D. But yeah, Baldric. So yeah, no shots fired about Betty Boop. That was just kind of my. And granted, I think I missed. Like I'm probably about 5, maybe 10 years off the target demo for for Betty. I just don't like that hairstyle is part of it, but what is, I guess, because she, like in my mind, like I need to look up an image, but like she reminds me of like, she was like the first Funko Pop, like animated Funko Pop. Like she has this kind of weird, kind of shaped head, big eyes, not black eyes like a doll's eyes, but big eyes.
This should help.
Very tiny arms and legs.
You've messed with the wrong man.
I don't know, are you familiar with Betty Boop?
Not even close.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Is it an American thing then? I thought she was a...
Could be, but I didn't watch a lot of TV as a kid. Spend more time outside.
Well, so no, from what I understand, she's not. She's a multimedia thing. Like what is it called? Hello Kitty. You know the Japanese. Have you heard of that? Hello Kitty.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay, it's kind of like Hello Kitty, where it's like she like made appearances on TV, like cartoons and stuff. But she was a merchandising thing. She was in comics. She was on posters, like all that kind of stuff. I didn't. I very rarely saw her. I just see her once in a while. That's what I'm saying. I was not involved in the prime targeting for that, because I think she was like 50s, like 1950s when she came out. You know what? I've got the world at my fingertips here. I should probably take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's how I figured out about tryptophobia.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, oh, come on, man. Never reveal your secrets. Never make it sound like you're just the smartest man in the room. It's like when you came up with that, I was like, damn, that's pretty good. Like I can never remember that word, but then I found out it was all fake, all a lie.
Nah, I always encourage research. Never hide.
Okay, I didn't misremember. She does look like kind of like a Funko Pop. Let me see if I can. I'll bring it up on screen here for a second. Just for those folks like I who have no clue what I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. All right. So there's Betty. Whoops, doggone it. There's Betty. So you see what I'm saying? Kind of has the big old Funko Poppy head, kind of the small eyes, little arms, little legs. But you see what I'm saying? Like she's kind of got this, like they give her a garter for kind of, but you see the hairstyle. It creeps me the heck out. Sorry, Baldrick. Again, no, I mean, no, I'm not dissing anybody's taste or anything, but like that's just, she kind of looks really strange to me, but it looks like they're trying to make her like a, so I don't know if it's just a fun thing, like Hello Kitty, where it's like, oh, she's kind of the swinging gal from the 20s or whatever, but it's just a weird. But your life is better now, having seen Baby.
Sure. We'll go with that.
You sound convinced. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Uh-oh.
Sorry, there was a delay with seeing it, so I was like, yes, I see.
That's what. Well, yeah. I thought maybe my compelling description had prompted you to do some independent research, where you couldn't wait to see what she looked like.
By the egg, a fine battle.
Okay. Now we are. I think we're 3-2 now, so the forces of evil are slowly gaining on us.
We must push them back.
Nice. I see what you did there. Oh, I was just about to watch your game. You just finished, didn't you? I almost got Ugnipped right there.
I got destroyed by Elduin Parthenax Loop.
Oh, jeez. I think we should call that abused. Like, I got abused by the Parthenax Loop. I got abused by Invade. Like, try to use words to our advantage, you know, where it's like the word still has the correct meaning, but it gives a negative connotation to the experience. Like, if I got destroyed by a brilliant deck, like, that's fine. But destroyed has a... Like, if you say somebody destroyed me, it's like you kind of giving props to them. But I think a Parthenax Loop does not deserve to be something that destroys somebody. It was like, I got abused by it.
Is destruction abuse?
So what?
Is destruction abuse?
Oh, I mean, well, so... I mean, typically destruction
Tiago's playing if you want to jump in.
Huh?
Tiago's playing if you want to jump in.
Oh, I just jumped into... Let me see. Carbon...
I know there's a stream device, I'm like, maybe catch...
Yeah, no,
Oh,
let me go ahead and do that. Sorry, Carbon 77. We'll get you again, my friend. But
Oh no, you can jump on Carbon.
no,
There's just
no,
a delay.
you ordered me to watch it, and I want to see if we can bring Tiago luck. He crushed Invade. See, that's another. See, when if you beat Alduin or you beat Invade, you crush them. You crush them with your success. That's the right word to use. If you beat somebody, you just prevail over them, or they lose. That's what I feel like more times than not when I'm playing. I don't win as much as my opponent loses. That's kind of what it feels like. But
Wait, he's running chicken.
he is.
So proud of him.
I mean, once you get to the top, you can you have the luxury of just kind of playing whatever you want. And if you can win a game with it, as it seems to be the case for Tiago here, more power to you. Okay, hold up. You know about Skyrim, or are you I can't remember if you're an Elder Scrolls maestro or if, like, I know Honey Badger and, like, to a degree Vincenzo are. Are you up on the lore and everything?
No,
Okay.
I'm not into that really. I enjoy the games and the lore, but I don't invest. I just can't really get into it. There's too much lore
Right.
when I've got a lot of other lore that I'm working on.
Oh yeah,
I do
you got
really find it interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
So I know some of it, but yeah, there's a lot of people who know it way more than I do.
Well, okay, and I just so
chat
here's
in
the
the
crazy thing,
community,
dude. I was reading a comment and I was about to tell you somebody commented this, and I realized you left a comment. So you say laughs in Droff or Dreff or however you pronounce it. So I was going to actually ask you, can those things laugh? They don't look like they would be capable of it. They sure as heck don't look like you'd want to see them laughing. But at the same time, there's a comment that says laugh in
Drav.
Like, it just doesn't feel right any which way
Drig.
you say it. That's why I call it a vicious D.
Dreug.
Drug. Tiago,
I'm
my
looking it up.
chicken. Your chicken is triumphant, Tiago. It has vanquished Gonloy and his reconnecting propensity for disconnection. So we are going to see Tiago claim another victory with a chicken.
Dreg.
Dreg?
Dreg. Apparently it's pronounced Dreg.
Dreg. Okay, I can deal with dreg. I don't know why they have to add all those vowels, but dreg works. I guess only
Well, it's
one.
like the word Q. It's like the word Q. It's mostly vowels.
Oh yeah, I do it with Q-U-E-U-E.
Yeah.
Q-U-E. That's a good one, actually. And okay, I'm trying to remember what he sounds like when he kills a support. Denise said she's a fan of that, but isn't it just like the cackling, like little, like crustacea exoskeleton shitness stuff?
I think so. I play the game on mute, so I forget what he sounds like.
Yeah. Okay, so alas, perhaps you were not duped, Io, but I was. Tiago clarified that he got the chicken from. It was a random, like from Spymaster or something. So that was not a chicken deck, as we might have thought, or I thought. It was a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Chicken got
Now we gotta go back to watch Carbon. We need justice for Carbon, as Baldric says. Wait, no, that's not Baldric. That's the wrong comment. I failed already. I hang my head in shame.
Wait, what? Oh, we
Who
missed it.
said that? I lost it already.
Yeah.
Justice for Carbon. Whoever Angry Buffalo Sports fan is,
Body Bag. Body Bag is the champion of all those who are downtrodden. I think he is the justice for insert name here champion. Like,
So I was right. It was Body Bag.
yeah.
Justice for Carbon was it. So here we have.
Sweet.
Oh, mono intelligence.
Yeah.
I wonder.
This isn't an event either, so he's just doing it straight up because he wants to.
I wonder if this is Aros's list.
I bet it is. Well, only because I think Aros is the only one I know that intentionally puts together an intelligence deck to run
By the fires of
as
oblivion.
a actual deck. Like, it's not like, oh, hey, it's a mono tournament. It's like, nope, I just like running mono intelligence. Do you agree, Io, that intelligence is the best mono color combo? Like, if you had to run right now, if you had to run a mono deck, which color would you pick?
Definitely intelligence.
I
It
concur,
just
but
has so many useful actions.
okay, I was gonna say what is determined. Okay, so even that over willpower then.
Yeah, definitely over willpower. The second I would say would be agility, because you got goblins and movement to get around stuff. But intelligence has wards and stuff as well, so it has lots of survivability
The victory is yours.
and astronauts. But those actions, it has the most actions, I think. Definitely that deal damage. So lots of removal.
So in a competition, like obviously, so like you just said, gobos, gobos, curses, all that kind of stuff, drain vitalities. So up against, which kind of really screws with warded. So in a matchup between agility with its curses and what have you, and finish offs against intelligence, you still think intelligence comes out on top?
I still think so.
Okay, cool.
I think it has more tools. Has less card draw though. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
And no drain.
All right, I think I'm gonna take a gander and OC carbon. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sure he had.
So Denise actually hates Thorana. We were misinformed.
No. Meant to do it. Meant to say it. I knew what I was doing, Denise. I knew. That was the only one on the list I knew that was decidedly not. She expressed her animus for it many times. I mean, no, she hasn't. She's expressed her adoration. I remember correctly. You have no proof, Denise. You love Thorana.
Ooh, and Buddy Bag has trypophobia over speed bumps. Nobody likes those.
I smell the stench of the
I don't know if that's a play on the whole trip thing or what. No, because people don't trip on speed bumps. They just hit them and blow their suspension out. I don't know.
Do you trip over speed bumps as you walk over them? Is that what's happening here?
No, but I don't know that I've ever walked it, because usually if you're
Wrong
walking,
place for a midnight stroll.
like you're on the side. Whoa, what's? Oh god, I thought that was the games.
Yeah.
Do they have speed bumps in Canada?
No, we just book it down in parking lots.
There's
Wrong
other
place
ways
for
for
a
it to slow
midnight
people
stroll.
down. I don't know. I just didn't know if that was if it's a universal thing or if that's
Yeah, we got speed bumps. They often range in size though. Sometimes they're really tiny and other times they're absolutely massive.
Well, and that's the crazy thing. Some of the most mild ones are at least the thickest, because they kind of have a much more of a gradient, a gradual slope. Some of the worst ones are like really small. Like you come up on them and you're like, oh, that's nothing. It's like hitting a curb.
Yeah, and sometimes you can't see them in time. You're like, oh, I gotta slow down, boom.
Yep.
Then you lose your action. Oh well.
Taste fetid.
Tomorrow's another day.
Exactly.
Well, happily, I'm typically not, because usually, at least around these parts, you only have speed bumps in places where it's like residential, where you should only be going like 25, just because you got kids and pets and everything.
You have from the narrow
And so I don't usually speed in those areas anyway, so it's not as big of a deal. But there are a few times where it's like, why is there a speed bump here? And then it's like you find, because if you're not a local, you don't know. But like, oh, kids used to drag race up and down that road, and it's like, well, I'm not drag racing, but the speed limit's 45, and there's a speed bump here. What the crap?
They want you to go. It's a conspiracy.
It is. It is. They want you to be late.
Oh, I have you now.
Rise, my
All right.
servant.
Let's see.
Still talking about a vicious dreg.
So, a little late here,
Then
but
the-
hello, buddy bag. I can actually hear Denise in my head like I hate that old witch. How dare you? How dare you? I fear speed. Vicious D is cute. How can you not like the vindictive sound? He doesn't make a. How is the sound? How can you have a vindictive sound? Give me your best vindictive sound.
I don't think it's going to carry over the mic.
Tawaka
But
watches over
do I have to sound like a dreg?
No. You just have to sound. I want to hear what a vindictive sound is, because you're not. There are no words. The drag does not speak, so it needs to be a sound that is decidedly vindictive.
We'll just do a big sigh. That's the best I can come up with.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's my point. Like, I can't think of any. I was gonna, whatever you did, I was gonna be like, oh, that's not vindictive. That's more ponderous or something. Because, like, how do you sound vindictive? I'm not sure what a vindictive. Like, the vacuum cleaner sounds vindictive to me. That doesn't sound anything like a vicious D.
Nah, it just sucks.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I think you're going through a tunnel there. I think we're losing you.
It's the shame corner for bad puns.
Right.
Da da dee da.
Let's see.
No, that's not right.
Denise, I threaten Rim Friends with Vicious D T-shirt if our clan ever meets up. Banana will have a dragon, of course. Yeah, well, yeah, he would. Although I don't know. I was saying the last few times that I've seen Banana play, he's never playing dragons. I don't know what happened. He was presented to me as the king of dragons, other than perhaps Dragon Raider. But then the past 20 games, I feel like he's played everything but dragons. But yeah, I think I remember the Vicious D T-shirt. If you could have a card put on a T-shirt, so obviously premium isn't going to do any good. What card would you put on your T-shirt and why?
That's a good question. There's a lot of really cool cards.
Mm-hmm.
Probably my favorite card, Frost Giant. Hot take.
Nice. Okay. Frost Giant. Oh, that's right. I think you were one of the. Well, I would say one of the first. I think you're the only person who's actually. I think one of the decks you sent me runs Frost Giant. And I was like, I remember seeing it, and be like, whoa, somebody actually runs Frost Giant. Is it his similarity?
10/10.
Was that?
It's an 8 cost 10/10. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I will keep Sotha Sill's people alive.
Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, just like any card, pretty much at that price range, it always gets nuked as soon as it hits the board. But it's a nice one.
We must
If it
protect
sticks,
the Night
he
Mother.
sticks around.
Wait a minute, isn't that a joke? Something? When I sit around, I don't know. It sounded like a setup.
Emphasis on sit, I guess. However you want to make that work.
Right? Yeah. Insert vindictive noise here.
Let's see.
Oh, Tiago picked up another chicken in one of his games.
Good. We need more chickens.
Yes, indeed. Power to the poultry. Justice for poultry. All right, so what do you think your chances are at this point? Up against the scout deck, control, got him to 13, got some reach in your hand. How are you feeling right now? Oh wait, is that
Not
just game?
optimistic.
That's game.
No.
No? 2, 5.
Do this. As long as he doesn't have 2 range.
Oh, all right.
But Garnag's preventing lethal.
Oh yeah, darn you, Garnag. You should know
You're
when
my
to be
best worst
silenced.
enemy.
There are definitely times where he gets in his own way. It's really hard. Like you have to. What was it like? Who was it? Todd Bringer. Like his deck. Like he runs because he runs.
There is murder in the
I thought it was going to be a giant bat. I was like, no, let's not do that today.
Oh.
It's like you kind of have to play around like Garnags to a degree, but nice done, just enough.
Daddy Garnag. Yep. Definitely Daddy Garnag.
We must protect the Night
Nope.
Mother.
Hey, low key, he's probably the best card in the game.
Yeah, I remember that was what A-Ross has said. And I said it multiple times, so I don't think it was a slip of the tongue. You talk about just in the uniqueness and effectiveness of his ability.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've got skulls to crack.
especially against control players.
Right.
That's what you need, especially when they're playing crap like Call Dragon and Arthur and all doing loops.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very definitive too. I remember the first time like I played against, I was like, aha, I had a completed contract or something, and so I burned my contract, and then it didn't go up. I was like, what in the world? So Garnag he's a wall. You cannot get around Garnag.
No, that happened the other day in a game. I knew they had Call Dragon in
As
there,
long as you're here,
just
try
by the
to
way they were buffing it up and they hadn't played it yet.
Uh-huh.
Feel the power.
So then it came to a turn where they could ring it out. Because Garnag was in play and it just didn't work. And I'm like, huh. Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, he's like, you're capped at 7. There's no way getting around it. And if you silence him, that's like that's what I think that's what makes him also deadly. You silence him on your turn, it doesn't give you anything. So it's like you do that, you're actually helping your opponent. Your opponent's going to get first dibs at 12 magic or however much, and you're going to have to hopefully hold out for another turn. Oh, let's see. Okay, so a body bag, given me some support there. It says Hello Kitty is a good comparison to Betty Boop. With the branding.
This one will
I'm catching up now. Justice for Carbon. Chicken reigns. I feel like that sounds strangely profound, but it can't be. Well, wait a minute. Denise says, forget Justice for Carbon. I have been slandered. I bloody hate the Rana. And waiting for a retraction. Well, Denise, it's my opinion. I've First Amendment protected on this side of the pond. I take no accountability for my words or what they could possibly do to your reputation. I was simply expressing my opinion that your opinion of Thorana was that you thought very highly of her. She's a lady of class and sophistication, as you recall.
Well fought.
You're like,
Opinion is not fact.
The victory is yours.
exactly. So,
Yeah, opinion, not fact. So what can we verify?
exactly. What's true and what isn't. So I'm sorry you feel maligned, Denise, but I'm pretty sure I've got a cadre of witnesses that could say you've largely expressed your love of Thorana.
I can neither confirm nor deny anyone's preference on Thorana.
Right. I love that. Like, hey, nice Carbon. A lot of times when people get drained off, I've jumped into Carbon's game. A lot of times when people get drained off of a keyword, they forget to wait to see if they get charge. Sorry, when they get the keyword, they forget to see if they get charge, and they pass the turn prematurely.
I'll whip them into shape.
But yeah, it's
I'm used.
good.
Same thing. I'm used to hitting skip the end turn button before I see what keyword it gets, because I assume it's not going to be charged.
Right. Because you're never that guy. That's the thing. Like, that's why I skip it, because I'm like, only my opponents get that. I never do. And then when you realize the amount of times that I've skipped charge thinking I wouldn't get it, only my opponent gets it, I probably got it more times than my opponent gets it.
To oblivion with you.
That kind of self-reflection is not.
You
not very
can't
helpful.
defeat me.
All right. I mean, Carbon's in a good spot. He's sitting on
We stand you
9 damage. Although Mixenos, has he got lethal next turn? I think he does. That's 9, 10, 11. Mixenos probably has lethal as it is now. Oh, duh. Not a worry. He's got it. Unless he's got. Okay, he does not. I thought if he had. What's his face? Chandler Bing. but he doesn't.
I have many important things on my mind.
Another exact lethal. Bam. So you finish off an opponent with a lightning bolt to face for exact, and then Carbon drops in with Encano. Let's see.
Another good choice.
Yeah.
That is also a good reason why mono intelligence is the best, because you have cards like Ankano.
Mm-hmm.
And Lanath. And Thorana.
Who doesn't love Thorana? Which, I mean, but that also goes to your point. I think the deck that the next, like, step down from that, the next deck that has the amount of reach and efficacy in their, like, premiums and everything, or legendaries, is agility with Taz and Razmadaz.
Yep. Medaz.
Yeah, I did. I left off his last name. Only got the first part in. All right. Oops.
Let's see.
Am I
Edmorn's now
streaming?
in chat.
What's that?
Hello, Edmorn. Edmorn's now in chat, it looks like.
Hey, Edmorn. Hello. This is great with somebody scouting ahead. Oh yeah, you're like Scouts Report. I'll scout ahead. It's like, oh, somebody's here. I'm like, hey, I can say hello to them before they leave.
We have here. Oh yeah, we got the T-shirt, the Hello Kitty comparison, Justice for Carbon. We got it. Chicken reigning supreme. Yep, we got that too. Oh yeah, we already talked about how Denise felt slandered. I did not hear a retraction, so she's still waiting.
Oh.
There was no retraction.
I'm crafting my retraction as we speak. I'm finding the right words to say, to express.
25 words maximum. Yeah.
So what?
25 word maximum.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm really trying to figure out. Oh wait. Oh, watch. Okay, great, Carbon. Great. Hello. I guess hopefully we'll see Carbon 77 jump in as well. Awesome.
Oh, and then we're talking about support removal and the apparent hypocrisy said by Body Bag, who claims Denise is the number one support player in the game. Who
Oh
likes the support
no.
removal.
Oh no. Okay, that's just mean. Justice for
Yeah.
Denise.
It's a low blow. So do you retract your statement then? No. That will give justice.
Well, no, because here's the thing. I think that someone who appreciates the uglier things in life, by default, should appreciate Thorana. She is hideous. Her voice is hideous. Everything about her is hideous. So Denise should be a big Thorana fan. The support thing I get, and then that there's no conflict. There's no cognitive dissonance on Denise's part to say she doesn't like support. So to attribute to her something as nefarious as something she hates so much is a far cry from saying that she should hate something that is objectively hideous, or she should like something that's objectively hideous. I think I twisted my way around that one. Okay.
More or less. Might have tripped on yourself a little bit, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, no, actually halfway through, I'm getting a little bit lightheaded at this point because I just haven't been vertical for so long. So like, I was talking like, oh, I can't remember the last 3 sentences I said. Hopefully, I'm not contradicting myself. Ah.
Words can be hard. Wouldn't know.
Okay, well, Denise shot that down pretty quick with a scathing, naughty body bag. It's almost as bad as saying I like
naughty.
Oh, okay, we got there. Okay. Big Rascal, stop that right now.
Now she's sulking. She's probably still sulking because there's still no retraction.
All right. I retract. On behalf of Body Bag, I retract that you love supports. I know you do not love supports.
The hist revives.
Vicious D all the way. So there we go. It's a compromise. I get to keep my slanderous opinion.
You must be
But compromises shatter the illusion of integrity.
Such is the price we have to pay for doing stupid things. I think that's a good rule in life. If something seems too convoluted or stupid, chances are it probably would have turned out better if you did it another way.
By the power of this.
Yeah. As the Simpsons quote goes, if something's too hard to do, it's not worth doing.
There you was it said by no, that wasn't Scottish. Who says that?
The Homer Simpson said something like that.
Oh, okay. He had a bit of an accent, so I was like, wait a minute, is that? Who is that? Okay.
Oops.
But no, I 100% concur. Well, I will say an exception. Like, I wish I'd taken a picture, but I had the wiring that I had in the nostalgia book for all the game systems and everything. It was convoluted as heck, but it was the only way to be able to play on a CRT TV while also recording to a computer. So it was like wires coming out of one box, going to another box, that box going to the TV, coming from the TV into a different box, going to another wire, being plugged into one device, which is then plugged into a different device, which is then plugged into the capture card. I had that for like, was it 8 different systems? So it looked like a convoluted mess, but it all made sense. The problem is I don't think I can replicate it, so we'll see how that goes when I move in.
I was going to ask how the move was going, but I can do that.
You must be cleansed.
Well, I mean, not much to say other than I do believe we are still set to close at the end of this month. So in theory, at the latest, I should be in September 1st. I should be in the new dwelling and in theory be mostly set up. So that's the latest and greatest and pretty much probably the last thing I'll know until we actually do the move in. But yeah. It'll be nice. I mean, I've lived through, and many people live through worse transitions and worse times in their life than what I'm doing now. But, you know, the downside being like, when you're kind of just in the middle, you just don't feel like you're standing. You feel like you're standing on shifting ground, even though you're not really moving anywhere. You're not like having to traverse anything. You just never feel settled, which makes sense because you're not. But it's like I don't know. Everything just feels off. Things you would normally do.
I will not be on
I don't know. It's a very weird thing. I've never been in limbo this long, and I'll probably miss it when it's gone, just because life is going to get a lot harder. But
harder or just busier?
So right now my life is pretty much just handling the transition and trying to stay on top of, you know, whatever stuff I'm doing as a hobby. So when I actually have to I start having to get up at a time because I need to get up, not because I want to get up. So yeah, I guess busy, but also, and not even, I guess I shouldn't say hard. I will say less compatible with a casual lifestyle. Lazy would be the more accurate word. I think casual is a nice euphemism for it. So,
there's a word for that. Lackadaisical.
There you go, lackadaisical. Yeah, that has a little bit more of a positive ring to it than lazy, but still not completely. Yeah, exactly, lackadaisical. But which is good. Like, I'll tell you, the only time I ever struggled grade-wise in college, I had one semester where I got like a bunch of B's, and it was the one semester that I took off work to, quote unquote, you know, concentrate on my studies, which it was legitimate. I wasn't doing it to get out of work. I was like, you know what? Because I was getting good grades. I'm not tooting my own horn, but I was getting good grades. But I was like, it would be easier if I don't have to worry about going to work. So like, you know, I put my job on hold as a teacher, or as I was working for the admin office, so I could pick up the job whenever I wanted it again. And I just took a semester off, and it was the hardest semester for me because I had so much free time that it was like things that's when procrastination first started to sink into my life. I'd never done it before, but at that point it was like, I've got a week to do this one project. It's only going to take me a day. Since I don't have anything better to do, I'll just get to it when I get to it, versus doing it immediately because I had to go to work, you know. So I think I'm suffering, just as you could argue that, you know, current Hollywood is suffering from the bane of I don't know what it's called. The idea being that limitations promotes creativity. Creativity thrives with limitations because you have to find ways to make it happen when you don't have everything. But if you have all the technology, you have all the stuff, you have all the answers, and it's not even hard to get them, it actually becomes a bit of a problem because you're not pushing up against anything. You're not really having a stride. You're just doing, and without opposition, without some friction, you don't necessarily get the best results. So yeah, I think I might have butchered that. I don't even remember where I was going with it, but that is. Oh yeah, no, like so without the friction, without having a schedule, without having to say, okay, if I don't wake up at 7 to get these things done, they're not going to get done all day. Like I'm not going to be able to do them. Whereas now I'm like, okay, I'm going to get up at 7 and do my workout. Okay, well, maybe I'll roll out of bed at 9. You know what? I've got all this other stuff I want to do, like looking at nothing,
They won't even see
sleeping.
my late
Maybe I'll get it done at 1 in the afternoon. So it's those kinds of things that arguably are not good for me that are gonna change in a couple months. So
Yeah, it can be hard sometimes. Some good advice that I heard, that I've heard before, is like actually write out a schedule and stick to a schedule. Like plan the whole week, or just start with a couple days, and just literally plan out and just accomplish everything on a list.
right.
The hardest part is
Size
like doing
alone
it, but
belies this
once
one's
you have that
power.
structure, it can make things easier.
Right. Yep. And to be fair, in my defense, I actually was getting on. Like I had actually done, you know, the workout that I referred to. Like I was actually kind of on a roll, and then then this thing hit. What was it, Saturday? I think, because we got back from the trip on Wednesday, and that's the only. I mean, because I never leave the house, so that's the only place I could think of that I got this from was when we went to visit my dad in Virginia. So somewhere in the airport or somewhere out there, picked this crap up. Manifested on Friday. Hit me hard on Saturday, and I'm just now coming out of it. And so I got to start over. So I actually just started getting some momentum. I was about to start being a week ahead in my videos, which is where I want to be. I want to always have 2 videos per whatever I do. So I want 2 Mondays, 2 Wednesdays, 2 Fridays, or 2 Thursdays. I always want to have those on there so that if I have something like this where I get sick or I have to go out of town or something, I've got stuff in there already. But yeah, just
Size alone belies this one's power.
kind of got kicked in the scheduling crotch by whatever this is. I mean, it feels bad to call it anything more than a cold, but it was somewhat debilitating.
Must I do everything
Yeah,
myself?
sometimes they hit out of nowhere. But
Mhm.
glad everything's better now.
Yeah,
Must I do everything myself?
I have the weekend to try to get us jump on next week. Yes, indeed.
Let's see what else we got. Banana raises children to play dragons.
That was
That's what
fought
we learned
well.
today.
Oh, really?
Banana
I
Schwab.
can see to your
Oh,
prowess.
is Banana in?
No,
Oh,
Denise says so. He claims Banana raises his children to play dragons, but we have not seen this either.
that's
Wow.
true. You know, Denise is saying a lot of things that may or may not be 100% false. She seems to be on this.
I mean, same can be said for anything.
For nothing.
That's why you gotta do the thing. Trust but verify.
Yep. Problem is when verify takes a while. It's like, I'm going to trust you now and verify in a couple weeks. Excellent. My Ponzi scheme will have been executed to perfection by that time. I don't even know Ponzi scheme is the right word there.
This place.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm seeing the word sequin on the
Da
t-shirt.
da
What is
dee
this?
da.
Or a shirt with
Flying
silver
crabs.
sequin spangles? Or what you call that material that reminds of shiny
bargain
fish scales? Is that sequins?
Interesting.
I think it's sequins.
Where is that column?
It's Baldric at 355. Time goes.
Oh,
by.
it's back there.
Back there already? Dang it.
You shall not.
Translate that into my tongue. T-shirt, silver, spangles, fish scales. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I think
So
that's
I'm just
sequins.
quietly back away.
But I love it. Baldric's like putting this forward like this would be a cool shirt with the sequins and the shiny stuff for horse armor, but I couldn't wear it because I'd be too embarrassed.
Clear out.
At once the champion and bane of his own idea. I'd be like somebody doing a custom card being like, this custom card is the most amazing thing. I would never play it because it's too OP.
None of them can be trusted.
A lot of custom cards are.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although I was surprised. I'm trying to think. Who was it? I don't know about Vincenzo, but oh gosh, there was one person in particular. Oh, Yum Yum. There were some people who actually were not guilty, but in my estimation, had made the cards a little too underwhelming. Like they could have decreased the cost by a bit or bumped up the stats. Like that kind of came in at a more humble way versus some of the other ones where it's like you win the game by playing this card. Well, we need to nerf that a little bit. I'm looking at you.
I stare at moving shadow.
Hey, you've actually got... Oh no, that's Channeled Storm. Oh no, it's gonna work. Nice. Didn't matter. Hey, kudos for using Syl, man. She never gets any love these days.
She's good in the mid Dagoth deck.
Yeah.
And that Swift Strike has come in handy, and as far as I can remember, there's only one in this deck.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I've got it a lot of times. Yeah, nope, only one Swift Strike in this deck.
I was going to ask when you said, I was like, well, how many of those are there? Wow. Wow.
It's that single card consistency phenomenon.
Hey, it's a thing. I mean, it may not be a thing every day, but it definitely is a thing. Okay, so somebody with Tesla lore needs to help me out because I always liked Enamor's Keeper. I thought it was a cool card. The guy looks pretty cool. The sword, you got this greeny glow to it. But when you see the card in full, you realize that the top of the card doesn't cut off the sword. It's actually like a very stubby little sword. What the crap is up? It's not a dagger. It's almost like a sai, but just slightly too long. Like, what is that sword? Like, that thing should be like twice as long as it is. Why?
It really should be.
Huh?
It really should be. It's like long dirt. That's basically what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
It's not even a short sword.
Right, yeah, like a gladius almost. Like, why would you... But the hilt is not a gladius. Like, it does not... It looks like it should be like Aragorn's sword from Lord of the Rings. Like, it should be like half as long... longer than that. Because I think mine comes up to my chin. So what is that, 5 feet? It's like a 5 feet something sword. This thing is like stubby. I'm guessing there's a... Well, even if it's not a lore reason, it's called something, or there's a reason why. Maybe maybe it is like Narsil. It's been broken. It just got broken in half. I don't know.
Or maybe it's enchanted to look smaller.
There you go. See, that's the kind of that's the kind of BS we need. Like, that feels like that's one of those things where, like, you see it in movies or shows, and you're like, it's something that was real world, that like something happened, like the prop broke or whatever, so they just come up with some BS excuse why it was like that. Like, oh no, it's in the continuity. It was the guy is supposed to be out of focus because he's moving so fast that you can't see him. It's like, no, your camera was just off focus, you dork.
Explaining your way out of things.
Yeah, the comic book way. I'll just retcon it. Never happened. Yeah, I really wish, like, I would never, because I'd never use it enough to justify it. Like, I wish Enamor's Keeper was not a legendary, because I think it looks good as a premium, but there's just, I'm not going to spend freaking 4,500 soul gems on, or 4,600 on that guy.
Yeah. And he costs 7 to be effective. He's the 3 cost 4/3, which is fine.
Yeah.
But it costs so much more to equip that Grape Sword, which, to be fair, is a lot cheaper than... Well, I don't know, maybe I'll experiment with that.
Yeah, it's
mid-range with that sword in there.
Say what?
I was just gonna say mid-range, maybe, with that in there.
You are not worthy.
Could work.
I think he's one of those ones that's like probably one of the worst, like, to get targeted with a silence, though. If you wait to turn 7 to play him, and you got that 9/3 body on there, you're like, I'm gonna do some damage, and then it's like, oop, mute. So you lose your sword, and he's now a 4/3. And I mean, 4/3 is still not bad, like you said. But if you have to play him early, he's not the worst. There are a lot of cards that are much worse style.
I know I
Sorghum running conscription.
A lot of interesting things.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. So yeah, Denise thinks it's definitely the sickness causing you to hallucinate about Thorana. That's what we're gathering. Oh, and then there's more. You were clearly jealous. She was in Vincenzo's Babes deck.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why Vincenzo was not able to prevail against me. And it wasn't because I'm a great player. It was because the integrity of my gals. All my gals were almost objectively pleasing and pleasant to look at. Whereas Vincenzo didn't even try. He was like, I'll just throw any old hoe in there. He seemed to say.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, shots fired. I used the whole word. Which is
That's it. I'm coming over there.
That's all it was. When that is a virtue, the virtue of your deck is built on the attractiveness of the cards. When you fudge it like he did, your deck just doesn't stand a chance. Although, and wait, did he beat you though? I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he beat me.
Oh, okay, that's awkward.
It's because I chucked everything in there. He made an optimized deck with more actions and stuff. I'm like, I'm just gonna throw every single one in here.
Oh
Like
yeah,
a
he was a
mismatch
singleton,
and
right?
stuff. Yeah, so I didn't really try too hard.
Right. Well, I mean, come on. Like I said, I was just saying, like, I was arguing that it was the card selection that made the difference, which, I mean, sometimes in a deck it does, but if you're basing it purely off of aesthetics of a card versus the abilities, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But it was simply that I was asserting that you win if you have objectively more attractive cards in an attractive card deck, and then I remember that you lost, so that would be you either have poor taste or your standards became voluntarily lax at the cost of your integrity.
To be fair, I did put Thorana in my deck because it was singleton.
And to quote Yoda, that is why you fail. Can't win with Thorana in your deck.
Denise will be happy to hear that.
Why? She puts her in everything. Like, she even puts her in her scout decks, her Evansley deck. Like, somehow she puts Thorana in there.
Rise, my son.
See, now.
What's that card?
So what?
Card would allow that? Heroes Rebirth or whatever it's called, the support.
Yep.
That no one plays. Is it Heroic Rebirth?
Yep. Heroic, yep. And yeah, that probably is it, right?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Let's see. Tishu's right there. Yeah, we got that. Oh, and that's when Edmorn arrived. Let's see. Ametista has arrived.
No, Ametista.
20 minutes ago.
Ametista Dorada, the gold amethyst.
Unscrupulous. Unscrupulous? I don't know. Words.
Oh, and Edmore's not going to be able to play tonight. Okay. Visiting cousins in Canada, so only have iPad. Oh, come on. Wow. You blew your cover there, man. You've got an iPad. That's what I started on, man. Granted, you only have about 20 minutes of battery life for most iPads with running this game, but still, that's 20 minutes of gameplay you're going to get. But hope you have a safe travel and have a good time in Canada. I hear the weather's nice. Although, Canada's freaking huge, so I'm guessing if you don't live near Io, the weather is probably not anything close. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's just the season.
Friend.
Well, apparently, being Canadian is almost as bad as being French. That's what we're getting from Body Bag and Baldric.
So Baldric, I would not have expected that from. Body Bag, 100%. If Joe was here, I would have accredited that to him as well. Sacre bleu! Wait, were you being French or Canadian just now? I can't tell the difference.
Both at once, maybe. I don't know.
Now, do you live? Is it? Huh?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, is it Quebec? Like, which is it? I think it's Quebec, right? Because I know French is spoken in a lot of places in Canada, but there's like one city where it's like a mini Canada, a mini France, from what I understand. Is it Quebec?
Yeah, Quebec is the place.
Yeah.
They speak French in other places too, but yeah, it's mostly there.
But I mean, it's more of a bilingual thing, right? For most of Canada, where it's like that you speak both, or is there actually places in Canada that it is heavily just French?
It's Quebec. That's the biggest French speaking, but we have to have 2 languages on everything in Canada because it's a bilingual country.
It's a what?
So all of our labels have both language, bilingual.
Oh, okay.
They
Wow.
recognize. So yeah, we have to have 2 languages on every single label we have.
Jeez.
Face me, you dog!
And I used to be able to speak and read and write French much better in high school, but I've lost that now.
Oh, really?
9 years ago.
Well, right. So I guess you don't live in a place where then like French is spoken on the regular. You may hit somebody who does it once in a while, but mostly speak in English.
Yeah. I wish I would have stuck with it. It's one of those things where as you get older, you're like, I wish I held on to a language because it's good for you and for your brain and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And if you go to another country, you can speak the language. It's not the same as French. It's a different language. Similar but different. But if you go to Quebec, I could be able to speak there, although they speak English. But not anymore.
Yep.
So as it goes.
Yeah, I hear you. I wish they had. I wish we'd been able to start off like we'd start us in kindergarten learning. I mean, it would kind of suck though. Like if you're like, oh sweet, I'm gonna learn whatever language, and you become proficient, and you realize it's only spoken by like 2% of one country or something. But even Latin, from what I understand, even though it's considered a dead language, there's just so much that stems from Latin that a good understanding of Latin will give you a much more comprehensive view of English and many different languages, and I think you can tell, like you can gather the meaning for certain words that are in a completely different language, even if doesn't seem to be commonality between that and English, just because you understand what the Latin would be for it. But
Well, let's see if we can find something
I think
useful.
Lyra the Great is about to be toppled by Sword again. Nope. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, those are the most frustrating. Oh, those are the most frustrating.
The funniest thing for me is I can hear what you're saying, but I can't see what happened yet.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, my bad. So it was our friend.
I see it now. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think of
It's
that.
just
Thanks for the
delayed by a
reminder.
moment. Oh no, you can do it. It's just funny. Whatever. It's just funny. It's just a funny dynamic. There's
Khajiit
nothing
will keep you safe.
going on really. You don't have to worry about saying or not saying things. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, right. No, yeah. But the way I'm doing it though, it's like being a party. Having a party all by yourself. You're like saying all this stuff, and people are like, "What the crap is this dude talking about?" Let's see. Still got this. Yep. So Dagoth is doing pretty good for you tonight.
Yeah, this one always does. And you can see it doesn't even give me the satisfaction of smashing his face with a big hammer.
Well, and that in that's something. Maybe he's a new player, because I remember when I was new and like I didn't understand the whole I really hadn't wrapped my brain around like skipping prophecies even at the end of the game. So if you don't know any better, it looks like kind of BMing. But I'm like, no, you do what you got to do to skip that rune, because it's just, if nothing else, it's good to be in that habit, because the last thing you want to do is, we've seen some really great players here, succumb to that. They could, there's a way they could do it where they skip that last rune, but they don't. And they get nailed with the last second prophecy, and sometimes it kills them. Sometimes, they get away with it. But it's good to be in the habit of trying to skip runes when you can.
Absolutely.
The elements are mine to control.
And the most satisfying way to win is you use all your magicka to get exactly full.
To get what?
No better feeling. Exact lethal.
Oh yeah.
Like at 0, from what they have left to 0, using all of your magicka to do it. Nothing better.
For the attacker, yes. For the defender, you're like, are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You had just enough.
Just enough.
I remember in
like
my
eating
data, like
fresh
I cannot tell you how many. Probably, no kidding. There's probably about at least a dozen, maybe 20 games where I won that exact lethal with Camlorn Hero. Like, I'm up against. I get stonewalled by Scout because Scout was the big deal back then. That was the big control deck. And get stonewalled down there with like 4 damage left to do, and I throw down 2 Camlorn Heroes with 8 magicka, or what does he cost? 3, 6, I guess it was, or whatever. And it was again, from my perspective, it was satisfying. But on the other side, you're like, if you just had one last magicka, this game would have been mine. Antoine says,
What else we got?
Paris 2024 Olympics ready. I don't know if that's just for the games in general or Viva la Italy type battle cry, but hello, Antoine. I hear they don't have air conditioning over there though.
That doesn't sound great.
Yeah, no, I mean not like maybe not necessarily. Although I don't think, because I think Denise, you were saying the one time I went to the UK, the buildings that have air conditioning are few and far between because you typically don't need it. There aren't that many like sweltering hot days. So I'm guessing France is similar in that regard, or Paris is. But I think, I think there were not accommodations made. From what I understand, there were not accommodations made for the athletes staying there. They're having to get their own air conditioning. Let's see. Okay, Michael says that's slander, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Where is that? Slander.
You are not worthy.
No, that's slander. Nope. Lost the context on that.
Yeah. Michael, I know I'm getting to you a little bit late on this, my friend. Unfortunately, no. As to the best of my knowledge, I have my alternate account on my iPad, and because it requires the game, whatever it is that goes through Apple, I can't remember what it's called. So you have that for the iPad, and then because you can't get Steam on the iPad. So yeah, I don't think you can cross those accounts, unfortunately. At least I never figured out a way to do it. I tried, and it took me like several hours to figure out that I couldn't do it. But I believe we're out of luck.
So ignore what I said about sending us a port ticket.
Send a what?
A support ticket.
Oh. Oh, you can still send that as... Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Tiago is... He's trying to unite.
This might be
He does not have... He has unite, the card, but not anything else. And he is just dead on board right now. Unfortunately. Oh, dear. Oh, man. Well, if you're going to lose
another
anybody,
one.
Was that?
Oh, I'm just seeing like another Mighty Hunter. Probably a minute after it happened.
Yeah, right about then, yeah. I didn't realize there was that much of a delay. That's interesting.
I won't need to hide any longer.
Like
Because I see you yawning now, and I heard it naturally.
Well, if it helps, I was yawning for that moment in time, like not for like I yawned for your benefit in the future, not for my benefit. I was like, I'm not even yawn. I don't need to yawn right now, but I'm gonna want them to see me yawn a minute from now.
My thanks.
Gotcha.
I got red, but I mean, if you're gonna lose to anybody, Twirling Merlin's a good person to lose to, just because.
I don't want to see him twirl as Merlin.
No, I mean, oh, excuse me. It's not the visual that I. And just as you said that, I was like, I'm picturing like Merlin doing a bunch of pliés and relevés and other French things, which I wouldn't want to see either. But Dragon Invader, casual match. Dagna, I always get sucked into these casual matches. Is it just starting? So we'll leave it on Dragon Invader. Just
useful.
Again, sometimes people are experimenting with new things. in casual, so you get to kind of see the decks before they're fully
Oh,
developed.
look at that! It's Twirlin' Merlin.
Wait, what? Where?
I'm playing
Strong
Twirlin'
arm is
Merlin.
what you need.
Oh, wait, like on the internet?
Yeah, my next match
Oh,
is Twirlin' Merlin.
Hands are quicker than your eyes.
oh,
At least I know what he's running.
Huh?
At least I know what he's running.
Right.
I seek the
And then it's relatively
power
effective.
Let Vivek's words inspire me.
Go face earlier. There are glass short swords that look like the one, whatever keeper, I forget his name. El Namor's keeper.
Yep.
So apparently there are glass swords that look like that in Morrowind, so I guess they have short swords.
Okay.
So that's where that came from. Favorite removal action,
Vivek guide my hand.
again, Amethysta.
Here you've been looking for me.
We will seize our own fate.
Okay.
So yeah, Antoine or Amethysta, I think that's Amethysta, isn't it Amethysta? You know more than I do.
We must protect our stronghold.
Let's see.
But he's asked what his favorite removal action is. And it looks like Edict is at the top.
Oh yeah. It's hard to argue with a 4-cost remove anything card. That's for sure.
Dawn's Wrath is pretty cool. I know it's expensive, but it gets rid of everything.
And it's got a nice
In a
animation.
way. It really does. And if you have Mushroom Power in play,
Oh
you
yeah.
can do it twice.
Goodbye.
And it's a cool name. I don't know why, but Dawn's Wrath just sounds wicked awesome.
Goodbye.
Wicked awesome. Wicked awesome.
Let's see, there's a purple white one, forget its name. Yeah, that's Edict. So Edict is up there. It's quite versatile. Yep, someone even said as much.
By the 8th, they will meet
Oh.
their mate.
And then Buddy Bags is gonna need Honey Badger to pop up and give one of his horribly wrong opinions. Like pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Wait. Wait. I think you tried to sneak something in over the sick guy. That's not a very nice thing to do. Not a very nice thing at all. Trying to take it's like taking advantage of the elderly.
Me always clever. This is
Yep.
the
This
secret.
is what you consider yourself now. Cool. Alright. And then we
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
So let's see here. Passing the time is good. I liked it better pre-nerf. Between Mummify and Drive Mad. Tough one.
Mistakes were made.
I like Mummify because Drive Mad requires them to have more power than health, or
Yep.
the same.
It is a good day to die.
Yeah, looks like Mummify. Prefer Stone's Throw or Fell the Mighty to Drive Mad. Yep, that also makes sense. Oh, and then we're almost caught up. Stone's Throw. I actually have one Stone's Throw in. Let's see, what deck do I have that in? Mid Covenant.
Mid-Covenant. You know, that's one of those ones that really can catch you by surprise. You just don't expect to see it, and it usually comes out at the worst possible time if you're up against it. Like, holy crap, that was... I mean, because you got your big old beefy warded creature or something, and it's like, oh wow.
A
Okay.
clash
Then-
for the ages.
Oh, I got Ugnets by Io. And you beat Twirler Merlin! Nice!
With my singular copy of Swift Strike again.
See, folks, this is what it is to be the top 1% in Tessel. You know, these top 10 card back guys. This is how they win. They pull the one copy of Swift Strike 16 times in a row. That's
It's called skill.
yeah. I mean, that's true. You got good. That's the only explanation.
So the advice I give to people who aren't drawing like this, just get good.
A very timely and helpful message, to be sure. Oof. Oh, sorry, you didn't see that. Grummite just... Demented Homer Simpson just hit the balloon. Wait a minute.
I like that we have Demented Homer Simpson.
You're the I'm sorry because my brain just bled, but you're the Grummite guy, aren't you?
Oh yeah, got that Grummican.
Yeah, Grummican, that's right. Yep. They are the worst looking. They really look like they just got the short end of every stick that there ever is when it comes to, like, because some people are like, when it comes to, athletic skills, I was at the back of the line, in terms of, getting your abilities, whatever. Grummites just look like they got the worst of it. They got the last pick on everything. Like, somebody has to be at the bottom. You just don't expect them to be there for every single category. Like, tooth shape, head shape, space between eyes, genital presentation, things like that.
That's the key one right there, that last one.
Oh, really?
Who knows, maybe certain people would find the Grummites cute.
I think that they hang out with the wrong a lot. Yeah. Well, okay. Here's the thing: they're not on the same level as a spider. Like, I would rather run into a Grummite in a dark alley than a Spooter or a Hallow Death Priest. Like, I think I would wet myself a little bit less. I would actually just be more like, oh gosh, put a ball cap on or something. Like, whereas the other ones, like, I'm not trying to get, like, I mean, the freaking spiders from Skyrim are nightmare fuel, man. Those things are huge.
Oh, they're ticklish. That's the
We
weakness.
must protect our stronghold.
Oh,
Just gotta
see?
stroke them under their chin. They'll be fine.
Right. Their chin, right, the well-known chin of the spider.
Oh yeah. Don't you know? It's just underneath.
Yeah, underneath the freaking giant mandibles. I'm not putting my hand anywhere near that. I could see that going wrong. I'm just in scratch under here, and the spider, all it's do is like duck its head just a little bit and chomp. Okay, well, I'm going to take my nub here, and I'm going to bleed all over your eyes, your 15,000 eyes, you clump of bump. Whatever thing.
I just witnessed Dushnik gain lethal from Poopstone, as you call it.
Yep.
And shoot Alduin right between the eyes.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Douche-Nick with, I mean, come on, like, what's her face? Her name.
I will keep the amulet safe.
The 1/1 cost.
6 cost 1/1?
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. The 6 cost 1/1.
Yeah, but she costs 6 because being able to shoot a lethal arrow is kind of a big deal. And you throw down, and she's at 1/1. You're throwing down a 3/3 guard with a lethal ping. Come on, that's a problem. Like Poopstone, it just the cost multiplication you have to do on when it gives certain cards certain keywords. It would just like that would be like an 8 or 9 cost card if it was played out of hand. But it's like, oh, you get it for 4 because Poopstone. I mean, technically it's 8, but it's not a one-of thing. It's doing it all the time.
Why can't I remember her name? Probably because I never look at it. Elena Benok.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Elena Benok. Binoch? However you want to pronounce it.
Yeah, I'd never figured that out. I mean, it's a little bit easier to look at than Dreghug, but...
Dreg.
I mean, that is the easiest one to pronounce. Like Droff or Dreef. That just sounds nasty to say. So Dreg at least sounds cool.
I will admit, I used to run Mundustone way back in the day.
As did I. I mean, so you said you used to back in the day. What was it that turned you around on it?
I just played other cards.
Oh.
Because I started playing more mid-range and stuff like that, and it's wasting an entire turn to play Mundustone just wasn't feasible anymore.
So you're in the helpful but not worth the magic account camp versus, it's not fair kind of thing, right?
Yeah, nothing to do with fairness. It has to do with practicality and it being incredibly slow. It's a tempo loss.
Right. Well, what about you playing it on turn 8 with another 4-drop?
You're
not playing a creature at that point with it.
No, that's what I'm saying. At an 8,
Yeah.
At turn 8, you've got a decent board. Turn 8, you can play a card, or like, see, to that degree, I look at that as like a Divine Fervor. Divine Fervor comes out turn 5. It's not necessarily a momentum loss because it does impact whatever's on the board already, and so maybe that's the distinction. But like I feel like to your point, I think playing Mundus on curve is a momentum kill. But if you are starting to kind of get the upper hand, or you're kind of on parity with your opponent, and you end up getting it in your hand later in the game, like turn 8 or 9, so you're able to play 1, 2, maybe even 3 cards in conjunction with it, I think that's when it could actually have a positive impact. Well, as good as it can.
Sure, I would still rather play a creature.
A 4-cost creature
instead of Mundus.
Okay.
4-cost, yeah.
Look,
there's a lot you can do there.
The bottom line is we don't want to play poop stuff. So however we get there, I'm okay with it.
New era should be unique. That's what we're getting from chat, and I agree. Oh yeah, I used to run Mundus Stone with Wildfire Dragon, and it would high roll lethal a lot and clear the board.
The only mitigating factor there that actually makes that somewhat fair is the fact that you nuke your own creatures too.
We must protect our stronghold.
There it is again. What in the world?
Here's a question for you.
Yep.
Dushnik, male or female?
So I've heard that a couple of times. So I've heard it from. I will say this: I've seen female orcs, and I gotta say, if the douche is a female, she is the absolute ugliest orc female that has ever lived. So I've heard that that she's a female. I thought it was a dude because I've looked at the face and gone, even an orc can't be that ugly. But I don't have it on good authority. I have it on no authority.
Yeah, Dushnik is I don't remember exactly which actual NPC, but it's modeled after an NPC in Skyrim who is female.
So she's actually that ugly in the game? I gotta say this.
Yeah, ugly is a matter of perspective, my friend.
But there's a baseline, so orcs are like, okay, like there's a level of like, this is an orc female. This would be like, I don't know, a Jennifer Aniston of, I just picked a random actor.
Conjuration maze never stands.
Yeah.
Whatever, but like, it's like, okay, this would be a Jennifer Aniston in orc. It's like, this would be the ugliest of the ugly in orc. Like, for an orc, she's even still ugly. Like, it's unfortunate. It really is. And she has no.
Let's ask chat.
She has no feminine trait. There's no like, obviously what they call boob armor isn't necessarily lore friendly, but in theory, that's like, you don't want to necessarily be squishing everything. So, and some other creatures in here have, form-fitting armor or something where you see something. She's a brick house. Put it this way, she doesn't make my babe deck. Put it that way.
Oh, she makes mine.
And again, to quote Yoda, that is why you fail. Oh gosh. Now, to be perfectly fair, as a functional card, 100%, like a player in pretty much everything. But
I wasn't looking for trouble.
because as a guard with that ping ability and support removal, she's great. But yeah, aesthetically, she's just an affront to orcish decency.
We should ask chat. Yay or nay, Dushnik?
Huh?
Yay or nay, Dushnik? Let's pose it to chat.
I was gonna say, usually when it comes to, so if it's if it's an inconsequential topic where you can be very opinionated, that's you can expect to see chat just voluntarily come up with it. If it's something of great importance or a matter of urgency, probably not. But by gum, Star Wars, pizza toppings, the Thorana friendliness accusations, those sorts of things you'll get a very swift and harsh reply. So I'm sure we'll get some folks.
The victory is yours.
We'll see. Well, the question's been asked. There was no question before. We will see if the question was answered. Or if it will... something that rhymes. There it goes. I'm a poet, can't you tell?
I'm a what?
Poet.
Oh. Wait, what? What?
I tried to make things rhyme, it didn't work out.
I
They
see.
cannot hope to outwit me.
I am surprised Arpad didn't concede earlier.
Yeah. Well. Maybe I couldn't tell if he's on the ladder. Sometimes, like if you're in your gateway game, it's just a game you don't want to give up. So maybe he was, or there was some reason in particular why he wanted to stick with it. You're just kind of hoping against hope that you can pull what you need.
That's a good point.
Will be my
Trying
last
to catch up.
battlefield.
Let's see. Well, I know you covered a lot of it, so I'm gonna get everything. Okay, yep. There's the steel,
Try
the glass,
You won't
short
live to
swords.
regret.
Okay.
This one won.
Wave removal. Okay, removal action. I will say, for mine, like I can't say it's my favorite because of this. But like just like, Edict and Dawns are like unconditional removal. I do like Execute only because it takes out so many smaller threats that are just a pain in the butt, like Gates or Fifth Legion Trainers. All those cards. The what's her face? The Daggerfall Mage. But the reason I like it, at least the original version of it, is good to have that awesome like shink, like the execute sound where it's like a sword kind of slicing and hitting wood or something. Same sound for Gauntlets Raider when she does her thing. So I like it for that, but I can't say it's my favorite just based on the sound effect. But I think it's a cool early game card with a cool sound effect. But I think the new one is just it's that little dagger to the throat sound, which doesn't sound nearly as nifty.
Interesting. I've been trying to figure it out as well. We got a question in chat. Sigrid currently has the second rune active, while the first one isn't from that last match. So I had to go back and watch it. I'm trying to understand as well. He's at 10 health, then he plays Morokai the Deathless. Goes up to 15 health, then restores the second rune. And I think that's because it might be conditional on your health at the moment.
Yep.
So that'd be my guess.
Well, yeah, because it just heals you for 5. It doesn't restore. I mean, it restores. Maybe it has to pass the rune, or no? Does it just restore 1 rune? Does it say that it restores multiple runes, or is it only allowed to restore 1?
This one, you gain 5 health and restore a rune, but I don't know. Does it say your front rune? Let's see that. Because they use language like front rune in this game.
Oh, so it's not whether he gave a rune back, it's the one that he gave back? I need to find it.
If you started the game with restore a rune, so it does not say your...
It doesn't specify.
Maybe the correct wording would be... It just says a rune. It says not your top rune or front rune or whatever.
Okay. And there is... So Carbon 77, I'm about 30 minutes late, of course. That's my thing, but hello and welcome. I knew you were hopping in, at least from the in-game correspondence, so I knew to look out for you, but... So, there we go. Oh, Michael Bailey, Fingers of the Mountain. Yeah, that's another... In terms of effect, that's probably one of the better ones. Well, I mean, a lot of the ones we said are really good. There's just a lot of really great action in this game. What we can say that? But I think Fingers is definitely a good call. Edict, fingers, edicts, edicts. Okay, now I'm good. All support removal. Yeah, but Tiago, I was noticing that. So like when we jumped into his game, he had a vicious D and a dismantle, and now he's just managed to double. And of course, both of those are neutral, and one of those isn't even a body. Oh, and he's already set the third one there. So while we have the Charmed Life of Io pulling his one of with great consistency, we've got Tiago on the opposite end, drawing 3 vicious Ds and 2 dismantles in the first 10 turns as he is trying to unite the house. Oh man.
Perhaps only one dismantle is necessary, and 1 or 2 vicious Ds.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll find that the single card consistency.
Right, there you go. So
will bless them too.
there you go, Tiago. If you want to draw a card with any consistency, only put one of it in your deck. Which, I mean, you can't argue with the results. But to your point, I mean, I would be like, yeah. I guess if there's just a lot of supports, in circulation, but
a lot of bad ones, like Workshop, Amulets are very annoying.
Yep.
One to Stone and Altars. When I say bad, I just mean annoying to play against.
right.
They're perfectly functional cards. They do the thing they're supposed to do.
I can smell. We have a date with destiny.
Okay, I didn't realize that was his voice line. It's a little bit weird. So Emperor Titus,
Khajiit will
he's
find
like,
a way in.
we have a date be with destiny. It's like, don't scare me like that, dude. I was like, we have a date. I'm sorry, what? I don't remember you. We never agreed on this. With destiny. Oh, that's what I could do. Like, that would be a pickup line if I was going to ask a girl out. I could be like, hey, we've got a date. And she's like, if she says, yeah, we do, then it's like, great, then we're good. If she's like, wait, what? And I'll be like, with destiny. We have a date with destiny. She's like, what do you mean? And I'll be like, I don't know. Hey, look over there.
Flawless plan.
Yep. I'm planning to perpetuate my singularity for the next 20 years. And
Should write a book on it.
Uh-huh.
Should write a book on it.
Oh yeah, no, I think I could. How
It's just a list of
despite.
Oh. Never mind. I was gonna say you should write a book on like the cheesiest pickup lines.
Oh,
I can smell you.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
We
yeah.
have a date.
what are you implying about my pickup line? I think that my pickup line is awesome. Date with Destiny.
Exactly.
That's good.
You need more of them.
All
An
right.
entire book of them.
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Hey, baby, did it hurt when you got beat with the ugly stick? Hey-o! Yeah, just do not mix and match your pickup lines. They don't turn out.
Noted.
Little PSA for you.
Just forget about
You know what? I'm definitely gonna put ugly stick into D&D now. 100%.
Is it going to? What is its power?
I don't even know. Oh, let's see. I guess if you get hit,
I can
you
smell.
like age a few years, or you just look old,
all
like an
souls
illusion,
belong to Civic.
and you have disadvantage
know
on
it
all your
but I'm
charisma
pretty
checks,
close.
something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. Although I do want to put a caveat, and as somebody who is definitely, getting old myself, I don't think we should ever equate ugliness with age. Sometimes they go hand in hand, but not all the time. So, I think getting beat with the ugly stick doesn't mean that you're necessarily aged, but I do think it's works very well with the ding on charisma. That makes sense.
You cannot match
Just an
Telvan's
idea.
cunning.
That'd be so funny. I actually have to play in the game and be like, well, I got hit with the ugly stick, so what's my role to I don't even know what the phrase is, but just having to say I got beat with the ugly stick. Oh, that's fine. Self-deprecating humor is the best.
That's what I always say.
It's pretty safe too. Not too many people are going to get on you for dissing on yourself.
Ooh, Siege.
We have a date with destiny.
I bark and birth. This is interesting.
I mean, the good news, I mean, the great thing about when you play Unite is, I mean, it's much harder to win in general, but you don't have to worry about things like drain or anything else that your opponent could do. Although, okay, I know this came up at some point. Somebody asked, I can't remember what the answer was. If you have Vivek in play and somebody unites the houses, what happens?
I'm pretty sure Unite overrides it.
Okay.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah, because
you win the game.
Right.
And I feel like winning has precedence over you can't lose. Because say you, to get the miraculous title, you need to be at negative health to win.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do it on your turn, you win. Because you were the one attacking.
That makes sense.
Soldiers, report.
Yeah, and I think in general,
I don't know everything.
I think you're right. Body bag Canada's buy. Good one, sir. Good one. Baldric. I can't. The second time Baldric
I've noticed
says cast in time was brutal before the nerf. I miss that version. Yeah, I do not miss it myself. Because I never really played that much control, so I never got to use it. I just remember like, oh, there goes the half of my what I want to do with my deck. 2 casts at a time, and I'm missing 6 cards that a lot of times were part of my overall strategy of winning before having cards to play.
Let's see. He needs strength.
Oh wow! So Denise and Antoine have joined. They joined the game after the Cast into Time nerf. I remember when Cast into Time was minted. That's how old I am, and apparently ugly according to Io.
I lurk in the shadows.
I remember when that card
That's not what
came
I said
out.
at all.
So what?
That's not what I said at all. Don't twist my words, man.
I'm pretty sure if Denise likes the Rana, that you said old people are ugly. That's exactly what I heard. Just my opinion, though. Just my opinion. You know, that's actually how, I can't remember who it was, but one of these like news channels, they actually went to court. And of course, they didn't broadcast this, but they went to court for slander, and the judge actually ruled that it wasn't slander because they were just giving their opinion. Even though it's a news show and they were presenting it as if this was a fact, like this person did this, because they're considered an opinion or a, I can't remember what they call it, whatever it is, opinion piece or editorial. They couldn't get slandered, but so it's like, so you're admitting that the news is crap. Like it saved them the fact that they are not considered to be a viable news source, that they're just stating their own opinion. They're not actually pretending to state facts. Like, that's not a great look for a news channel to be like, hey, we might be giving you what happened. We might just be giving you our opinion. It's kind of up for you to decide. But I just found that amusing. It's like, we all know you guys are full of crap, and finally somebody actually, we actually got an official ruling on it. All you're doing is stating your opinion on your channel. You're not actually stating fact.
Well, to be fair, the reason why my brain went to old is the image that came to mind right away was like your stereotypical old crone hag lady in fantasy.
Ah.
We went there because guess what I've been working on today?
Oh, your game?
Yeah, the D&D stuff.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I thought you meant I was meaning your card game, but you meant the.
Oh yeah. I wish it was that game.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of hard if you don't have, if you know that you've got a hard stop and there's really no way to get around it at the moment. It's kind of like, why do I keep sinking my time into this?
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta
important things on my mind.
just get up and do it.
Yeah. It's
Into
the
the
right
breach.
thing to do.
Like uniting the houses. Just gotta do that.
Will he be able to do it? Does he have?
You must be
I
cleansed.
mean, this is the second time Like we've seen where he's got nothing but Telvanni colors, like nothing. No willpower. No
We
strength.
must count on our wits.
What could he be using?
I think I've mentioned this before. But Telvanni's, in my opinion, one of the hardest colors to unite in. The Oathsworn is the easiest. And I think followed up by Dominion.
Oh, because you got those cards that can spit out like well, wait. So I'm trying to think. Oh, Tiago's hoping for Vanis. Okay, that was helpful. Wow. Tiago's gonna stay alive for one more turn. It looks like.
It's more colors.
Nice try. Care to go again?
But yeah, so what is it? What cards are you getting in Guild Swarm? Obviously, I know the color. Like I'm just trying to think. What is it in willpower and strength that gives you? Well, you're just, maybe it's easier to pull those colors.
It's easier to pull purple for sure. Endurance, because you have those guards that summon those purple guards.
Right.
You
And then you have cards like Jarl Balgruuf. That he got nerfed, so he doesn't summon purple anymore.
That's right.
But he still summons a red, which is useful. And then you got, well, you got the what's her name? Moon Moth Castilian.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of tools and willpower.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I never thought about it like that, but that may be the one example of like one thing Telvanni doesn't do really well. Like it seems to just be so well rounded. It's pretty good in almost every situation, but apparently in Unite it's
Power flies the light of the three.
I don't know who this side the rest of Storm guy is, but he's definitely between a rock and a hard place. But luckily he's got a snake. Yeah.
I fight with
There's
the
Swift
fervor of
Strike.
the wild hunt.
Oh, you didn't tell me Alt Art Premium. That's why you keep drawing it. Everybody knows alternate art premiums show up 4 times as often as regular cards. Third outright lie of the day. Okay. Well, Tiago said he's had pretty good luck with the game so far, so maybe he just hit a dry patch, or the rigors of trying to unite is, except on Friday, the rigors of Unite are catching up with him. But apparently he's been able to do pretty well with Telvanni. But I think I agree. It seems like it would be. I mean, it's not like Singleton Unite that some of us pull off on the first try because we're freaking deities when it comes to this game, but.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
All right, folks, I'm giving Io some time to focus here as I try to catch up on chat and make sure I'm not missing anything. I did read the chat from last week. It cut off because I think I had skimmed and got most of what was said. The part that I missed was what happened after I ended the stream. And so, just a PSA: anything that is said in chat after the stream ends, even though it does show up in chat and you can talk about it, it does not get recorded, I guess for obvious reasons. So just to let you know that is... So if you made a comment afterward that I didn't get, I thought I was going to be able to see it after the fact, but that was not the case. But true story. Oh, body bag. I got to say Manhattan. I've never been to Paris, though. So really not qualified to speak on that. But for me, I remember going to Manhattan the 2 times that I went, and it smelled of fish. And the problem is, even though I'm sure there is fish in Manhattan, the general street should not smell like fish. So I'm going to say, and that wasn't even, well, one was in the summer. I think the other one was actually late summer, early fall. But I don't know that Paris could smell worse, although there definitely are worse smells than fish. So I don't know. That's what I started with, and that's what I'll end with. I don't know, but I will say it just doesn't smell great. Antoine says, I believe Manhattan is always at the top. Absolutely. In the wintertime, there you go, from my little experience there. Exactly. But Paris is a nice rival, too. Yeah, I'd have to actually go there. And I don't know that. What's the purpose? Hello, sir. What's your? Well, I don't know why I have a British accent in France, but whatever. Everybody has a British accent in everything for some reason. Why are you coming into to France? To see if it smells like fish. Okay, then. Right. You know this is the UK, right? Bloody Yank. Oh man. That's how I imagine that exchange going. Did you pull that off, man? I missed it.
Nope.
Dag nabbit. I was like, I've got time. I was gonna make a comeback. Let me just catch up on chat, and then I missed it.
Would have had it had he not pulled Fingers of the Mountain.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's a lot of people's favorite action card.
But you saw that Swift Strike there.
I did. It was sitting in the wings, ready to help you dominate.
Oh, look, there it is again. Here's my PSA. Run singles in your decks. You will draw at every game.
So make sure you pick the right single.
Khajiit is having a good month.
Did I stutter or something?
See, which is kind of screwy, because a lot of times you'll include one copy because you're like, I really don't want to see this card most of the time, but there are going to be certain times where I do want to have it. I want to know that it's an option in my deck, and so it's gives you the opposite effect. You end up drawing it all the time, even though you're like, no, that wasn't why I put you in there. I put you in there to draw you once in a while. Let's see. Yeah, all these actions are good.
The wind and the shadows protect me.
But they're also very situational. You know, like Fingers is great, but if you're up against a ton of wards, not so much. If you're up against really big body creatures and you have to spend it all on one creature, not. Its versatility is good, but obviously there's just times where, you know, Dawn's Wrath against a very well spread board, not the greatest. But in their own situations, each one is very. Oh, Poopstone again.
Did I stutter or something?
But played in conjunction with Dismantle. Oh, nice, Tiago. Vicious D dropping in with a nice
try.
Denial of support.
And you get to hear that vindictive sound.
You know, I didn't get vindictive. I got more conflicted. I feel like he didn't know if he really wanted to kill that support or not. Like he was. I felt like he was torn. There was a little bit of a moral quandary going on within in the mind of our little insectile friend, who I'm guessing is also Darling, because he's hideous. Oh gosh, yeah. Are they supposed to be sentient? I guess they are, because they have shields and stuff, and there's a picture of one of them like holding a glass of wine with a monocle. So I guess they're. I don't know. So, what's scary to you? The idea that essentially a spider that's like your size or maybe even bigger, that thing is sentient and can think deep thoughts and, you know, is capable of murder and everything? Or would you rather have it be that big and be like kind of what an actual spider is, where it's like it's got functionality there, but it's not going to be reading books or anything.
I will keep Sotha-Sil's people alive.
Well, if it wasn't sentient, it couldn't insult me as I was trying to strike it down.
That's true. Yeah, those barbs can hurt. You know, when you're fighting for your life, the last thing you want is somebody going after your ego as well. You ever play the game Curse of Monkey Island?
No.
It's an old LucasArts game. Pretty amusing. Actually, I might even stream it at one point. It's full screen, so you got to use the black bars. But there's actually there's a dueling with insults, and of course it's family friendly. It's just goofy stuff. But it's like your opponent will say like an insult, and you have to say, it gives you a list of insults to say back, and you learn insults as you go. But it's got to be an insult that rhymes with what theirs does, but also directly addresses or counters what they're saying. So they're like, you know, you smell like a dog. Then you have to say something like, that's it. Well, anyway, without the example, I'm sure you still get the idea. It's a rhyme. So it's like a pun. A pun has to sound like a word that isn't a word, but it also needs to work in the context of what that word would have to work with. You understand? So anyway, it's pretty funny. That's why I say that. So it's actually where you sword fight and you end up dismantling, disarming your opponent with insults. It's quite funny.
So it's a battle of wits.
Yes, and you are armed with a sword. Yeah, it's a funny game. The hero's name is Guybrush Threepwood, which that just lets you know just how zany it is. It's a very wacky game. The Diamond Piggy. Hello, Diamond Piggy. Happy to see you here. And yes, as we said, and in this case, she's not lying. The other voice you hear is my conscience. Actually, it's Io. But that would be crazy if my conscience actually had a different voice than me. I feel like that wouldn't go over well. I wouldn't think of it as my conscience if it sounded like somebody else.
Well, you know that voice in your head?
Yeah.
When you like thinking things in your head, not saying them out loud. Mine sounds different than my actual voice.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Like, do you make it sound different, or it just shows up different? It just goes through your head differently.
Goes through my head different. Like, I mean, of course I can make it sound different.
Right.
I can put an accent on it.
I'm trying to think if I've actually.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever really paid attention to what it sounds like. I just assumed it was what I sounded like, but maybe it doesn't.
That's one trick I'll have to learn.
Well, the other thing is you sound different to other people. Your voice always sounds different to yourself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you guys could hear the way I sound to myself, you'd be like, oh my gosh, this guy has the dreamiest voice and the best stuff ever. But then I listen to myself on the recording like, oh, nope, that's definitely not what I sound like in my head.
Same.
Looking to make a purchase?
I remember like the first time, like I remember it was like I can't remember what. Yeah, no, it was a little beige tape recorder that actually had a record button on. I remember doing that, and I thought it was broken because it didn't sound anything like me. It sounded so very weird. It took a while for that to sink in. How the sound travels through your own head and bounces around and all that stuff impacts it that drastically that we don't sound very much like what we think we sound like at all. Let's see. Yep, Antoine bringing up a good point about new era. Yep. And Diamond Piggy saying the same thing. Okay, yep, I'm getting there. Both be unique, you're right. Yep, Poopstone and Lethal produce. Yep, incredibly lucky. Happened twice for that opponent though. Both douches he dropped were lethal pinged. Events of Morrowind or third era. Okay. Oh, there's a question. Oh, wow. I'm there. I actually got to the end. Wow. It's Curse of Nibelung. Nibelung? Who would name their kid Nibelung?
Nibelung?
Nibelung. That just, I'm sure you could say that a different way, but it looks like Nibelung.
If you have coin.
That's like Vendor is better than Nibelung.
Nibelung. The Curse of the Nibelung.
Which sounds like you're trying to make something goofy sound important, and it's like, the Curse of the Nibelung is naming your children a stupid name. That's what the Curse of Nibelung is. Although to be fair, there is actually legitimately a character called Nimrod. So I'm sure at the time that he was named Nimrod, it wasn't synonymous with being a moron, but there you have it. Unfortunately for him, his name lives on as being, the exact word is being thick.
Let's see. Nibelung. The term Nibelung or Niflanger is a personal or clan name with several competing and contradictory uses in Germanic derived legends.
Oh wait, so it's not a Skyrim thing.
And then another source is a member of a race of dwarves in Germanic legend.
Okay, so they didn't name their kids that; they just named themselves that. I think my point stands. I was a little more free with the mockery, thinking it was a fantastical word, like it was invented for like Skyrim or something. But like I said, there was a real Nimrod, so you can have names that just don't turn out all that well. I don't think Nibelung aged well. But maybe in their own language doesn't sound as ridiculous as it does to my ears. I mean, I crap you not, folks. And this is going to sound like profanity. I'm not swearing. I worked for a company called VMASC, Virginia Modeling Analysis and Simulation Center, and we had a lot of graduate students from different countries. And I'm not sure, I might have been India, I think is where the name came from. But I crap you not, the name was spelled P-E-R-C-I, or Y, that part I don't remember, but that was the first name. Last name, D-I-K-S-H-I-T. I don't think there's another way to pronounce it other than dick shit. And like I said, it's not like a ha-ha thing. It was just the fact that you can have a word that is very innocuous and just very normal, perhaps, in one country, and have a completely different sound to the ears in another country. I mean, a lot of times the words just sound weird to us, just because it's foreign. Literally, it's foreign to us. That's one thing. It's another thing. Like that would be like if with Nova, the Nova doesn't sell well didn't sell well as I understand it in Hispanic countries, because that translates to no-go, which is not a good name for a car. Would you like to have the no-go? No, I'll take the please go, thank you. But yeah, in America it means like, it's a Nova is like a star, I think, or some kind of star. What do you call that? Something in space, it has to do with that. But in Spanish, it means no go. Maybe single turn Morokai hit between 5 to 10 HP. Okay, well, that's the Morokai discussion there. Oh, there's much worse smell than fish. Some cities, especially on the coast, can have that horrible sulfurous... Oh, yes! Actually, Baldric, I don't know if you guys have their paper mills. Paper mills smell like sulfur. They are horrible. We had one like somewhere between Williamsburg and Newport News in Virginia. We make that drive, and if you had the window down at the wrong time, and that paper mill was going, yeah. And the most embarrassing thing is, I had a friend like come to visit me, and we were driving through there, and so like he wasn't familiar with it, and I was just used to it. I'm not used to the smell, but I'm used to it happening. And we're going through, he's kind of giving me the sideways look, and I'm like, eventually I'm like, dude, you're right? He's like, are you okay? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know what you ate, man, but I said, no, it's the freaking paper mill, man. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, it smells like sulfur, right? Like, like rotten eggs. Like, yeah, that's smelled that many times before. I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's the paper mill, man. I'm pretty sure I got him to believe me, but you like, PSA number 2, if you live near a paper mill and have somebody visiting with you, make sure you call it before it happens. You're like, look, you're about to. Well, of course, you could do that and just be excusing yourself. I know some people blame their animals. Although we had a dog, was a was it a Boston Terrier? No. Yeah, Boston Terrier. What are the dogs that are kind of like pugs? I think it's a Boston Terrier, and they got the flat nose. Anyway, his name was Johnny Depp. My sister named him. And he would actually, like, you could hear when he farted. You could actually hear it. And he would just play it off like nothing happened. But if you said, no, Johnny Depp was the pug. Amber named him Kojak. The dog name was Kojak. Hey, Tiago got to unite on Telvanni. Huzzah! Nice. See, Io, it's easy. It's incredibly easy.
Yeah, you just got to get good, and he did.
See, he took your advice to heart. All right, I'll join Io here. See what shenanigans he's up to. Let's see. Oh yeah. So bottom line is, people try to blame it on their dogs or their pets sometimes if they flatulate and they're trying to pass it off. No pun intended. But yeah, Kojak literally would do that. But if you said his name like within 5 seconds of it happening, his ears went down, he dropped his head down, and he kind of like slunk out of the room. Like he knew. Like, dude, do that in the other room. Don't do it here and then slink off. Like go in the closet or something and do that nonsense. But yeah, if you can call yourself a friend and say, like, look, in about 5 minutes, you're gonna smell sulfur. It's gonna smell like eggs. It ain't me. It's not the car. It's the mill. I'll point it out to you on the way there. Call your shot in advance so that you don't run the risk of your friend thinking you've got some serious digestive issues.
For the ages.
Nicely done, Io. And you know, we got to see at least 25 seconds of it before you finished off.
Nibelungen are connected to the story of Siegfried. Tolkien used the story of treasure of the Nibelungs, which also consisted of an enchanted ring. Yeah, for his Lord of the Rings, makes sense. Tolkien was well researched, and he loved Germanic and Norse stuff. To cut the story short, the treasure was cursed. Siegfried cursed himself by taking it.
What a fool. From Baldric has shared a wonderful story.
Yeah,
the legend of Nibelung.
Yeah, so was the Nibelung the name of the treasure then? Because I wouldn't take anything called the Nibelung regardless, but...
The Nibelungs. Yeah, I think the Nibelungs are the people.
Who curse their treasure?
Treasure of the Nibelungs. So yeah, they must be the people.
So here's the question: what do you like? That's like booby trapping your own stuff. Like, so you curse your treasure, like
so no one takes it,
right? But then what? But like, and that's what always gets me with like pirate treasure and stuff. Like, nobody ever seems to want to spend their treasure or to access their treasure after they bury it. Like, if you look at the booby traps in like Indiana Jones and stuff, nobody is expecting to have to go in there and get their doggone treasure. Like, they build this elaborate, crazy booby trap thing. And it's like, why don't you just spend the treasure? Why don't you just use the treasure instead of spending a fortune to bury it and make sure nobody else can get it? Like, that just seems stupid. So it's like, why would you curse your own treasure? Because then you can't use it, because then it's cursed. It's like you've just made it. It's like, oh, we've discontinued that currency, sir. I'm sorry. It's cursed. I think they perhaps took the old axiom of money is the root of all evil to a great extent. They're like, well,
I keep a spare blade.
We gotta make it evil. Let's curse it because it's evil. Yep, Sentinel Battle Mace is another one. It looks great in premium. It's got that nice little bit of movement, the nice glow to it. But damn, if I'm spending 1,400 gems on an item, I told myself I wouldn't spend it. Now, Hand Dagoth, that's a good looking premium right there. But I told myself I wouldn't spend it on actions or items because they don't spend any time on the board. Like, as soon as you equip the item, like, now I would love it if you equipped a premium item to a non-premium creature and it made that creature premium, I would 100% go all in on items. But it's hard to justify the cost for a card that once it's out of your hand, you don't see the premiumness anymore. But when you're as rich as IO, you can spend it on whatever you want.
Taste fetch.
Oh no!
It will keep you safe.
Oh no, Tiago, I'm so sorry, dude. Oh, my brain. Okay. Oh no.
Diago exploded.
No, because I said, good game to Tiago, and he said, I don't know if you noticed, but in this game, both United the House's cards were stolen, and in reality, he lost. I told him he couldn't win because I stole his card, but he stole mine. Oh, jeez. Wow. So I just assumed because I saw the banner drop that Tiago got Unite, but it's actually his opponent is the one united by stealing the card. So, wow. So, folks, time code is 225. So if you want to see a very bizarre, I mean, you can rewind the stream if you want to, but if you think about it, which I'm going to do after tonight, maybe tomorrow I'll check it out, go to time code, I'd say 220, and check out Tiago's game, because it sounds like that was the most wild / if you lost, the most obnoxious exchange that ever happened. I know, right, Baldric? I mean, I've got Io riding shotgun. He scouted ahead and got some of the comments down early. And yeah, we don't have, I mean, and I'm not, oh wait, we didn't use something. Yes, well, if they were both right, and poor Tiago exploded. Yeah. So now I'm the chump that congratulated him. The one thing I actively avoid doing is congratulating people if I don't know for sure that they won. And I just assume, what are the odds of two people trying to unite? Bam! Under my voodoo just went under Io the rest of the storm.
Ooh.
I was paying attention that time, so I didn't sound foolish.
You sure about that? Under IO?
Well, I thought you were saying about not sounding foolish. In both cases, the answer is no. I'm not well, folks. I'm not well. My nose isn't stuffy, but I think it all drains upward somehow into my cranial area.
Backed up to the ears?
Yeah. That's why I keep taking the headphones off, because it's like, man, there's gunk in my earbuds, and it's my intelligence. It's just leaking out. So yeah, I suffice to say, unfortunately, this will probably be one of the, which is, it's crazy to say this, but unfortunately, it's going to be one of the shorter streams, probably at about 4 hours. That's kind of the bare minimum at this point. I obviously like to go longer, but I'm not going to survive. So good news is I'll be back in good form next week. We'll have the videos back, and we'll be back to doing normal streaming as well. But,
yeah, and should be good by the 3rd as well.
Say what?
Should be good by the August 3rd as well.
As long as I draw breath.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, what's coming up next Saturday? Yep. Okay.
Yes.
But yeah, I definitely obviously prefer Big Hind 76. Hello.
As long as I draw
Big Hind, do I know you by a different name? Was that?
I said you prefer Big Hind 76. That's how that sentence ended.
Yeah, see, I really need to work on landing the plane and finishing each sentence before I start a new one. It's a bad habit of mine.
Just give me a name.
Okay, what was I saying? I prefer... What do I prefer? It's not Big Hind 76. Okay, I prefer something that apparently isn't important enough for me to remember. But I saw Big Hind 76 as I was trying to complete a thought that clearly had nowhere to go.
Too much distraction.
It is, indeed. Yeah, Big Hind. Do I know you from? Do I know you by a different in-game name? Because I don't think I know. I have a Big Hind on my friends list. And I do apologize. We may have quote unquote met, or we may have spoken already, and you've told me. You can ask a lot of folks. I think I had to ask. Oh, who was it?
1,000 pardons.
Good communication there. Maniac, there it is again. Like I said, I love that name because I look at it and my brain goes, I have no idea how to say that. But then if you just say it, it's phonetic. It's very phonetic. Like, oh crap, what is that word? Maniac? Oh, there we go. I got it. Big fan of Maniac. But yeah, Big Hind. If I do know you by another name, sorry, I'm a little shy on the ladder. Had a few bad run-ins. Okay, no worries, Big Hind. No worries. I don't want to put you on the spot. I thought I just wanted to, I wanted you to know that I didn't have a context for it. So if you're like, hey man, do you remember me from? I'm like, I don't. So, but do not feel.
You've been looking for.
Obligated or anything. That's totally fine.
Wrong place for a midnight stroll.
Feel the power within you.
Although I gotta say though, just as a general rule of thumb, I think, how do I put this? Again, I don't know the context of it, and that's not me prodding for it. But anytime somebody feels bad or awkward about something, and I don't mean feel bad about themselves, but just kind of like, man, like I know I've done that. I've told you guys, you've seen me sometimes. I DM by accident, and I feel like a complete turd muffin, and it's like I want to, make amends or declare the air or whatever, but I just. They're not willing to friend me or whatever, and it's a feel bad moment. That kind of thing, like if I were to have somebody that said, hey man, I kind of BM'd you 2 weeks ago, and I kind of felt like a jerk about it, so my bad. Like, I'm not going to be like, don't talk to me, you're a jerk. Like, the fact that somebody would go out of there without being obligated in one way or another, saying, hey, I apologize for this, or hey, I did this. It doesn't even have to be that you were wrong or bad, but just like, hey, I did this, it didn't feel good afterward. My bad. It's like that right there says so much more about the character than the mistake. Because a mistake, you do something out of impulse, you do something out of an emotion. And I'm not saying you, Big Hind, in particular. Ancient vocab you used to use. Was that?
Try something.
Are you just talking about my general way of speaking that I just happen to use old words, or was I on at some point? You say used to use. Did I use? Was I doing a bit or something where I was using old words, or do I typically use old words in general? Do I use old words?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay,
It's fun.
so maybe it's on the regular. I actually was. I never was a nerd in that regard, where I was like, I was looking for the Swift
This
strike.
might be handy.
But like, I was more voracious about consuming words for a while until I realized the sad truth of the matter. You can have the best vocabulary in the world, but if nobody else knows what the crap you're talking about, it does absolutely no good, because you have to spend your entire time trying to like, you have to say, use this word, emaciated. And they're like, oh boy, that guy's rhetoric is so emaciated. That's typically not how you use it, but if you wanted to indicate that it's not well or not healthy, you might use that. But if somebody doesn't know what the word means, then you have to spend the next 5 minutes telling them what it means, and then why you particularly chose that word in particular to describe this, even though emaciated more or less refers to a physical affliction. But so that's why I'm dumb, folks. That's the bottom line. That's why I'm that was the point of all the reason I stopped learning words. Oh, who's an adorable little death priest? Who's an adorable little death priest? Oh, you know what? They should have made his eyes glow bigger. That'd be really kind of freaky. I mean, I guess it's getting a little bit. He's getting some light from that one hand. That's a problem. Yeah, vicious dude. I'm not vicious dude. Yeah, no, belly G. There it is. That's a good heads up play there. Oh, and Giant's neck. I don't know why it's got a glowing red eye, but it looks cool. Alright. Oh, crap. Oh, wait.
Right.
Yep, nope, that's game. God nabbit.
He's got it. Let me get a bolt, please. Oh no! I knew it was coming. I knew it. Should have kicked that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, man. Jeez. That's rough.
This is why Garnag is useful. He's in there. It's funny. There's a single of him. I don't think I've drawn him except maybe once or twice tonight. Swift Strike though, almost every match.
So wait a minute. Your official advice was to only put one of in your deck if you want to draw all the time, but you don't draw your one ofs all the time.
So the idea is you don't draw your unique cards, but you draw your one of non-unique cards.
I see. That's it. It's getting very, very tapered to your personal experience, I feel. Let's see. But anyway, Big Hind 76. I appreciate the compliment there. And like I said, nothing I said was tailored towards you in any way, shape, or form. But I think that's one of those things. Like I remember one time, and obviously for a lot of folks this won't resonate at all. But I remember one time I was like, you know, I was really worried that I didn't when I was younger. I told my mom, I was like, I'm really worried that I don't know, you know, God well enough. I don't have a good enough relationship or something with him. And she was like, that's the first step of getting to know him, you know, or the first important step. So I'm not trying to make it a religious thing, but it's like, it's sometimes, you know, saying, hey, not necessarily thrilled with my behavior in the past is the best way to move forward from it. It's a lot harder. People become much more insufferable when they do really crappy things and they're like, no, I'm totally fine. You're like, that means you'd be willing to do it again. So if we're gonna hang out, I got to be prepared for you to treat me this way again, which isn't cool. Like that was one of the things that I had with where I started hitting a wall with. I've mentioned it before. One of the young ladies that I had pursued, where like I actually had a chance to clear the air. I apologize for what I did, but I also said, hey, what you did, or this made me feel this way. You know, you always want to put it on you and say, this is what this made me feel like. You did this. And she was like, okay, didn't care. And I'm like, you treated me like crap. I didn't literally say it like that. I tried to make it a little nicer, but you treated me like crap. And you're saying whatever. So that's when I was like, okay, whether I'm right or not, as the way I see her behavior as being very hurtful and disrespectful, whether it is or not, that's how I see it. So we're not going to have a simpatico relationship if her behavior is considered okay by her and not by me. Again, it doesn't make me right. I could be overly sensitive, but if I'm trying to vouch whether or not the relationship has legs, it's not going to work if we can't agree on what is poor behavior and what is not. I think I went in a big circle, but there's a spider on the board.
Here you've been looking for me.
Yeah. You gotta live your life being the best person you can be.
Yes.
People don't have the social awareness to be empathetic towards others and live with all the time.
Yep.
That's how it is. Like people who play Alduin, Parthenax, Midnight Burial, Reanimate loops.
I'll scout ahead.
Well, to be fair, you are playing against Telvanni Homie here. I mean, his identity is Telvanni. I think you're a great guy. Just continue to do yourself. Well, oh, wow. Thank you, Big Hind. Thank you very much. I genuinely appreciate that. I mean, obviously it's always nice to get a compliment, but it means a lot. Especially as much as I talk and as much stupid stuff that I've done. I mean, not stupid like dumb necessarily, but just losing, the way I lose, the way I react to being losing. Like, I feel like most of my laundry is out there in a manner of speaking. And so when you've been, it's not even that I'm being transparent. I'm just not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to stave it off. So if somebody's like, hey, you're a cool dude, it's like, wow, you've seen me at just about my dumbest and worst. I mean, I curb myself a little bit. I do. And there have been a couple times where I've, like if you see a cut in the videos sometimes it's like I let myself get a little bitter much, and at the end, I kind of throw a jab at the guy. Not because he won. It's usually if there's a BM or whatever else, but I'm like, that just sounded really just childish. And so I have a few of them. I try to leave most of them in there because it is what it is. I'm not trying to come across as better than I am, but there are a few times where that's just not helping anything at all.
I stand ready.
Also, in what universe is Syl in any, like, it baffles the mind. I'm going to protect my shins and my arms. Not saying that that's a bad thing, because, especially in like a sword fight or in a soccer match, football match, you want to have the shin protected. But my entire abdomen from the lower chest to my navel, that whole vital area is going to just be nothing. And I'm going to wear a skirt that looks like it's made out of hula hoo girl grass stuff. Just not sure she's got the right priorities in mind.
It's all about distraction, don't you know? And if she has a ridiculous warhammer, she has to have other distractions.
That's very true. That's true. And with her midriff exposed, you could consider that a form of naval warfare.
Don't worry, I'm laughing over here.
Oh, I know. No, I know. Your silence tells me all I need to know about your sense of humor. Philistine. I need to get the clip of Biff. I'm trying to remember what is he doing? It's a Back to the Future movie where, I think he does it multiple times, but I think he does it when, no, is it when Marty jumps off the building? No. Anyway, where Biff just, it's part 3 where he shoots Marty, and he's just kind of, he's like just looking around at me like, am I the greatest? Am I the greatest thing? I think that's I know it's from that movie. I just can't remember if that's the scene or not, because it seems a little dark. I think he shoots him, and no, he does. Yeah, he shoots him. Marty just drops, and he's like, oh. And it's like kind of like a, hey, everybody, look at how awesome I am, and then he gets his butt kicked, of course, but I'm not sure why I brought that up. Why did I bring that up again? Seriously, I have the short-term memory of a titmouse right now, which, by the way, is not a mouse. It's a bird. It took a long time before I realized that.
Yeah, some things aren't named what you think they are. I can't think of any other examples other than like a seahorse.
Oh, the short term? Oh, you mean a misnomer?
Like a misnomer.
Yeah.
Seahorse. I can't think of a better example of it.
Doesn't even have legs.
Like I get it. B is in there. C is in the name.
Right.
But it looks nothing. Maybe it does look a little bit like a horse. Let's take a look. Horse.
The top of it does. It's like, obviously it doesn't have the body of the legs, but.
Let's see, why the long face? Yeah, I can't think of any other examples, and it's a terrible example. So we'll just move on.
Well, I mean, a zebra.
Ugnip's here.
It doesn't look like a Z or a bra. That's the cold talking, folks. I'm not responsible for this.
Hardly
You sure? Your words.
It's the lack of medication.
Did he just play? Oh, harmony.
I'm more powerful than you can imagine.
Attack!
Ugnip's in chat. Ugnip better start playing because we need more folks.
Yeah, for real.
By our service, we honor kind.
Well, it's interesting to see Ugnip. Hello, by the way, Ugnip. I can't believe it. I was actually here when you were here, and I still missed. I saw the message, like you came to my mind, but then I got a Big Heinz comment there. So, good evening, Ugnip. And yeah, it's crazy. Usually, you're one of the earlier ones. You're in the first. You're in the first rotation of the stream usually. So it's good to see you here a little bit later in the evening. Yeah, get on in there, son. Get on in there. We need backup. I don't think right now there's not a ton of people playing. It's so crazy. I mean, I guess nobody's on a Tesla schedule, but I mean, even A-Roz, well, because he works in the restaurant industry, so maybe he's always working on Fridays, usually. Yeah, I've been busy. Good busy, Ugnip, or crazy busy? Like there's being busy where like Beowulf you know, he was last Friday. He had something awesome that he was engaged in, and it had his rapt attention, and it was like awesome. Like that's the good kind of busy. Then you get the busy where it's just like, it's a poo storm here. Like I'm just trying to stay alive, kind of thing. Let's see here. It's like Io is going to be the class.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
Quora, the usurper.
Three, I will spill your blood.
And there's that edict everybody's talking about.
This might be handy.
Honestly, it's pretty interesting artwork. Like, I don't think we'd never see a dragon getting like eviscerated. Yeah, I used the word again. Did I say eviscerated? No, I didn't say eviscerated.
Never
I said
give
that.
ground.
Not emasculated. What did I say? Whatever. Anyway, getting eviscerated by just this really wicked-looking beam of energy. It looks pretty awesome. His legs are doing a weird thing. It's like it looks like he's kind of splayed out like a cat. Like his bottom leg is like, my legs. But every other way, that card looks freaking amazing.
Well, I guess when you get hit down the middle of your body with a gigantic beam of energy, your legs will probably do funny things.
Feel the power
Not my legs,
within you.
Io. Not my legs. I
They would do
believe.
normal things.
Yeah, I believe first and foremost, it's important to retain aesthetically pleasing responses to violence, and so yeah, I would keep my legs together. I'd strike a pose, maybe the Great Thinker or something along those lines, and then I would expire.
Try something. You won't leave.
Razzmadazz. You've got Immolating Blast.
Not for much longer.
False Incarnate. Now, so is that... Because there was a deck, who was it? Todd Bringer's deck had a False Incarnate in there as well. That's a card you don't see get played much. Is that a recent addition, or... Oh, he is really... I didn't notice that before. You talk about man spreading, which I don't necessarily think in general is a real thing, but that's a pretty good indicator. That is aggressive man spreading right there. Good gravy. I never saw that before. Like, he is like... What is he doing? Like, that's not even comfortable to sit like that. Is there something about Dark Elves that we need to know to have some better context for this card? Like, why is he sitting with his legs almost like he's doing the splits while sitting down?
Rimmon is only the first step on my path to greatness.
The show of
Yeah. I don't think that means what he thinks it means. And the fact that he's got this giant... You know, I'm thinking this is intentional. And he's got this giant staff very purposely perched right there. I think somebody was doing a little something untoward when they made this card. That's all I'm saying.
I will not be on the wrong side of history.
Oh, you can take her ability, can't you?
Yep.
Nice.
Don't get it back.
Come on. Well, we're driving through serious rainy weather. My windshield wiper suddenly stopped working, and it was dark. Oh, jeez, Ugnip, that sounds horrible. Now, let's see. Oh, they stopped working. So, like, the arms actually stopped working. It wasn't that your blades were like... A lot of times my blades, they get worn out, and somehow they get worn out when I don't realize it. So I turn them on, and they like get like 10% of the water off. Sounds like yours actually mechanically stopped working, and that's freaking. And so, okay, so the bad kind of busy. The life is kind of in jeopardy, and my car is majorly letting me down, kind of danger or busy. So I'm glad you made it through. And I'm glad you had the patience and the wherewithal to stop every so often. It's hard to do that, especially if it's raining, like to slow down, and like the urge is just to get home as quick as possible. And it certainly isn't to stop and like rub the water off. So good for you for having the kind of, yeah, not the blades exactly, although, oh, the motor. Okay. Gotcha. The end result being the same though. They stopped working on it. I hope they didn't lock up in mid swipe, so like you had them just sitting on your windshield. I don't know if that's a safety feature or not. I feel like they retract unless you turn them off prematurely. I think all blades normally just, are in the down position, but I mean, if the motor died in the middle of the motion, I guess they could have got stuck on the actual, which would just make life a big old pain in the butt. Now you've got, oh, Guardians. Oh, Guardian of the Aelid persuasion. You have no friends. People use you, but they don't like you. Stoners.
There we go.
What was that? Swift Strike? When did you Swift Strike? I mean, you never draw that card. How have you drawn that every single game? I don't understand.
Like I said, skill.
That's right. I forgot. We got to get good, folks. We got to get good. All right, Ugnip is battling in an event. So after braving some really crappy weather, suffering through dysfunctional windshield wiper motors that fortunately had his blades working, or returned his blades to the down position before it crapped out, Ugnip hopefully is going to find better fortune on the ladder here today. As you say, that can't attack face, right?
No.
Yeah, that's an interesting inclusion. I mean, it's working out for him, I guess, but...
Well, not really. Doesn't even deal... Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe he's saving it to deal with the Atronach.
Not today,
Waste.
Zerg. There's a reason why that card does not get played. I mean, kudos to Jax for trying it, but I think I remember playing it one time with it. This card is worthless.
Because it can only attack creatures.
Yeah.
No creatures, useless. And it's like, it's an epic. It's a 4-cost 3-4.
Yeah.
Unless you silence it.
Ooh, but it's not really
Maybe
in
in
silence
itself
mode.
silence it. No.
Oh, corpus disease actually buff it up 2 damage, and that actually could be a little bit of a sneak attack. But I mean, as we saw with Ugnip, like people are going to remove it regardless. They're not going to wait for you to do something snazzy with a card. Just be like goodbye.
Yeah, last game I was weighing the options. Is he going to play Immolating Blast, or is he going to play Cradle Crash?
Hmm.
Tricky.
Yeah, I know it would be obviously a completely different game. Probably wouldn't even work, but I gotta believe there's some kind of hybrid where you can not necessarily know how. I was trying to tag on what you were saying, like pointing out that even when you know your opponent has certain cards, it's still not a given which one they're going to play, like what their strategy is, what they're trying to do. So exactly the Brugnip, bam, well done, sir. But like if there's some kind
all
of
your Magicka?
Huh?
I was gonna say all your Magicka to get exact lethal. No better feeling.
Yep.
Anyways, continue.
No, but like it's like a lot of the parity that you have in the game, or the things that make it work, are the fact that you can't just pick whatever cards you want, and neither can your opponent. But I think if you and your opponent were both able to pick cards, it wouldn't be the same game, but it would be a different. There would be like a different. The strategy would be of a different kind, because like chess, it works just fine where you have pieces, you know what they do, your opponent knows what they do, and you can move them whenever you want. So I think I would be interested to see a game, a Tesla game, or something similar, where you had maybe a 50 card deck, but you could, as long as you get to the card in time, you could pick whatever card you wanted for your first turn, and your opponent can too, and maybe you even know what your opponent cards have. I don't know, but like, I don't know. I just think there's because of situations like that, or like the 5/3 guard that you can pick a card to destroy, where it's like, okay, you know the card is there, you know what its effect is, but you don't know which card they're thinking you're thinking about. And I don't know. I'd like to find a way where you can mitigate the RNG as much as possible and still have a fair and competitive an interesting game. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it would break the game to play it that way, but
Well, it's funny you should say all that, because from my game, in the mulligan stage, you pick the 2 cards randomly, like normal, and then you get to choose what card you put in your hand.
Oh,
for the 3rd one, and then it's random from then on.
I'll take them with me.
Nice. So again, so if you're trying to go mid range, you say, okay, I definitely want my hand to Dagoth on turn 5, or you say I definitely need to get a head start and have a 1 cost right off the jump.
It's mostly the latter. Because say you draw your mulligan hand, and it's like, oh, I've got a very high cost hand. You can draw a cheaper card.
Right.
So you're not stuck with bricks like I'll doing.
Clever. This is the secret to success.
Yeah. Nice. Well, I applaud you then. You somehow you managed to apply my suggestion without even knowing that I suggested it until after you applied it. So kudos to you for having the forward thinking to know that I was going to suggest that you do that. That's quite impressive.
I got that foresight. In the past?
Right, exactly.
Hindsight?
Only by looking into the past can we see the future. That's another saying that I just don't think works. It sounds really good, and it feels good to say, I guess, but they're like, if you don't know your past, you have no future, or you can't really know your future, or have a future if you don't know your past. Like, there are orphans who rock the world. There are people who have no clue where they come from. They don't care. Like, okay, X ancestor did this 700 years ago. Can't see it from my house. Like, some people, their ancestors or their grandparents or whatever were crappy people, and knowing that doesn't help you be a better person or do anything better. You just
take them with me.
Or if they were good people. Either way, I think it's nice to know your history. It may inform some other decisions. You may learn from mistakes of other people in your family. You may have an idea of, well, certainly like medical history, or you may know, hey, there's a propensity in our family to do X, Y, and Z on your mother's side or something. But on the whole, the idea that you have to like burrow into your past in order to be effective, it's puzzled me. I'm trying to work out what the logic is of that statement. It's always said in a broad sense. I've never heard anybody say, this is a direct application of why it's so important to know your past and how not knowing your past can make you completely impotent in the future. Impotent may have been a poor choice of words there, because there could actually be some measure of incontinence or something like that based on family history, as I said before. For the most part, I would say. I think it's not. Baldric, the sound of Stilt Strider brings me back to when I was playing Morrowind, the misty atmosphere and that calm music, and you hear the call in the distance. I love that. They did mimic real whale calls. Oh, that's why I find them so enchanting. Interesting. I did not know that, but that yeah, I could from the little bit that I can recall that I've heard of whale sounds. I can see that being the inspiration for sure. Wish they'd have gotten into Morrowind, but it was too dated for my taste. Yeah. Exactly, Io. Yep, and Big Hein.
We must protect our
I've watched other people play. I think Vincenzo even mentioned like he was playing it, or he was saying, oh, you should definitely check it out. And there's just some games that are just too ugly. They are the doucheniks of the video game world. They're the Theranas, where you're just like, you're too ugly to play with.
We must remain
We must protect the Night Mother.
We must protect the Night Mother. But yeah, and that's one of them. I mean, that's what kills me about a lot of folks that are, like I said, about 10 years younger. I grew up on Nintendo and Super Nintendo. Those were my formative years, my first 14 years. Well, Nintendo wasn't around when I was born, but like the first 8 years of gaming that I was around for was Nintendo, Super Nintendo, sprite work. And sprites can only look so bad. Once you got to Super Nintendo, sprites started looking pretty good. They aged pretty well. Nintendo is really rough. Atari is horrible. They're just boxes. Nintendo, though, maybe there's a little bit of nostalgia glasses on my part, but I think some of them obviously hold up better than others. Super Nintendo is when I feel like sprites just kind of got into their own. They had better color palettes and everything, much more detailed. And then you got the N64. I didn't grow up on that. That was my senior year of high school. 64 came out. But so many people loved it, but there are so many ugly freaking games. Like even GoldenEye. I mean, I remember playing GoldenEye, and at the time I was like, cool, Mario 64. There were games that looked mind-blowing when they came out, but I never really played them enough. Exact Lethal for IO. Was that a Swift Strike? It wasn't, was it?
No, it was one off, and then I got it.
Nice.
With the scimitar.
Ah, the scimitar. How many of those do you run?
2.
Ah. Dual wield, eh?
Like the
There
greats.
is murder in the air.
This one is very resourceful.
Yeah, for a moment there was like, oh no, it was actually, well, that was one off because they attacked with the Garnag and
Meet your doom.
cultist. But then it was like, oh right, that's because I was quickly looking at the stream, realized it was slightly delayed again.
That'll
That
get
was
you.
fought well.
That'll get you.
I'll get you.
Well played.
Hey.
You have my thanks.
Okay. Is it? It's the Thedia Spectrum? What's
The
up?
idea spectrum.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for joining in. Sometimes the chat is hopping, sometimes a little more sedate. You're welcome to mix it up or just kind of chill. But welcome, good to see you here. Happy to have you. But as we just saw from Poofyest, 3 Brotherhood Assassins before turn 6. I'm going...
Always feels bad.
Yep.
And then my favorite thing is the opponent plays more cards when they have lethal.
Yeah. I mean, I try to remind every time that happens. I try to remind myself that some people have said that they don't mind it or they think it's okay or whatever, and I'm like, okay, so not everybody's thinking they're being a jerk, but especially on a loss, man. I just don't want to hang around any longer. I
Just bad etiquette.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, so that's Todd. That's Mr. Bringer, I believe. Unless I'm jumping to conclusions. It's a mat that you jump to conclusions on. Anybody got that reference? Heyo. I didn't get the line right, I don't think. It's like, it's a mat with conclusions that you can jump to. That's what it is. That's the line. All right, so let's see here. Raxon in a versus mode. Yeah, I believe that's you, Todd. If not, that's okay. You're still welcome. If you're not who I think you are, then you must be gone. Wow. Okay, so we just queued into Raxon's game. He's got a Swift Strike in his hand. It's the alternate art. So apparently, here's a PSA, folks, and you can bank on this. If you have the alternate art of Swift Strike, which you see on the screen here, you can guarantee that being in your hand. We've established this. IO has had it almost every game. Raxon, 6 turns in, already has it in his hand. So, I mean, if you're like me and you don't have it, then you're screwed. You know, because I haven't seen. I don't think this card has been available. This alt art has been available since I came back to the game. So
now the big question is, how many copies is he running? 1?
Oh, well, certainly by the rule of IO, he's only running 1. That's why he has it in his hand. Silly.
Oh, look, there it is again. Just drew it again in my game.
See? There you go. No conspiracy here, folks. Just the truth.
Yeah, we gotta find out if he's running 1 copy, then that confirms or affirms.
Let's see.
There you go.
You know what? I'll wait till... Because it was like, as I'm doing this, I'm like, I just the last game stated the rule that I won't ask in the middle of the game so I don't disturb our friends playing. When Raxon is done with this game, I will either congratulate or commiserate, and then I will ask him how many copies of Swiss Strike he's on. I mean, I think the empirical evidence is here, folks. We only saw one Swiss Strike, therefore that is all he's running. I think that's a logical and rational conclusion to come to based on the circumstances. So I don't get. I did, as much as I love like old school Tessel and the commentators and everything. Sometimes, not a lot of the time, but sometimes they would make comments like that where they're like, you know, well, he's only running one. Like, and it wasn't like the tournament where they have the list. It would be more just in the commentary, and it's like, they're like, he should run whatever in his deck, and it's just like the presumption is that because you didn't see it, they don't run it. But we've all been there where it's like, I've got 3 Doomcraigs, and they're all in the freaking bottom of my deck. They never showed up, and we got 55 cards in on a 75 card deck, and all 3 copies never showed up. So the assumption that something isn't there just because it isn't seen in 10 turns or 12 turns is a very peculiar fallacy. Like, why would you automatically assume the card isn't there just because it doesn't show up in a certain amount of turns? But I mean, it's never.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Hmm?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of foolish.
Yeah.
Foolish thinking. You could just say he's got Swiss Strike in his hand rather than saying afterwards, oh, he must only run one copy because there's only one copy in his hand.
Right.
Say run one copy 10 times fast. My goodness.
Run one copy, run one copy, run one copy, run one copy, run one copy. It's starting to get there. I love it when you can do that, when you can say a word or a few words so fast that they start to sound weird to you. I think cup is like that. Cup. Yeah. It sounds like I'm making just like a clicking noise. Like it doesn't even sound like a word. Cup. Well, if you put the P, if you don't emphasize the P, it sounds stupid. It's like cup. Okay, that sounded like another word altogether. We're not going to go there. Tuscados, hey, do you want to see the Todd Battle Mage? And I think I'm going to get a backhanded compliment here. I'm kidding, of course. You want to see the Todd Battle Mage and actually how you play it? Todd running it right now.
Death means something.
I will.
We see you waking and sleeping.
I'll watch Todd now.
Check it out after you last couple turns. So there we go. So we will get, hopefully we'll see Raxon finish this out, which with his shadow shift, swift. Okay, so he runs at least 2 copies.
By the Lord, Mother and Wizard, I see their strategy.
Here we go.
So, I don't know what that says about
me.
Still has lethal.
Be rid of me that easily.
And he still got it. Nicely done. Never mind. Oh my gosh, Raxon has my kind of luck. You take it. You take a deep breath. He still has it though with Swift Strike. So Swift Strike is gonna get it done. Raxon might be sending me a message or sending somebody a message. Usually he's a little quicker on the turn. But maybe he's just thinking about it. Yeah, Tusk, I was going to say, my friend, I was like, I don't know if it's the keyboard, the late hour, depending on where you're at, but definitely getting a lot more consonants than I was used to.
Smile on Khajiit.
Oh, so he got it. He got the... Well, Lightning Bolt doesn't do it. Very lucky there. I'd say the fate's definitely smiled on Khajiit.
It's definitely nice when you're at a bolt range.
Yeah, you and the card that you're trying to attack with. I mean, that could have been a big swing right there, if it didn't work out. Let me see where. action. As you watched. Oh my gosh. Oh, there he is. All right, so we were tipped off by one of our friends in the know that Todd Bringer is playing the deck that I played on my last video miserably. He is going to be yep, this is the deck right here. So we're going to see. Okay, that's a pretty good start right there. We got Ugnipped, but otherwise, good showing there. That's more wins than we got in all of our games. So I think I'll mention that to him as a joke. Let's see. Already more wins. And Tusk, what did he say? Or I Kadabaho in private matches can show you. Always, I will say you Doran control mage ravaged. The deck isn't been close.
I don't know what's going on.
So I'm reading Tusk Shadows sent me messages, and I could tell by glancing at them that he was having some typos, but literally what I said is me pretty much saying how it's spelled. You'll see it on the screen.
Oh, there it is. I will say you Doran control. I don't know, man.
I mean, I think I get what he's saying, but it's just I don't know if he's
affectionately me saying too much to drink.
Right. All right, so yeah, so here we go, folks. And so for those of you who haven't seen, hey, check out the channel. But the last time, I think it was my last game that I played. Because I said, foolishly, I said I was going, no. I did a recorded game. Before that, the last game that I played, the one that sent me into retirement, was with this deck that Todd let me borrow. Or he put up in the Discord, and I yoinked it because I was looking for a deck to play with at the time. And I think it got him from it jumped him like 4 ranks or something like that. So very effective deck, very good. I think it was well put together, but I just played it like horrible. I tried to play it like a mid-range deck, which you play an aggro deck like mid-range, you're not going to do so hot. But then even the few times that I tried to play it aggro, I still kind of got the raw end. So, but I knew that I was not giving the deck a fair shake. It was not indicative of the deck's skills. Todd did mention though that up against Drain and Invade, the deck can kind of have a hard time because it doesn't really have. I don't think there's anything inherently that deals with a gate. Like some decks, you run the what's that one card that swaps out your power for your health?
Hatchery Meddler.
Yes. Some decks, Intelligence runs one, maybe 2 copy of that just for invade counter, but I don't think this deck has any inherent ways to deal with he said thus far should be a Todd win. Yeah, but we're on turn 7. I mean, granted, this is a spell sword invade, if it is in fact invade. Either troublemaker.
Invade, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he could just spit out a bunch of invade right now. Okay, no, I don't think this is an invade deck. I'm trying to think, where did that invade come from?
It could have been some of the only removal he had. Maybe he's a newer player. Because he played the Event Begins or whatever the heck it's called.
Yeah, yep. The Crisis Begins, or maybe?
The Crisis Begins, yeah.
The Event Begins. Is it a concert?
More specific event.
D&D session? What is the event?
You cannot hope to outrun this.
Oh, he's got his hands on that bastard. I learned to hate him very early on in the game. I kept dusting. I got him like 3 different times randomly. From here, 50-50. Yeah, Tusk, I agree. But it isn't invade, so I think he's in better shape than if it was.
I smell fresh meat.
Oh, that's my arbit. Sorry. Sorry. Wow, the music went quiet.
The end of life is not the end of
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this might be. He just started out and he's kind of putting it together. You don't really see Grayson ever, honestly.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Either that or it's a quest or something. Yeah, man. GG. So, doubled our wins from when I played it. So good to see. Never a doubt, but that's I wanted people to be able to see what the deck could do, and it's for India. I mean, a lot of times I'll play somebody's deck and I do all right with it, 50, 60, 70% win rate somewhere in there, and I feel okay. I'm like, I think that, it shows okay, but the way I played it looked not great. That's what I'm talking about. I have to look at that at some point. Oh, yeah, that's the refrigerator. And see, like, just how far away I am from having an entire... I should have all the cards at this point, but I'm not sure that I do. Other than, like, Witch's Ascension that I know I don't have because I got rid of it and I don't necessarily particularly need to get it. I mean, it's 400 gems, folks. You can't hold on to that if you're broke like I am. You gotta channel that worthless card into something useful.
I tried to make a deck work with that card. Nothing doing.
No.
It's just way too slow. And only one at a time. One card at a time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just terrible.
Yeah, and if you don't find it early enough, then you get screwed because it's like you want to play all your big bodies. Well, when you have enough magic to play them, all you're doing is limiting your ability to play other stuff too. It's just not great.
Yeah, the only thing it's good for is getting Alduin out on turn. I guess with ramp, you can get him out early, like turn 6.
But that's like Alduin is great, but he's. I mean, what makes him obnoxious is the loop. Like you bring him back and bring him back, but like Alduin, I mean, he's a single target removal. Like he's not. They're like you can do all that work to get him on the board. You're like boo da boo stay, and then he's like, okay, goodbye. He gets edicted right through his gut with his legs sprawled out all weird.
He does. It's always the leg sprawls.
It just a complete lack of dignity. Tusk, that's not a great. So he's saying, would you like to see the Todd BM? It barely works in one.
They're bleeding. Don't let up.
It's got
I'm gonna get them first.
212. Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's nothing, sir.
Okay, so Tusk was saying, sure.
I'll let nothing get by.
Sure, I could take a gander. Sure. I can take gander after this game. And I will say that, like, I'm not sure, because a lot of folks will be like, if you're rank 12, rank 11, the games are easy. There's a lot of, I think they're called Smurfs. I'm pretty sure I'm using that word correctly. Like people who should be at Legendary, they've got like the top 10, top 100 card back. They've got a premium collection, but they're sitting down there at rank 9 and 12. I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose. They may have just stepped away from the game. They're trying to work back up. But there's not necessarily, just because they're ranked 9 or 10 doesn't mean they're not good players. They don't have good decks. And I haven't found, the only one I remember distinctly having a hard time with was the Steed. But only the last time that I made a push for Legend. Every other time, or the first time that I made a push for Legend. Every other time after that, you know, you go through the Steed. Pass through the seed like prune juice, if you will. But, yeah. Yeah, there was nothing pleasant about that comment, that's for sure. I derailed my thought such that it was.
Happens all the time to me. Train of thought, cruising nicely on the tracks, derails.
Do you not fear me, Walter? You should.
Which sucks, because you'd think that would be me weeding out
Determined to be an enemy.
the dumbest thoughts I have, but the fact is a lot of dumb thoughts still make the final cut. Ooh, so Poof is looking pretty good here. I mean, he's got a lot of big bodies coming down, and he's got that very greedy but card that I love to play. Oh, he can put a crossbow.
World Leaders Irie.
Huh?
World Leaders Irie.
Yeah.
They're coming to get me.
We're seeing. I've seen a lot more of it in the past. I would say 3 weeks. I've probably seen it about 6 or 7 times. Usually it's never there, but I've seen a lot more people play it these days.
Victory is yours.
Yeah, I used to run a deck with it. I used to run Conjuration Tutor and Lava Atronox.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Because they would summon 2 of those, and then they would have their double or triple their health.
Yeah.
And then you'd run Aspect of Hercene in there too. Sometimes with 2 Iries in play, and you do 24 damage. It's nuts. Haven't played it in a while though. Used to be my winningest deck.
Really?
Different meta back then. No invade, no goblins as much. Let's see, what else wasn't there? No Yagram's Workshop.
Yeah.
Better times.
What the old folks would say, simpler times. Those were simpler times. Now, kids of today have to put up with all kinds of travesties, the likes of which we never even dreamed of in our day. All right, we got IO. Let me see. Are you going to battle Todd or hit the ladder? Just trying to get my ducks in a row, as it were. I hate jumping into a game and then someone like, hey, I'm going to do this. It's like, oh, now I got to exit the game, which is so hard to do. Well, I hear nothing. The Dragon Invader. Let's take a look there. We don't get to see the Dragon Invader very often. Let's see what.
I will push
I see no dragons. All right, so he's still playing. When we first spectated him, he was playing big weapons. That's what I call it, or big items. So I think that's what we're looking at here. Obviously, we see the Dwarven armaments. And we see the
rebuild Skyrim.
Orcs have it rough. Imagine if that's what waiting for right there. Golly day. Could be why they're so ornery.
That's their protest posters. Orcs have it rough.
That's their what poster?
What have we here?
Protest.
Oh, bro.
Against oppression.
Very true.
Let them die with their false kings.
This
Okay, you're wearing a quilt for a skirt, you silly person with your goofy bear head. It's unfortunate that it actually looks silly, because you think, like, if a guy walked in with a freaking bear pelt with the freaking claws and head still on it, that would look pretty wicked, and you should give that person respect. But for some reason, aesthetically, it looks silly to me. It's like, why are you stacking some other creature's head on top of yours? It's like a disguise that really doesn't quite fit. So,
Go ahead. I was gonna say, in any context, Or if everyone was wearing one, it would be fine. But if they wore it now, it would be silly.
No. Even like, so let's just go back to Skyrim. If I were to see Ulfric's housecarl, I should be intimidated as heck because the guy's wearing a freaking bear pelt. So clearly, or the assumption is he killed a freaking bear. But it looks so ridiculous to my eyes now, aesthetically, that I would actually laugh, which would probably get my head chopped off by the not ridiculous looking axe that he's carrying.
See, so there's still the lens of modern day, where if you were looking through the lens of back then, say you were in Skyrim, it would be completely normal.
Well, okay. Well,
you would do it yourself. You would go find a bear, you would stroke its chin, pat it on the head, and then, you know,
and then,
wear them around.
And then I wonder, I mean, because, you know, like there's a good number of firearms that can't take out a freaking bear. So it baffles me, like, what they used to do to kill one of those things back in the day. Like, you've got to have a bow and arrow is probably not going to do it. If a gun doesn't do it, a bow and arrow is not going to do it. Unless you just shoot it like 3,000 times, maybe.
Yeah, that's why you got to use a spear and get right up there.
Right. Yeah, or
Okay,
get right up to,
terrible.
yeah. I'm pretty sure the words "get right up" on there regarding a bear is not the way to go about it. Or not, it's not that it's the right way to go about it. It's something I would not do. I was like, if I have to get within 300 yards of a bear, it's not a good plan. I need to be able to snipe that thing away with a 50 caliber or something. All right, so we've got Todd up against Tusk. And this is Halalu versus Scout. Interesting. Okay. But no, what I was going to say is, like, there are some things like there's a lot of stuff in Skyrim, a lot of the helmets and the gear that looks really freaking cool. So even though I'm not from that time, I can look at it and go, that aesthetically looks pretty badass. I think my contention is, I think that even if it was more normal, I still think the animal head with the paws on somebody's head still looks kind of aesthetically silly. Like, it may be normal, but I would like skinny jeans. Skinny jeans are normal. I still think they're the most ridiculous looking things I've ever seen. That's my only thought about it. Like, but again, somebody wearing a bear skin should be somebody that you give wide berth to. But I would probably be laughing. Oh no! I think maybe to your point, I wouldn't laugh because it wouldn't be ridiculous. I would just go, yeah, there's better wardrobe options out there. It's important, folks, to work all this kind of stuff out now, so that if you do end up going back in time to a fictional world, you are prepared with how you're going to behave and approach some difficult situations.
Oh my. Unpack that sentence. Go back in time to a fictional world.
Well, it got more ridiculous because I remembered I'm talking about. Although I think, historically, people did wear like animal pelts, like full-on animal. But I mean, so here's the crappy thing: if it's just a bear pelt, where it's just like the kind of the bear skin without the little paws and without the head, like the guy wears in Braveheart, Robert the Bruce. I think he wears like this big kind of like bear cloak kind of thing. It looks freaking cool. He looks like a badass. But when you put the head and the paws on it, it looks silly. It's like a teddy bear.
Maybe you gotta try it. Try wearing a bear pelt for a day.
You know, I totally would, but you know, being here in Texas, I think I would I'd hyperventilate within about 4 minutes trying to wear that thing anywhere. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. It's not because I can't get access to a bear pelt or anything like that. It's more about the temperature.
I got you.
Yeah. It's always important when being cowardly to have a very formidable explanation of why. All right, finally got some water in me. That's the only bummer when you're laying down. Like, you can get the rest, but if you don't remember to hydrate, you're missing a lot of the healing process. And I think that was part of my problem.
Yeah, water is key.
Yeah.
And will pay the blood price.
So, Todd looking not too bad with a snake tooth in his pocket. That get him up to 17. Tusk is keeping the pressure on. And what is he?
The end of life is
He's got
not
a
the end of
lot of stuff
usefulness.
that can close this game out pretty quick. Todd's got his work cut out for him.
We'll hold no matter what.
What have we here?
Hmm.
I smell fresh meat.
So I just gotta ask, anybody out there have a Zippo lighter? And if you do, does it stop working if you don't use it on the regular? Like, I bought a Zippo lighter. It's actually got Houston, Texas in it. And I filled it up,
I bark and burn. This is
They will
and
serve me on
after
death.
like a few days, I mean, I don't use it all that much. I just use it to light my candle here. After a few days, it just stops working. But if I put more lighter fluid in it, it goes in. So does the lighter fluid evaporate? Does it go somewhere that I don't know? Or do I have a defective lighter? That's my question. That's what keeps me up at
Yeah,
night.
sure. I just know we used to sell them at the place I used to work.
Oh, really?
we must.
And then we didn't sell them anymore because no one bought them.
See, now that could be indicative
I'm ready for anything.
that it's not working. But
By the
Beowulf
egg,
has
a
several
fine
Zippos. Okay,
battle.
Beowulf.
A
Is that the
crash
thing?
for
Like, do you need to
ages.
use them on the regular, or they kind of dry out? Or is mine busted? Am I supposed to be putting? I mean, I put the fluid. Like, you open up the bottom, there's a little spongy thing. You kind of open it up and you pour it. It looks like you're pouring it into like a cotton swab or something. Is that where it's supposed to go? It's supposed to just saturate that area? I got the gas inlays for it. Okay, that sounds very complicated. But, there we go. So Tusk, close it out with a very, what I would consider, unconventional scout list. Or off the beaten path scout list. Wow. Just trying to think of what to say. Let's see. They will dry out eventually, but should be last for a few days depending on usage. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, wait, wow. I was going to type in chat. I could say, okay, so Beowulf. All right, so yeah, so a week may be a bit long if I'm not using it regularly. It sounds like it says can last for days, and that's what I just assumed was like, hey, I'm going to use it like once every 2 or 3 days, maybe. Oh, but then I've been sick I haven't used it for a week, so maybe that's it. But yeah, I mean, it still strikes, it's still whatever. But yeah, there's clearly no fluids in there. And I don't know, water just doesn't burn as well as I thought it would. Like, every time I put water in here, it seems to really struggle to light. I'm not sure why, because it's the same. It's clear fluid. I don't know if it needs to be a certain kind of fluid, but it looks just like the lighter fluid. It's just a little bit different. I don't know. It's weird. We'll run it again. It's gasp-based scout. Okay. Trying to make drain aggro great. Whoa. A worthy and formidable challenge, to be sure. See there, I can speak French too. Challenge. I'm sure that's a it's French because I said it differently than
This
you.
reminder we mean business.
I will not waste
Hero says,
words
I
on
just
one
like
so
the normal
ugly.
light inlays because the lighter inlays because they don't smell. Check out the different inlays they offer. Beowulf, are you you're talking about what goes inside of the case? The actual like I guess functional part of the lighter? Is that the inlay? But that is true. Yeah. It definitely gives you that
I do
lighter
love
fluid
a good fight.
odor, fragrance. That's why words are important, folks. Odor, fragrance. One has a negative connotation. One has a positive connotation. It's important to know when to use them.
I'll finish the job.
Okay,
My
awesome.
death
I will
means
look into that then.
You've met your
Now, are you saying normal lighter inlays meaning not Zippo, or you mean there are quote unquote normal Zippo inlays that I should be looking into? 'Cause I'm just using whatever came with the lighter, which I have 3 Zippos. They all look the same
sword
inside
hand itches.
for the most part. So one of them seems to be a little sturdier, like has a little more weight to it. But I did not know that they had different styles, so I will totally check that out. Would you say you got gas inlays for it? Oh wait, gas. So that's different than the lighter fluid thing. I'll look into it. I won't exhaust your knowledge there. I just I'll have to look into something different. Inlays that go into the Zippo. Okay.
The waters of life.
Wait. Okay. Hang on a second. All right. So got the case. Are you talking about this part right here? Is the inlay this whole section that you take out, or you're saying there's something that actually goes inside of this? There's an inlay that goes into the interior. This is riveting content right here, folks. This is that's what this is. This is why we have the game going. At times like this, when I'm literally talking about the insides of a Zippo lighter. Io, you can jump in at any time. The water's warm, my friend. Not about the lighter, but just about whatever. Okay, the whole thing is an inlay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I seek the poet god.
Yeah, I don't know too much about lighters.
Inspire me.
I don't smoke or anything. I don't even have a lighter for convenience, the use of it.
Yeah, I don't know what prompted me to get it. I really don't. But it was kind of cool. So, I was like, I just had this compulsion. I was like, you know what? I'd like to have like, because I got candles. I have Yankee candles to give some fragrance to my area here, and I was like, you know, I do have one of those like long stemmed lighter things, but they kind of look stupid. I was like, a Zippo looks pretty wicked. It looks pretty awesome. It's not like a bear hat, you know. It looks pretty cool. So I was gonna get one, and I look online, and I crap you not, like within the first page, and there's a ton of Zippos out there. They don't really have any licenses for, or they don't have many licenses. Like you can't get an official Mario lighter, a Zippo. They don't make those. But I was like 1 or 2 pages in, and that's when I found the Houston, Texas one. I was looking for a black lighter with some gold in it. I thought I was thinking like a gold trim or whatever. So here we go. I found a black matte lighter with the Houston skyline, and it says Houston, Texas. And I was like, well, that just seems to make sense, don't it? So I think it was destiny that led me to this lighter. I don't know what I'm going to do with it other than put more lighter fluid in it, because clearly it needs it. But yeah, I'm like you. I don't smoke. I don't really have a day-to-day need for it. I just think it's a cool idea. Oh, what that's from a movie.
We used to sell Duck Dynasty lighters.
Oh, really?
Yep. So long ago that was.
Yeah, holy cow. Yeah, that is a long time. I guess they were, well, I'm trying to think, were they on everything, or was that just like a typical thing they would be in based on...
That's sure. We only had the Zippo Duck Dynasty lighters, and there was one left for like years because no one wanted it.
Right.
And I guess the show wasn't as popular anymore. Just funny to think about.
Yeah. All let's check out our friend Io and see what he's got cooking.
This provides.
Whatever it is, we know it didn't start with a Zippo lighter. Those belly G's, man, they are so gosh darn. They're tide swinging monstrosities. Like your opponent drops that
Be
down,
careful.
you're done.
Be careful what you say. What kind of swinging they have?
What did I say?
Tide swinging, but I'm like, oh yeah, be careful what you say is swinging with the giant.
Right. Well, to be fair, I'm glad there's no incidental damage from that either. Not going to be enough, my... Oh, it's Telvanni Homie again.
Yeah.
And that's exactly
Yeah.
for Mayo again.
He's not having good luck with his Telvanni list. Maybe he should play something different.
Well, he can't. You
Something
see,
good.
Could you imagine somebody named Telvanni Homie playing Guildsworn? That just...
I gotta.
That don't make no sense.
But yeah, every time a belligerent, belligerent giant. That's the right one. I almost said vigilant giant. But that's a different giant.
Nope. Yep.
Every time Belly G comes down, you're like, oh crap. Sometimes you play a game of yo-yo or ping pong, however you want to phrase it, where you play Belly G and then they Belly G, your Belly G, and then you Belly G, their Belly G.
Yep. I will say it's happened more often than not. My opponent actually doesn't replay the Belly G. He tries another strategy, and sometimes it works for him, sometimes it doesn't. But it doesn't happen as often as I thought it would. I think just because you realize, okay, this is not going to get me anywhere. But yeah, I have seen. I call it the Belly G volleyball, where it's. I think I've seen like 3 or 4 times. It's just back and forth because there's no better play, and you can't let them keep the Belly G on the board because they got rage or something else. So you're just having to always, whatever else you play, you've got to get the giant out of there. All right, so we are going to see another climactic clash between Toddbringer, 1, 2, 3, and Tusk Shadows.
And we gotta get more people playing. There's like 15 people watching.
I know. Well, yeah.
But only like it's a quiet night tonight.
It is. Yep, and yeah.
I probably drove everyone away with my weirdness.
No. I'm sure. I mean, I have got some private chats that have made that very clear that's the case, but I promised I wouldn't say anything to you. Oh, damn it. No, you're good, man. If anything, I would chalk it up to my low energy and level exhaustion, but it just sometimes it just happens. The interesting thing, because you think the whole appeal of Live at 5 is that it's live, but the amount of views that ends up getting after the fact are crazy. Like at the end of the night, we might have anywhere from 40 to 80 views, and then usually within about a week and a half, it's up to 300 or right around there. So it's interesting that even though it's a lot, in theory the appeal is the live and the conversation, there are a lot of people that just watch it afterward. Could be because it's 6 hours long, and so you're like, hey, I'll just throw this video and have it as background noise, and maybe Chad will see something smart. Rough start for Tusk. We also, let's see. I mean, you're definitely one. You are an enabler of a pot stirrer. You're not a direct pot stirrer yourself, but if you just get you with Honey Badger or Joe or Vincenzo, you can. It's a wildfire. But none of the firebrands are here, so it is. Chat's a little quieter than usual. Let's see. Oh, but that said, I almost got to say vigilant, folks. I was actually slipping behind here. Okay, so I got confirmation that it's the whole thing. Okay, Zippos were the thing when I was young, but couldn't afford them then. So later I got a bunch. I'll be honest, Beowulf. When the first one that I got, actually no, I never got a. These are my first Zippo. I got a knockoff, or I got a same style, but it's not a Zippo. I got that several years ago, 20 years ago now, I guess. So I used it like once, and it ran out of fluid too, and I was like, okay, I must have broke it. But I assumed that they were super expensive because, like, they're Zippos. You know, it's a name, and like you said, you know.
Careful there, friend.
I mean, I guess when we were young, $30, or they were probably $20 back then, was a lot of money. And now it's like, okay, you don't. It's not chump change. You don't throw it away, but $30 is not. But then again, you're like, well, I'm getting a lighter that I don't really need, so it's a luxury item, that's for sure. But yeah, I assumed when I went to look for mine, I was like, oh boy, I hope I don't have to, you know, have a quandary where I'm like, is it worth spending $80 for a lighter? And then I was like, oh, actually, I think mine was 20 or 25. Like they range in price. You know, it's one of the less flashier ones, so it wasn't expensive. But some of them get up to $70 if they're hard to come by or they've got a lot of etching or detail. Some of those are pretty pricey. But Baldrick's sister used it age when she still smoked. I found it cool. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean. Like giant bear heads on your head, not cool. Like Zippo lighters for some reason, cool. It's just the way the world works. Skinny jeans, especially for guys, not cool.
I disagree. Bear heads are cool.
Say what?
I will have your head.
I disagree. Mine's the reverse order. I prefer bear heads.
I'm ready for anything.
Over Zippos?
Over Zippos.
No. My Zippo can light that bear head aflame. What can that bear head do to my Zippo?
Smack it out of your hand. Then
It's
throw
dead.
you around.
That's the reason why it's sitting on your head.
It comes back to life.
Oh, I see. Now we're getting ridiculous here. This conversation has devolved from the intellectual stimulation that it was to just silliness.
Your blood will spill.
Let's see.
17,000 for a Zippo. My goodness.
Wait, is that what? Oh wow, no kidding. Beowulf, what's the Deutsch to like? Okay, so you're saying they were 50 Deutschmarks.
We must remain steadfast.
What were they? What would that have been in American currency back when it was like? Or okay, put it this way now, like, you know, accounting for inflation, if you can, an estimate.
We must protect our stronghold.
Like I said, a Zippo right now is 30. I would have assumed in America, in like the 80s, it would have been 20, maybe 18, somewhere around there, just because of inflation and everything. I think that would probably be. So I'm just guesstimating. So I'm just not sure like 50 seems like a lot, but I'm guessing that's not the equivalent of, it's not $50. Maybe it's 25. But I don't know what the Deutschmark conversion was back then, or what it is now, to be honest. Baldrick says, I don't smoke, but I do carry matches because I have a friend who carries Cuban cigars. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's the only time I smoke. That usually only comes with a lot of beer intake. Baldrick, to be fair, I think you pair beer intake with a lot of things. It's not just the smoking. It's like, well, I've got to vacuum the floor, but that comes with the beer intake. Genuinely joking, I have not gotten any idea that you're a... Can you be a lush? Is a lush only somebody who drinks a lot of wine, or is it just alcohol in general?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I know it's... Yeah, I know the term.
Yeah.
But I don't know the specifics of the term.
Nice try. Care to go again?
Which is good. That means neither of us have had reason to use it.
What help would you have from the narrow
I don't think it's a compliment. Whatever it translates to, it's not like, oh, he called me a lush. That's awesome.
A fine battle.
A
Every
clash
drinker
for the ages.
doesn't say wine.
Okay. In either case, I don't think that is
also
fault.
mean,
What's that?
it also means sexually
I
attractive.
seek the poet god's wisdom.
Really?
Let
That's his other definition.
inspire
It has
a
like 4.
clash for the
That's one of them.
ages.
I guess.
By the age.
See, no, but here's the thing. Like, usually you can figure stuff out by contact, but if you say like, oh man, she's a total lush, are you saying watch out, she's an alcoholic and is ruining her life, or are you saying she's to die for? I feel like you it's harder to establish context when you're talking about that. That's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, we don't know.
Where it's like, great, great can be like bars on a street, or like, for a sewer or something, or it can mean like awesome. But if I say, hey, you're doing great, there's no quandary as to which great I'm referring to. Wait, are you talking about the sewer drain? Or are you talking about the expression that means awesome? But like lush, it's a noun, right? That's a noun. Yeah, they're both nouns. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Too many nouns.
Yeah. Spell axiom. Axiom. There we go. The axiom of aggro.
Now, 17,000 may seem like a lot, but when I was in Scotland and then Ireland, there were some whiskey bottles. Let's see, I think one of them was 42,000 euros.
Yeah.
I think some of them were even more expensive than that. So let's see here. 67,000. Yeah, it was something like 45,000 euros. So I think 17,000 is a lot for something.
Wait, one more time?
That's like 17,000 for a lighter, and some were 45,000 euros for a bottle of whiskey.
I mean,
so it's like, I don't know what the conversion is to USD, but in Canada it's 1.8, so it's like 7,000 ish.
Wow.
That better be the best darn whiskey I've ever had. I tried some there, it was good, but they didn't allow us to sample the $45,000 over 50-year-old aged whiskey. You can go way higher, yeah. I'm sure there was higher priced ones as well, but that's the only one I remember.
Hold the line.
People says they can go way higher.
This might do it a pinch.
So, okay. The only thing I can think of is, should I shower? Maybe my lighter isn't doing as much as I think it should. If there are lighters going for 15, if they're going for that much, it has to do more than what mine does, which is just create a little bit of a flame. I mean, cavemen have had devices that do what this one does that cost nothing. So there's no way. Maybe it's maybe it's a lighter the size of a small car. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's a much bigger Zippo that I don't know about. That's got to be it. I just can't imagine paying really anything more than what I paid for this. Like, I know that's biased because I'm saying it made sense for me to pay this much, but like,
I'll take them with me.
$20 for a piece of metal that does what it does. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. You still have to buy the lighter fluid for it, but it's not too bad. But I mean, $50. Like, I mean, there was a cool one that kind of had the style that I was looking for like $70, and I'm like, I can't justify that. Maybe if I was made of money, or if the lighter was the size of a car, I could justify that. But damn. All right, let's see.
18 karat.
Should I shower the cancer if ranked with praise? Should I shower the cancer if ranked with praise? Top deck, as fine as you know, much skill, dark meme, or new meme. Should I show...
Top decks are also skill.
Yes.
That's how it works. If you don't top deck good, skill issue.
Yep. I tried to get good. I failed. I got worse. Oh, I need to put that on a shirt.
No.
Tried to get good, just got worse. I don't know why that's funny to my addled brain. Alright, and here's another one. If at first you don't succeed, blame the meta. This stuff is gold, folks. If if you want to be able to afford a Zippo lighter of your own for $17,000, take some of my sayings to the bank.
You won't get anything.
But they won't charge you either. Oh man, I wish I was drunk. That'd be a good excuse. Oh. Sorry about that. Just kind of popped in there.
Let's just tuck that away. No, it can't hurt you anymore.
Every deck play differently. You usually play mid-range control. You've never played aggro where you ignore your opponent. Actually, Tusk, I have. That's how I started. I mean, I without knowing it, when I first started playing, I was aggro BM. And I've said this many times before, but aside from playing Ice Storm, I was playing what you would consider to be a low to the ground, low mana count aggro deck, and I liked it. And I played my orc decks from time to time, but recently I've kind of gone mid-range and into a little bit of the control. It's not mid-grow, it's mid-range with a little bit more control-ishness on the back end. And I think that's just, I've locked myself into that headspace, and I haven't been. It's hard for me to just go pure aggro. Like I actually don't, because I've talked about it before. I like to play against people who like to mix it up and to have, you exchange stuff and you try to do the maneuvering on the board, and so I like to do that as well.
Wait, did you play Ice Storm in aggro Battle Mage?
Oh, I did, yeah. Because I had no idea what I was doing. When I started playing it, I had no idea what I was doing. Which, that's
the funniest thing about that is when I saw that the other day.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Ironically, how do you? Huh?
I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before. Yeah, someone had played Ice Storm in Prophecy Battle Mage, and I was so surprised.
Wow.
I was spectating at that point.
Oh, okay.
But still.
Here you've been looking.
Yeah, jeez. I mean, the element of surprise is always a thing. But here's the thing, like I've seen. I don't know if they're aggro, they're probably a little more mid-range, but mid-grow or something. Like, do you play like Fingers of the Storm, or you might have like a Piercing Javelin because you're playing cards that you think will get you past guards or get rid of a drain creature or a big body or something like that. So I've seen those types of things. The thing with Ice Storm, the thing that I learned the hard way that eventually finally clicked was you're wiping out your board, so you're pretty much starting everything from scratch, and your opponent gets to go first. Because most of my cards were small bodies, like they're the fiery imps and the Crown Quartermasters and Camorn Heroes. Like those were the cards, and for some reason it didn't occur to me, hey, I'm wiping out my board, which does my opponent a favor, because unless I'm be able to play a card after that, they get to go on the offensive or start preparing a defense. So it took me a while to figure out why that card didn't work. Because I just think, oh, cool, mass damage. I'll blow my opponent away with my great defensive decisions. And there he is again, Kablooey. He's a pretty regular. Look at two of those.
Your coin.
The only thing I don't like about the card art for this, and I think it's the same for like Mulamir, for the alt art, the focus, the element of the picture that is actually in focus, that is in the center, that your eye is drawn to, is not the Belly G. It's Turd McTurd Muffin running away from Belly G. His armor looks pretty legit, but he's running like a little twit. I would stand up to the guy. I'd put on my bear cape. Huh?
Yeah, I agree with the art. It's every time I look at him, like, oh, there's the giant. Oh, wait, no, that's the dude running from him.
Yeah.
Every time.
I can take up
don't.
weakening like
So like as a piece of art, it's good, but I don't think this was ever conceptually the card for. I think there was probably an action like Fleet of Foot or Run Like a Chicken or something. There was some action or something that this art was meant for that is about running away. Because I mean, the giant isn't even like, he's not even colored. Like he's almost black and white. So it's like this it just doesn't look like this was meant to be a belligerent giant card. That's all I'm saying. And same thing with Mulamir. Mulamir, the focus on that is there's like a gal. I don't know if she's like a dragon tamer or something. She's kind of standing there like holding her hand up or something. But she's not big enough for it to be about her. It looks like it would be a talk to dragon or don't shout, whisper. I don't know, you know, some again, another action type style card. I don't think it was meant to be a Mulamir card. But we may never know.
And I think the alt art of that card, I could be wrong, but when I did play unmuted, I don't think it has any dialogue.
What, unmuted?
I think it's silent when you play it. I gotta double check that. But for some reason, I think when I played the alt art of Mulamir,
Yep.
it didn't say anything.
No kidding. He doesn't do the "I will devour your soul, mortal."
Yeah.
Huh.
Kind of bizarre.
Yeah. That would be weird if they actually link. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense to a degree. When they like Leaf Lurker, the alternate art for that, you know, she says the same line, but it's a gal, not the Aussie guy.
Ifra, stand with me.
Huh. I think I have it on this account. I might do a little experiment with that. That would be very bizarre if they actually tweaked the voice lines like that.
I do not fear death.
You should. Most people fear death. It's a good idea to fear. Well, maybe not to fear death. To have a healthy appreciation of it. You've taught me a great lesson here today, Fighter Guild Recruit. You've changed my outlook on life. Unfortunately, you're getting in my friend's way, so I think you're good.
I only need one.
See if we can find something useful.
Alright, he's got Razmadasm, which he's probably going to have to play that just to stay alive. Oh, wow. Bogu 23XD is ranked number 7. Oh, you're not doing too shabby. The top 20. Look at you go. Damn.
That recruit blocked my lethal and I'm mad.
I understand. It is a woe I am well acquainted with. Where's Swift Strike? I see it not.
It's hiding. If he had Swift Strike, he would have played it by now with Razum because he has enough.
Right. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, you'd like to hope rank 7 is not stretching out the game. I don't think so either. I think he's having to confront the fact that, well, no, I mean, because he's got ways to at least keep himself alive on board. Razum will work. Alfie Conjure will work. He can't play them both, so that's good.
Yeah, he needs to play Razum to get rid of the giant, unless he has another way to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Like that'd be the way, because I would be off lethal and I wouldn't have enough.
Try something.
There he is.
You won't live to regret.
Wow, he barely got that off too.
This one.
Oh no, he was able to get another card down. Wow. Okay. So much for that.
Oh, that's not going to be useful for me.
Yeah.
Oh, this, okay.
Here you've been looking for.
Nice. That's looking good.
Going to... Probably... With consume, I always like to try and consume the higher cost cards, just in case of cards like the Grey Fox. Or... What is his name? Is Mechanar. Nope, that's the wrong guy. Name's escaping me.
Manamarco?
Manamarco, there it goes.
Must keep moving.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, I forgot he took the Lalu sharpshooter from me.
Right, but does he have a way to buff that? Or what?
He's got a...
Clear out.
Oh no. That's not enough.
I'll give him a good game.
A clash for the ages.
The only thing that will save me now is a harpy or something.
Well, no, he's. What am I missing? He's one off. Right?
Just move it one more time. I think he. Well, no, he didn't have it. Oh.
Wow. Look at you. Skin of the. Well, no, that's just getting good. That's what that is. See, folks, this is what it's all about. Let's see. Oh, Tusk, I'm sorry, man. I'm having a hard time understanding. Plays from Todd. I have maybe 6 dukes of aggro, 6 decks of aggro, maybe. Sorry, Tusk. I hope you're doing all right, man. I hope you're doing all right.
6. I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
Being rank 4, 115 days, K. Every day.
Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't want to say anything, but then I go back to affectionately has a drink or two. And I don't want to necessarily say anything.
Right, yeah. I'm not.
It's an actual thing.
There's definitely some impediment of some kind, whether maybe he has a cast on one arm, or it's something is impeding, because he on a normal day he's a great communicator. So I know that it is out of normal specs.
Read my
Well, let's see. So I'm catching up here. Had a little bit of progress that I didn't notice. Baldric says, I don't smoke, but I do carry... Oh, that's right. Okay, I saw that one. Yeah, and I'll smoke a cigar on occasion, too. The only thing I don't like is that, much like cigarettes, the smoke clings to you. So, like, I had a leather jacket one time. Went out, had like one cigar the entire year. But the day I had it, I happened to have my leather jacket on. And my leather jacket smelled like cigar smoke for, like, 2 or 3 weeks. Which wasn't the worst, because cigar smoke, especially the good ones, they don't smell all that bad. It's not like a pungent, you're not just smelling like all the chemicals and stuff. But it's still, I like my leather to smell like leather, so it was a bit of a bummer. But yeah, cigars, there's times where I want to feel like a real man, and there's nothing that says real man, like leaves stuffed in a wrapper. So
whatever that means.
So what?
Whatever that means, real man.
Right. Well, not like a fake man. Like, you know, I'm not a mannequin man. I'm a legit non-plastic dude.
Mannequins can be freaky.
Oh, they're very freaky. Yeah, especially at night or in silhouette. It's a person with no soul. It's very scary. I think
no eyes. Sometimes they actually have eyes. It's even worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the more lifelike they try to make them, the worse off we are. It's like, no, just stop, guys. Please, just let them be clothing hangers, essentially, and leave me alone. I think there's a Doctor Who episode where, like, maybe even the first one of the new version of it, like, I think is Eccleston was the guy. If I'm not mistaken, like the very first episode, she's in a department store and she's getting chased by living mannequins. I was like, this isn't cool. This is. Ooh, that's a nice shadow frame priest for Les Dragon of Fater.
You must be cleansed.
Cleansing the sorceress of her ward, her buffs, and her natural abilities. We say it's cruel, but that little Argonian thinks he's doing the world some good.
Your story has finished.
Hey, at least he's trying.
Right, yeah.
I think there's a movie, an old horror movie called
Let's take care of business.
Oh yeah?
Let's take care of business, shall we?
Man. I hit the caps
Time
lock
to take
button.
matters into my own hands.
1987 comedy romance called Mannequin.
Oh.
What, does one come to life or something?
My
Makes American so perfect he falls in love with it. Okay, moving on.
Yep. There was another movie I had to watch. I'm trying to remember. 'Cause I had it for a while. It wasn't ever a paid gig, but I had a friend that I did movie reviews for, and he was kind of, he would tell me like, because I'm not like super savvy movie guy necessarily, or at least know what people care about the reviews. But it was a similar movie to that where it was like a guy with an inanimate object of some kind. It wasn't a blow up doll, but it was something kind of skeevy like that. And I was like, why am I watching this? What? It was I don't know. I just don't.
You must prove your mastery.
I can't even remember if it was supposed to be saying that's a good thing, or I have a feeling. I get the recollection that I was supposed to care when he quote unquote broke off the relationship, because I think he realized it wasn't a healthy thing. But I'm like, the movie's playing the sad music. It's showing me the sad shots. But I'm not going to be sad that a guy is breaking off a non-existent relationship with an inanimate object. That's just not. That's not something you're going to get me on board with. Like, all your manipulative ploys, Hollywood, you're not going to get me to care about this. I mean, maybe if John Williams wrote the score, then maybe I would care. But in general, not really.
The man's man, the main man, the top man. Whatever, man.
Alright, let's see. Yum Yum! Look at Yum Yum! My goodness gracious, it has been forever and a day since we saw Yum Yum. It used to be a staple. And now he is once a year.
I haven't spoken with him in a long time.
I mean, I know a lot of folks are, young enough that they're high school, college age, so there's a lot of turns. Or not a lot of turns. A lot of changes, a lot of fluctuations in schedules and availability and things vying for your attention.
Yep. Like life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get to a certain age and life kind of gets locked off. Like I'm in a little bit of a unique place with the move and everything, but in general, like if you got your job, you got whatever family you got whatever friends you got, it's kind of static because you're not, in college, you're taking, every new class you take, you're meeting new people, you're getting a new professor, you're working your way up in theory to that degree. So you're starting to try to make connections out in the real world. There's a lot of stuff happening at that age and around that time that you're constantly getting new relationships and changing them out for old ones and finding new avenues and new things that spike your interest. When you get to be an old guy, old and ugly, as some might say, a guy like myself, everything's just kind of like, okay, this is what it is. And,
Yes, you slip into existential monotony.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. That's why you gotta try new things all the time. Or different things. Pick up an instrument, learn a language, travel somewhere if you can. Pick up your hobby, like D&D. And I encourage all you to watch the channel.
This episode brought to you by D&D.
The one roll, find it on YouTube.
Right.
Just plug aside.
Actually,
maybe.
Let people know that's that's the only content on there at the moment, right? It's the D&D recordings of the D&D matches or games each week.
Yep, that's all that's there. But yeah, it's important to try new things. It's just good for you. You feel good about it too if you enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
A lot of people just don't do enough things, in my opinion.
Well,
do more things.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think my favorite in the past 5 years. My favorite thing was learning to ride a motorcycle. Like I don't even ride it that much anymore, but just learning how to do it from scratch. Like you just go, okay, watch a bunch of YouTube videos, get a motorcycle, and learn how to do it. It was like a 2-month process between shopping for the bike and doing all the homework to make sure I knew what I was doing when I got on it. It was really exciting. It was like you say, it's learning something new. It's doing something that when you first try to do it, you're like, oh gosh, this is I didn't think it was impossible because everybody, it doesn't take skill to ride a motorcycle. You just have to get used to your hands and your feet are all doing, every one of them is doing pretty much an essential job most of the time to getting the bike to go. So but it was the learning of it and the getting good at it that was the intrigue. And after that, it was kind of like, all right, it's cool to ride around once in a while, but the fun part is the learning, kind of to your point. But I think that's why Tessel I've hit a wall with that, because I get diminishing returns. It's like I don't, like, if you don't necessarily know what to practice, it's hard to get better by practice. So like I can play it, but that doesn't mean I'm getting better. It doesn't mean I'm practicing. It doesn't mean I'm honing my skills. It just means I'm playing, and win or lose, I try to take something away from it. But I don't think I've gotten better as a player necessarily since I started playing. I mean, there are like the basic rules of the game that I think I've gotten better with, and I'm better at remembering. Always draw first. Do what you got to do to break. There's like the basic fundamentals, but that redundant. But everything after that, I feel like I just haven't really gotten better. Which you need to feel the progress. I think that's the key. Like whatever you end up doing, whether it's a hobby or what, you have to. That's why a lot of people. I actually talked to a gal in my old neighborhood. And she worked out. I mean, like worked out, not like she was fit. I mean, she was kind of like almost bodybuilder type, but not the definition. But she had the kind of the bulk. And I asked her, I was like, what is the appeal? As somebody who doesn't much like working out, I was like, what's the appeal? And she said, it's a direct correlation. You get what you get out of it what you put in. If I hit the gym every single day for this amount of time and do these things, I will get this result every single time. I was like, that's a really good point. Like if you need to feel like you've got control over your life, you need to do something where you're getting, you know what you're going to get. You go, if I eat like this and if I do these exercises and I do them the right way and everything, I will look, feel, and be this. And I think it's one of the few things that's like that, where sometimes you can do stuff and the result is similar but not always the same. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, so I can appreciate it. It doesn't make me want to work out, but at least I go, oh, I get it now. I understand why it has such an appeal to people.
Yeah, and I watched something interesting the other day. I'm not going to quote it correctly because I only watched it once, so I didn't retain that much. Mm-hmm. But basically, for exercising and calories, you burn the same amount of calories if you exercise because your body kind of uses the calories for that. Mm-hmm. Then if you're sitting around not doing a whole lot, because your body uses the calories for that, it just uses them in different ways, so you burn roughly the same amount. It's just better for your body to burn them for exercise, because your body was technically designed for that kind of, designed for exercise, mm-hmm. rather than it burns, it uses the calories for other things, like putting your immune system into overdrive, and it makes it easier to develop chronic things with your body, because there's a lot of inflammation in your body. So that's where your energy is going, to your immune system and other things like your brain, and I'm sure there's other stuff like your lungs and other things like that. But if you work out or exercise, that doesn't have to necessarily be working out, but if you go for a run every day or a jog or just be active, mm-hmm. your body will use the calories for that, and eventually that's why when you start losing weight, you'll notice a lot, because when you haven't worked out like ever or in a very long time, because it basically puts your body into overdrive and it kind of panics, and then eventually things even out, so you end up burning the same amount of calories exercising as you would not exercising. Kind of brings things into balance, but it's just better to use the calories for exercise than not.
Right.
That is why exercise is so important.
Yeah.
So that is the nutshell there. So that's probably what she gains out of that, your friend or acquaintance.
Right.
So
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think my stepdad was telling me kind of in a similar vein. He was saying that they looked at like the muscle and bone like health or bone development or something. I can't remember the word for it, but between like 30 and 70-year-olds, and 70-year-olds who were active, who were actually doing like impact stuff like jogging or whatever versus like swimming and some of the stuff that's actually easier on the joints necessarily, or typically, that there were 70-year-olds who had the joint muscle and, I mean, maybe not muscle, but joint and bone constitution of a 30-year-old, because it's like you're continuing to demand, like you were saying, it puts the demand on your body and it gets used to it, and it kind of like it slows the aging process to a degree. So I mean, kind of to your point, like as you said, we are kind of designed. We're meant to be in motion. My uncle said that a long time ago. Like, we're like sharks. We're supposed to always be moving, and when we're not, things don't necessarily function properly. And it's harder now, because it used to be every job that you ever had, pretty much, and everything you did, you were having to move around and do stuff. Like, there weren't a lot of easy quote unquote jobs. Now it's like we got, half the workforce, if not more, is sitting in an office chair all day. So you're not getting it naturally. So you kind of have to go out of your way to get, depending on your job, to get that kind of exercise that used to be a natural thing. And when you're fighting for survival, you're in much better condition than if you're just like, well, not gonna. I don't know. I had nowhere to go with that, but yeah, I think that's good to know. But also, yeah. So just the bottom line: keep working out, keep exercising, do something. A day you do something is far better than any day you don't do anything. Which sounds common sense, but it's really profound. Think about it.
Common sense doesn't exist. Just good sense, which not everyone has.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Raxon. You invasion scum. It's rebel scum, but invasion sounds good too. But once again, just reminding everyone to love your enemies. Except invade. Hate them. Love everybody.
Believers shall flock to our noble cause. Believers shall flock to our noble cause.
Beowulf says, I have a humidor, now I need to get some cigars. Damn you, Baldric.
You call it theft.
Yeah.
I call it learning.
Ooh, go find with some gin of whiskey?
Thank you.
Gin or whiskey. Okay, there we go.
Nicely done.
Let's see. Oh, dang, I missed some stuff here. Wow.
By the egg, a fine battle.
Oh, this is the cost.
For the Emperor.
Yeah, I have the whiskey. There should be a cigar delivery service. Is there not one? I'm guessing if there's not one in your area, there's not one anywhere. I'm thinking the great state of Washington would have that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they have Total Wine and beverages, things like that, where you can get pretty much any alcohol delivered. But don't know that there is a cigar delivery service. Zippos for $17K. Yep. So 500. Okay.
Now
So if you were
I
making
understand.
500 a month, that was probably what? I'm trying to think, what did I make when I was in college? 1,000 a month, maybe? About 500 or 600 bucks. Yeah. So it's roughly. I mean, provided we were making the same amount. I think it's only like $100 off. But yeah, whiskey can be. I mean, any spirits. I mean, whiskey, wine, all that stuff. Anything that can age well.
Now I understand.
Does not price well. I mean, the price is well if you're selling it, but it sucks if you're trying to. Dollar euro is about the same. Currently, euro is a little weaker. Yeah, I think it was higher. Like, I looked at it like a year ago, but I was trying to think. Back when we were talking, like. But I mean, I think they've always in general. I think dollar and euro has kind of been, within a ballpark. But it's not like the yen or what is it in Korea? Like when I'm watching K-dramas, they're like, this suitcase costs $4.5 million. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Or 4.5 million. I'm like, oh, that's actually 4,500, which is still a lot for a briefcase, but it was a hypothetical example anyway, so don't hold me to it. All right, so RX friend.
This should help
You are the victor.
Well, because my first deck was a kind of goblin control, and ever since I play every deck as control deck, although some should be played as aggro. Yeah, and yep, 100% understand that. I mean, I had the weird thing of starting off aggro, then getting to mid-range, and then just never really getting back to the mentality of aggro, but aggro, my beef with aggro, the reason I stopped really enjoying it, because it feels like it's an all or nothing thing. Like, it really is. You just got to start off going hard, and if you get stuck, if they got a guard down that you can't silence, you can't get around, and you end up having to trade your entire board into it, your game's over. You know, so like turn 3 or 4, your game could be over depending on what your opponent's playing. Whereas with mid-range, it feels like you always are in the mix until at least turn 7 or 8.
power from
By that point, you kind of know, for the most part, if you kind of got the advantage or not, but you can still mix it up. But it sucks because it's mid-range. If you can't rush down control fast enough, mid-range is not going to do great in the late game. So, I don't know. Do you don't really ever play aggro, do you?
Not really. I tried it before, but it's a completely different playstyle than mid-range.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a different kind of skill. One that I just didn't take time to hone. So I much prefer playing control or mid-range. Definitely more mid-range over
Must I do
control.
everything myself?
Because aggro, many think it's you just go face as fast as possible, but in reality, you have to navigate your opponent. That is, in essence, what you have to do, but you have to navigate what your opponent plays differently. Because you have special keeper creatures, and they're more susceptible to AoE attacks and that kind of stuff. So I just never quickly got it. Never could get into it.
We draw power.
And see, folks, that is a perfect example of a diplomatic answer where he's able to say it's not my cup of tea, but also not saying aggro's dumb. You know, he said there is a. You heard him. Like, and that's a good way to phrase it. That's because a lot of times if people prefer one or the other one is dumb. You know, always that's kind of the argument. It's like it's good to hear kind of a more nuanced
I strike like the Moraton.
approach where it's like, no, there is something to it. You just it's a different kind of thing. You're dealing with different elements and yeah.
Plus games are over much quicker, so you can play more of them. Unlike Control, which would take 20 years to play a single match.
Yeah, I don't know how people like climb the ladder with Control, because it's like you have to win a lot more higher percentage of your games, because you have to. Well, I guess not, because either way you need to be winning a certain amount, otherwise you lose.
Must I do everything myself?
It just takes so much longer to get those wins. I don't know how they do it in a season.
Yeah. I once played a Control game where I was running Journey to Sovereign Guard and that stuff. This was years ago now. But I remember Journey to Sovereign Guard being like the last card of the deck. 75 cards. So that game went on forever. Probably 20 to 30 minutes. I'm like,
Well, you won, right? Once you threw down Sovereign Guard?
I can't even remember if I won or not. I just remember being the last card in the whole deck. Like, wow, it just sucks.
Well, I mean, I guess the good news is if you're still alive to play it, that's like the best time to play it. That means your entire deck is buffed up. You don't have to worry about getting any normal cards. But that's a long freaking game.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And some people play those on the regular 15-20 minute games. And it's like, okay, there's only a certain amount of time I can dedicate per day to the ladder.
Well, yeah, and it sucks because like once you're 12 to 15 minutes in, you're like, okay, this is a pretty good amount of time. Like this is the kind of the high end, but then you don't want to stop because it feels like you wasted all that time.
Yeah. But for others, it's not wasted time. They're having fun. So
Right.
that's all that matters.
Exactly. Yeah. As long, I mean, that's the thing. It's a game. You should enjoy it.
The hist revive.
Unless they're playing trash or garbage or whatever we're calling nasty, toxic stuff these days.
I mean, for now,
Like
I think
Invade
interchangeable.
and interchangeable?
Yeah.
I remember there was a debate last time, I think. One of the last videos we talked about trash versus garbage.
Yeah, we ended up going more into like geek versus nerd, but yeah, we started trash. I mean, I just think off the cuff it was just like Invade is trash, and then garbage is just for garbage, like just to say something is garbage. But if you use the word trash in Tesla, you're referring directly to and only Invade. I don't know. That's not canon. That was not. That's not. There was never a consensus, but. Yeah, after that it was like, what's a nerd, what's a geek, what's a
We must
weeb.
count on our wits.
All great.
Must I do everything myself?
Oh, and I found it. Oh, and there it is.
How in the world is that always? I don't understand. Like, Cat's Paw and Cool Fire Bloom are joined at the hip. You never get to see those played without the other one. I think Todd's going to have to just give it the concede here. Unfortunately. This is Telvanni at Telvanni.
Especially... Yep. Oh, yeah.
It always sucks. Like, you definitely have to get in your head that whether you think it's okay or not, whether it should be okay or not, there are definitely games where you are going to have full health, and the best thing to do is still concede. It sucks, because in your head you're like, you win by having more health than your opponent, but as we just saw, that is not always the case.
Yeah, because the other part of that is your opponent has to have no health.
Right.
Yeah. And there he goes.
All right, there's no reason I should not be able to catch up on that before we end today. This has been a nice, chill day. Let's see. Okay, so Beowulf started with Budget Assassin Burn. Baldric started with Gobos. Beowulf said, I always feel not giving the opponent the time to let the deck control his best, but try to expand more into control. Yeah, I mean, you dabble in everything. As Io pointed out, there's merits to every play style, and it's just a matter of what you prefer. Do you want to go the longer game? Do you want to mix it up a bit more? Or do you want to just finish it quick or use it? And whichever one you... And I know for me that changes. Like sometimes aggro is what I play when my mid-range is getting screwed by control over and over again, and I just want something faster.
This one won.
Wow.
Yep.
That's big old razzle-dazzle. Oh, what am I doing?
He had a burrito.
Yeah. That's one heck of a burrito.
Wait. I mean, you could have finished it off without playing all that stuff.
Oh, I just saw Razor's
Wait.
board. I wasn't even thinking about. Did he play several cards first?
Yes.
Well, he did have Workshop.
Yep, that's all you need to know.
Yep. That's the thing, folks. It sounds either horrible or weird to say, but there are things that just go together, like peanut butter and jelly. BMing seems to be the province of people who play the scummiest cards that the game has to offer. It's just I mean, as horrible as it sounds, quality attracts quality, and so people are drawn to things that reflect their own values. That's
The
a much
only
broader
appropriate
thing.
use.
What's that?
Living.
Yeah, the only appropriate use of Workshop is with Skivaton.
Right. Now that's canon. That has been officially established.
You heard it here first.
From authority. We're up against very scary Gary. I'll tell you that second R in Gary is what's scaring me. I've never seen a Gary with two R's. That's very scary indeed.
Yeah, he's a pirate.
Yar.
Watch yourself now.
He's also a Centurion, which is impressive. And he's also a top 10 player. Okay. How have I never heard of Very Scary? I've never seen Very Scary Gary ever play. And yet, clearly, he's got the skills to pay the bills.
Talking mud crab merchant. Read my lips. Mouth paw.
If Snails has
Talking
bills.
mud crab merchant. Read my lips.
Let's see.
Mouth paw.
Baldrick says, I mostly trade when I should go face. I hear you there. That has been recently been my most grievous errors. Beowulf is more too focused on face sometimes. We can learn from each other. Exactly right. That's what we're here for. That's what the community's here for. I'm scared a 0/1 creature might bite me in the butt if I leave it be. Yep. Yeah, it's better to rip the band-aid off early on and deal with it when you have resources than have it be a freaking dark seducer. Ugh, hate that gal. Double Swiss right, probably. Oh, we didn't talk about the top left. Good stuff. Yes! Hello, yes! Possible. Possible. I'm in love, infatuation shine. I can't tell. Me? Wait, what? Beowulf, thank you for showing up, man. Have a good time with your friends. Glad to hear you getting some social interaction there. Have a great night, and hopefully I will see you next week. Oh yeah, as I get philosophical or pseudo-philosophical when I'm exhausted, because my brain is trying to compensate for what the rest of me isn't able to do, which is mostly everything, except for lay down. So yeah, there's no.
You call it
that?
theft. I call it
feel that.
theft. I call it learning.
Oh, there you go. Aya, there's your response. I can't see how that is a correlation. I think we get philosophical when we explore ideas and ponder thoughts because they're interesting. Much fun, more inspired for writing romantic gibberish. Yeah, I used to wax poetic, literally. Had a few bangers.
Literally wax?
For the most part. Was that?
Literally wax? You take a piece of paper, take some beeswax, write something, rub it all over there.
Yeah, Smarty Pants.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I used to. Yeah, I totally did. Bet you feel silly now, don't you? I have got my wax right here. A bottle of wax that I still use every so often when I want to wax. Violent.
I will devour
Now
your
I just
soul,
Wayne poetic.
Right.
Just kidding. Nah, just kidding. I wrote some fun stuff for actually for D&D.
Oh yeah.
We actually, yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, you said you're writing a book or story or something like that, right? Still
Yep.
doing that?
Yeah,
Nice.
I haven't gained. I mean, I'm probably I'm thinking of like actual book pages, probably about 12 pages in, so really not that far. I'm at this point. I always hit a snag where if I sit down and try to map out the entire story, I get bored because once the story is told, once I've established everything that happens, I'm like, okay, for me, the most interesting part of the writing process is done. Now it's the tedious part of putting it down on paper, which is arguably the most important part. But if I don't map anything out, then I end up writing several pages and then having to go back and rewrite most of them because I didn't factor in this particular relationship or I didn't set up this character in time, so now I've got to go back and work them in earlier. So I've kind of frozen myself stupidly going, okay, do I work on the longer overarching story or do I just write and get it on paper? And I mean, Tolkien did I don't know how many freaking rewrites that guy did. And he did it old school, like he typewriter or handwritten stuff. He had like 12 15 drafts of Lord of the Rings, and like each one was a handwritten I mean, can you imagine going through an actual book, like how thick Lord of the Rings is, and like you're going through and making corrections for the 20th time or making alterations? That's just mind-blowing, man.
Yeah, not really funny, the cool thing about that, it's kind of funny, given in the context of The Hobbit and the new Lord of the Rings show. But with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, they actually, the directors, Peter Jackson and the writers, they took dialogue that was said by a certain person and gave it to someone else, or they gave a description that was in the book that wasn't dialogue, and they inserted it as dialogue for someone to say. So it was always Tolkien's words, and that's why it feels more Tolkien-esque, even if it isn't at times, because of rewrites due to practicality of adapting a book to television and that kind of stuff.
Right.
But it was always Tolkien's words, so it was always his voice, and that is what the Hobbit and the new Lord of the Rings show have been lacking.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's very well put. And that, yeah. And like, I don't know the books. Like, I've read them.
Superb work.
I'm not as much as, like, I've been familiar with them for years, but I haven't read them as much to know, like, oh, this is an excerpt, like you were saying, that's from the book. It just isn't dialogue. But there were some where I just kind of assumed like that. I was like, oh, I think that might have been like an aside or like something that he described, and they're actually just kind of using that. But yeah, it's crazy how distinct that voice is. Like, you can tell, okay, that's not something Tolkien said or would have said.
Careful there, friend.
That said, I think there are skilled enough writers who could have faked it, but I do not think those writers are working on the current day Lord of the Rings. I don't even know if they have a 4th grade reading level. I just very skeptical of that. But
well, Peter Jackson and the writing team of the original trilogy, they just cared enough to do it that way. Even with The Hobbit, and I don't know what it is, maybe the studio got too involved, but he just didn't have that same freedom, it seems like. And the writing suffered for it.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have the time.
Like,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I liked parts of all the movies. Mm-hmm. They just went on for too long.
Yeah.
Like, for the first movie, An Unexpected Journey, that just felt like the best one of the 3 that I found. And then the second one, the best part was the dragon smog. And then the third one, I don't really remember what happened in that movie.
It was the Battle of 5 Hours, is what it was.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the CGI dwarves. Anyways, back to what you were gonna say as well.
I like the art design. Like, there were some times where it was like I could watch it and just be like, oh, I can just freeze frame and it looks really cool. Like, I like the elf dungeon. Like, I thought that was just a cool looking. Like, I thought it captured the idea very well. Okay, it's got that dungeony feel to it, but they're still the elves, so it's not like dank and freaky. And I think they even describe it that way in the book. It's like, it's a prison, but it's still the elves, so there's still some element of decency or niceness to it. They still treat their prisoners well. I think it had a good look. My big thing, I was perplexed by the inclusion of Alfred. He's not a core character. Tariel, I don't necessarily care for the way she was used, but I could see them trying to flesh out the elves a little bit more, because we don't really have a name. I think there's like the elf king, the wood elf king actually has a name. But I'm pretty sure there's no other really named elves, so it's like, okay, you want to work that in there. Legolas was a big hit, in the movies, so you want to kind of tap into that a little bit. But Alfred was just not funny, not crucial. He had, like, it's like, give the dwarves, give anybody else that screen time, and it's put to infinitely better use, because he doesn't advance the story. He's very, very rudimentary, elementary, slapsticky type of quote-unquote comedy. Every time he was on scene, I'm just fast-forwarding. Like, I have my own cut of the Hobbit series, and I cut him out, and I cut everything out that wasn't in the books for the most part. And it's who knew? It's a much better thing, but it's only like, I think it's like 3 hours or something for all 3 movies.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that character. Alfred? I don't even remember it.
Well, he's the guy. He was kind of like Wormtongue. He was kind of scuzzy looking. He was in Lake Town, and he's like...
Oh, now I'm picturing him, yeah. No, Wormtongue was way better.
Oh yeah, well, Wormtongue was actually a character. I mean, he had a part to play. Alfred, like literally, we've got the scene of him stuffing his clothes with, gold and jewels or whatever like that. I'm pretty sure he even stuffed the bosom area. And I'm like, this is like Ernest Goes to Camp, which Ernest Goes to Camp is a fine movie, but I don't want to be looking at the Hobbit movie and be thinking, oh, this compares to an Ernest Goes to Camp movie. Like, it should not. Oh no, it was Ernest Goes to Jail, because he I don't know if you all have seen that he tries to, you have I don't know, they were used back in the day, but like the round weights that they would use to kind of anchor, or they'd attach it to the ankle of a prisoner so they couldn't run away or whatever. He had 2 of those, and he had this grandmother outfit that he used. We don't know how he got it in the prison, but he had like the neck brace, and he's got these 2 giant again, ankle weights up there as his boobies, and he's trying to escape, and it looks like he's actually going to get away with it, of course, because the movie's silly. But then right before he's about to walk out, just plump, the balls fall and hit the floor one after the other, and he kind of looks up at the guy with perfect timing and just says, "The doctor said I had to keep these in until after the surgery." And I was like, even an Ernest movie has more class than the Hobbit movie. Like, it actually has a somewhat funny line delivered by, and no shade on the actor playing Alfred. I just don't think the character had the makeup to make him truly funny. But Jim Varney is a classically trained, actually. Jim Varney was a Shakespearean actor before he became Ernest.
We must protect
which is I always find interesting. But but I'm with you. I think, and that was something that scared me. Luckily at the time I was no longer looking at trying to get into Hollywood or the movie industry proper, but it was like, man, if somebody with Peter Jackson's success rate, the caliber of like what he did with Lord of the Rings, especially for a property that's kind of similar. It's not like he went from that to some, I don't even know what would be a comparable, because he did horror already, and he actually has a museum, like a World War II museum, I think, that he curates. But just a romantic comedy, we'll say. Like, he wasn't even going that far off from where he was with Lord of the Rings, and the studio still was like, you don't have any more production time or any more pre-production time. We want it to be this many number of movies. Like, they were dictating terms to the guy who had arguably one of the biggest successes in recent cinematic history. And it's like, man, if that guy can't get any respect, can't get the autonomy, then what chance does anybody have? If a studio is going to step all over you, even after you kick butt, and I do think 100% it was studio shenanigans.
We must keep moving.
What are you gonna do? I heard they're also making they're remaking. I don't know what you want to call it. Like, they're doing more Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah.
And I am not optimistic.
Nope. I actually saw, and I've had to kind of scale back, because I'll check out. I watch a lot more YouTube than I do anything else. I don't have TV, cable TV or whatever, so I'll watch a lot of YouTube, and I've had to pull back on stuff, because I don't want to necessarily engage in comments, especially if they're more or less going to be inflammatory. But somebody said they were talking about that, and they were like, and somebody was saying, yeah, I don't see how it could be good. And one guy's like, well, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And my reflex was, why? Like, what have you seen in the past 5 years that makes you think anything coming out of anywhere, any of the orifices, the horrible seepage-infested orifices of Hollywood and the movie industry, what has come out? Now, I'm not saying that there hasn't been anything like Top Gun Maverick. There's been some stuff where it's like, okay, this is serviceable, but it's the exception, not the rule. Why would you give anybody, any movie, the benefit of the doubt? Why would you not vet the crap out of it, read reviews from people you actually trust, watch the previews, see if it looks like it's got the chops? Like, the idea that some people are just going to go because they're so starved for entertainment, which is the only reason I can think of that you'd give them the benefit of the doubt, because I'm just like, I hear a movie coming out, I'm like, it's going to suck. I'll be happy to be surprised, but I'm not going to waste time or money on it unless I hear, like Top Gun Maverick I only saw because so many people were like, oh, you got to see it in the theater, it's so good, it's blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, well, if this many people and these people who I have this much in common with in terms of our movie tastes say that it's good and that it doesn't have these things in it and has these elements in it, it can be only but so bad. And, I was pretty pleased. But the idea that anybody would expect Rumpin' Rufus with Swift Strike, and it was not a premium alternate art. Oh, it is a premium. Never mind. That's why he had it in his hand. Again, folks, this game, it's all about the rich. You got to have premium, otherwise you don't stand a chance in this game. That's why I haven't reached the levels of success that I need to be, because I don't have a premium deck, because I can't afford all the premiums. So, if you can't be rich in this game, then you don't have a chance. Io proved that point. He played with an all-premium deck and he won. We saw it all.
I resent that. You don't need a premium deck.
Oh, of course.
You just need to get good.
That's like the people with money saying money isn't everything. Well, it sure is if you don't have it.
It certainly helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. The new Lord of the Rings stuff, I do like the world, so I will definitely check it out.
Mm.
But I won't go in with any cynicism or anything like that. I'll go in with just mid expectations, not low or high. Just, okay, it's a new thing. Let's see what it is. And if it turns out everyone says it sucks, like the new Star Wars show, The Acolyte, then I won't see it.
Right.
Because I like Star Wars, I was like, okay, I'll check out the show, The Acolyte. And then I watched a review of it, and they're like, they did this and this. I'm like, what kind of writing is that? It's all written based on miscommunication and convenience, and that's just lazy.
We can't anticipate.
Yep.
And so when your writing is built around that kind of stuff, built around inconvenience or miscommunication by characters, things happen just because they didn't say a thing. And they definitely should have or could have. Makes you wonder. It's like, Because when I write stuff, whether it's for D&D or just for fun, I always think about it a long time and always come up with the why. Like, why is this like this? Does it work? No? Okay. Scrap it, move on. And I don't know, you can, you're a writer too, so maybe you can add more on to the point, but if you take a moment to take a look at what you wrote, and it doesn't work with the overall narrative and you have to change stuff, it's good. But I don't know what happened with Hollywood. There's some movies that there are hidden gems. I will say there are some really good movies that have come out in the last couple of years. But most of them, people are not happy.
Yeah.
And it's just all comes down to the writing. Because you can have all the set pieces and all the budget in the world, but the rest, if there's no substance to it, it sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the new Godzilla movie, not the Godzilla X Kong. That one's just go and watch Big Monster Smash.
Right.
But Godzilla -1.
Yep.
It just had a budget of $10 to $15 million, and it's one of the better films of the year.
Yeah.
And because it actually had good writing with good, well-written characters, and the monster actually served as a symbol. It's like a symbolic. What am I trying to say here? It represented something that actually tied into the plot very well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you haven't seen that movie, as an aside, I would highly recommend it. It's a very good film.
Yeah, I actually saw it in the theater. Did I see it in the theater? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it in the theater.
It has been my honor.
Specifically because I heard that from a lot of different people, and it's like, to me, it's like, in retrospect, when I step back from it, like I agree with you 100%, but like that one, and then like once it cooled down with Maverick, like Top Gun Maverick, it was like they weren't like breaking any barriers. They weren't like doing anything crazy and new. It was like just good sound storytelling. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, there was a twist, or oh, they have this really one part. Usually I think that's a bad omen. If you get people talking about a movie and they're all talking about this one moment, this one thing, I was like, oh man, do you really like this? I think that it's not always, but it typically portends a weaker product versus having the appeal, as you were saying, being the story in general, and that like I said, it just makes sense. It works. The characters are well written and things of that nature, and so it's definitely above serviceable. I wouldn't degrade it by that, but it wasn't. And you don't need that in a movie. You just like we had years where you had movies that came out that were just like, okay, this is pretty good. Like Demolition Man, I don't think was like some amazing movie, but it was a fun romp. You know, it was, you know, a little Brave New World mixed in with, you know, some action hero Judge Dredd type of thing. You know, but that was kind of that was your low end back then. Most of your movies were flops if they didn't, you know, they reached a certain amount. We've just gone to a whole new level of banality with this stuff where it's like you can't even turn off your brain enough. You know, you just sit there and go, are you freaking kidding? Ryan George, he does what is it called? Pitch review or pitch. I can't remember what it's called now. But it's like he pretends to be a producer and writer. He plays both characters, and he pretty much presents. He's like, so you've got a new movie for me? He's like, yeah, I do. And you got the screenwriter guy essentially pitching the script that we see acted out in the movie that just came out to the producer to get its approval. And so it's a way of kind of proactively kind of poking fun at different stuff and he literally with the Acolyte, he got to a part where he was like, what was he saying? Was it I can't remember, but it was something so insipid, so ridiculous that he just kind of, it was the first time I think he's done that, where he just stopped and just stared and just kind of blinked. He wasn't staring at the camera, he was staring at the other guy and just kind of just, for like, I think it was like 3 or 4 seconds, just nothing, because it was just, what are you going to say about it? It is so ridiculous that you just, okay. And I was like, that seems to sum up a lot of the responses to that show, which is, what are we even doing here?
Yeah, I saw the. That reminds me. I don't know if you even mentioned it was the same video, but it was the Screen Rant pitch meeting.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Is that the one you were talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, I watched that one too. My brother sent it to me yesterday. I'm like, yeah. We are the power of one, the power of two, or the power of many. Made me actually cringe, and I've never seen the piece.
You must be cleansed.
And that show was actually a very good example of thing like a show written around miscommunication and just convenience. Deus ex machina, as they say. Things happen just because the plot says they have to happen.
Yeah.
Rather than they happen for any meaningful way. I've not seen the show. I barely mentioned that. I'm losing my mind here. It's getting a little bit long.
Right.
My voice is even starting to crack. Oh no. Need more cookies, that's what it is.
Right. Sure. That's the answer. Need more cookies. I like your philosophy. Now I want cookies. Doggone it. Darn you. I never wanted cookies.
It's always... Every time we have one of these 4 at 4s, 5s at 5s, anyone mentions anything. Pineapple on pizza, delicious, by the way. Or if it's nachos, tacos, pancakes, I think was another one of them. Cookies, always mentioned them.
The scales.
What was that about the pineapple pizza?
Oh, it exists.
There you go. That is probably the fairest thing that can be said about it. Well done. Well said. Oh, Honey Badger's here. Oh, he's been here for a while.
Yeah,
of course. I saw his name and I was like, oh, I'm probably behind on chat now.
I'll lead my family to glory.
So he asked if there's any deck we want to see him play. And Baldric said, oh no. Yeah, we got Thick Razzmadazz. That was a big old 10-6 or 10-9 that came down there. Baldric would like to see Halalu, which we did see one of. I think that was one game with Toddbringer, but yeah, certainly have not seen a ton of Halalu there. So yeah, that would be a nice one to see. Honey Badger enters at 7:43, which is not too far behind. I have friends just got back from a week-long Bible camp. Nice! In the mountains with no service. How's it going? Wait, a Bible camp with no service? You see what you did there? Bible camp with no service? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, that's good. I'm laughing over here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you almost sound a little angry. I don't know if it's because you didn't come up with it yourself or if it just bothers you that much.
Just give me an A.
That's cool. That would be a really nice place to decharge, if we can say that, and recharge.
Was that the mountains?
Yeah, in the mountains, no service, just good mountains.
Yep.
Sounds nice.
But yeah, man, Honey Badger, I'm glad. It sounds like a good time. Hopefully you came back, as Io said, recharged. I've done a few retreats like that, and usually it's a low key for me, but it's usually a really good change.
Well, he came back to us dunking on the Hobbit movies.
I don't know it all.
Oh, is that he was? Is that what it is? I think somebody saw that he was hunted. Like that was the only reason why I was willing to speak about it, because he wasn't here, and I was like, okay, he's not going to feel like we're dogpiling on what in his words is the greatest masterpiece of all time. Like I remember distinctly him saying, well, it was either that or the prequels. One of those two. He said it is the Citizen Kane of a generation. It is a masterpiece of literary success. So we'll see here how much of what he said he heard. I'm doing well. I don't like that I come to Schward crapping on my beloved Hobbit movie. Dang it. Okay, this was a setup. Damn it, Io, you knew it was coming back. You brought it up. I remember distinctly. You knew Honey Badger either was here or that he was coming, and you set me up.
Awaits you.
I'm not going to take the fall for it.
If you do, you just got to stand up again.
I'm laughing, Io. I'm laughing really hard right now. Man. Oh, geez. We both are. There you go. Okay, well, there you go. At least you fessed up to it there. He did it on purpose to summon you. Did not, but
Shall we put
that would be funny though if Honey Badger was in the middle of the in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the mountain, and he's just like, wait. Did you hear that? Like the Mark Man. And the next thing he's like running to his car, gets his phone out that he hasn't been on it all weekend. Lord, I hope you understand. Like logs in, is like, what? I knew it. I knew someone who's speaking afoul of the Hobbit movies. I must show up and embarrass myself by defending it. Nice to know who my enemies are. Hey, you know, it is nice to know.
Spine of battle.
Why hast thou summoned me? My spider senses are tingling, right? See, exactly. He jokes, but I'm sure that was the case. I'm optimistic about the new movies, but hesitantly. Why? Honey Badger, how? We just talked about, I mean, you and I, well, you have to have some level of optimism at this point to understand where the state of writing is. The writers haven't gotten any better, folks. They're still hiring the same kinds of writers, crappy ones. It's not going to get better until leadership changes. If leadership does not change, it rolls downhill. So if leadership is still holding to its things of we're getting these kinds of writers who are going to espouse these things, and it's going to be controlled by the studio to the degree that it is.
What do you want?
You're going to have a few that fall through the cracks, but that's not a system
fine.
that's going to
Let's
crank
go.
out reliably good work. So you have to have some level of optimism to entertain the idea that the movie's going to be good. So, but that said, the good news for you, Honey Badger, is that if you liked the Hobbit movies, it can't get much worse than that. So you're probably going to like whatever it is they come out with now. You're going to eat it up.
Of the living.
Like a honey badger, I guess, eats stuff. I'm getting a ton of comments here in the game. I got to figure that out.
Honey badgers eat stuff. They do. They also don't give a crap.
Ah, but they do after they eat stuff.
And if it's concerning the Hobbit movies.
Right. Well, the word crap is just relevant when we talk about the Hobbit movies, but.
Or the Star Wars prequel movies.
All right, now you're baiting me. I'm not going to bite on that one, sir. No, indeed. No, Honey Badger's here. I'm not going to, as he put it, defecate on his childhood or what have you, but...
No. I did recently watch a video the other day saying that the Emperor was actually a well-written villain overall in the prequels.
Yes.
Yep. And Ian McDiarmid he nailed that role. He played it so well.
Yep.
So at least there's that.
Yep. Oh, and I mean, Honey Badger asked me the other day, and I don't mind saying this again because it's putting positivity out there, but yeah, there were good parts about it. I think the Emperor was good. The only one where it got bad for me, he had a bad moment when he's like doing the no. It's like anytime Lucas has somebody repeat the word no, it sounds stupid. Whether it's Darth Vader or the Emperor, you only need to say the word no once. Like Luke, when he said no, or never. I don't know exactly what he said. It's really hard to tell, but he said it once. It was powerful. Anytime you have somebody having to ramp themselves up, and no, it doesn't go well. But other than that, yeah, I thought the Emperor. I thought his, even in the original trilogy. Well, not even, but you know, from the original trilogy through there, through the prequels, yeah, he was definitely his way of being sinister, but also you got to see him as, you know, looking very benevolent. Like really, at the end of I remember there were people debating because apparently they never watched the credits and know that Ian McDiarmid is the actor who played Palpatine. You know, they were like, oh, I don't think he's not the bad guy. He's not Sidious. He's not whatever. And I'm like, yeah, he is. But that was a credit to his performance. He seemed very benevolent, very kind, very whatever. And that's the Sith way. So there was definitely a lot of nuance with him. And I think definitely he was, and like he did, I mean, I said it before, he's really the only one who gave a crap about Anakin. Worth a damn. Like, you know, like
even if it was for his own personal gains.
Well, right, but you see, like at the end when Anakin is like, you know, pretty much burned to a crisp, like he goes out and, at least in the movie, like he saves him, brings him back. Now it is, like you said, selfish, but at the same time, that is the Sith. It's, you have to have that second person there, and he wasn't willing to. I mean, but how many times we see evil just discarded? It's like, you're no good to me. I mean, even now, like with Darth Maul or whatever it is, it's like, your legs got cut off, you're no good to me. Like people, like we see Sith discarding anybody who they consider to be weak. The fact that the Emperor decided to stick with Vader even after, you know, he pretty much lost all his mojo. I mean, he was still a badass, but he wasn't what he was supposed to be when the Emperor was first trying to get him over. So he, you know, again, he wasn't being benevolent. That's an impossibility for the Sith, but he was. There was a moment where it almost seemed like a fatherly type thing. I'm not saying it was, but it just seemed like,
long range.
You know, I'm keeping this guy around
I fly like the wind and the
he's my
shadows
boy.
protect me.
Not in a nice way. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with you. I think Palpatine was good. I thought Kenobi was good. Yeah, I didn't like the choices they made for him, but for what he was portrayed in the movie, the decisions that they gave him to make, I think he did a well enough job of presenting it. I just wish they could have gone a different direction. But
For a second, I thought you meant the show.
no, God. Oh, you're thrilling. Yeah.
I'm so curious.
I was expecting more from that show. I was like, oh, this should be good, and then it was just they made Kenobi suck.
Yeah.
Made him suck. The only cool part was the duel at the end. Spoiler alert.
Oh no, yeah. Well, and that's why I was saying, like, typically when you only have one landmark moment, it's not. Like, I mean, it's the same thing, honestly. Like, I don't want to bring up, you know, this because this is a hornet's nest for a lot of folks. But like The Last Jedi, like all I heard people say, oh, the hyperspace thing, the hold-on maneuver, and I'm like, the one that broke the galaxy pretty much, because now you don't really need to actually, oh no, it's just whatever. But that's all anybody ever talked about. When I asked my friend, what'd you like about it? He's like, oh, the visual effects. I'm like, we've had those for a while now. Like, there's got to be something more to it. And then he gives me that, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why would you build a scene around that? If that's your climactic moment, what the crap are you doing?
I still thought it was a cool scene.
Oh yeah?
But it didn't really serve anything.
Right.
Yeah, it looked cool.
Right.
Because in that point, I'm not thinking about anything else. It's like, oh, they're getting away and they do this. Okay.
Right.
The rest,
You're so sweet, I can just eat you up.
the ending was terrible. They really wasted Palpatine in that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, if they had just... I'm trying to... Which one had Joris Sabaroth? I can't remember that. I can't remember his name, but he was the crazy Jedi that he had, like, the Emperor clones. I think that was the Jedi Academy. So the logo wouldn't be stingy about paying for any, like, royalty stuff they need to pay for to get their hands, like, you know, to be able to tell the stories that were in the expanded universe. I don't know if it's just vanity, but... I mean, considering they haven't really offered us anything that even comes close to the quality of even some of the more mediocre offerings of the expanded universe, they've not been vindicated by history, that's for darn sure. Yeah, It's rough time. But the moral of that is there were good things in the prequels. Yeah, there we go. And good things in The Hobbit too.
Yeah.
Like you said, there were some good scenes and some good moments.
Also really terrible.
Yeah. I mean, those were the rule. But, so you're like, ooh, I'm watching a cool part.
day's yours.
Okay, now it sucks. Oh, we suck again. Okay, so we left off with Honey Badger being optimistic about the new movies. Baldrick, yep, they said there will be more of movies and series based on Lord of the Rings. Yeah, the IP, you're right. I guarantee you, we're going to tell our bullcrap stories, but we're going to slap it under the Lord of the Rings title. It's going to have almost nothing to do with Lord of the Rings in any sense. Thematically, quality-wise, nothing in there. It's just we're going to use the IP and characters, quote-unquote, loosely based around what's in there. But as they are very fond of saying, we're going to tailor it to the modern-day audience, which doesn't really exist.
And they didn't tailor it to the modern audience. They tailored it to what they think the modern audience is, which is very different.
Or what they would like.
Close
I
the
mean,
door.
was it? We said it before. Larry Fink.
See you later.
BlackRock is a mover and shaker in pretty much every industry, including Hollywood. We need to. What did he say? We need to force behavioral change. Never in history has anybody who said that been on the right side of history, but that's his philosophy, and so it's not make the movie for what the audience wants to see. Make the movie and cultivate your audience to enjoy and to appreciate what you're putting in front of them, not give them what they asked for. It's like, hey, I'd like a chocolate cake. Here's a carrot. I'd really like a chocolate cake. Look, you want the carrot, and if you don't like the carrot, you're a bad person. How does that work? It's...
Now I want chocolate cake.
So do I, actually.
Darn you.
Me and my big mouth. Oh.
And that's, so it's funny with the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. If you think of it as a non-Lord of the Rings show, is it fine?
Nothing
Maybe.
my rise.
And it looked good. I will say that about it. It actually looked really nice.
Right.
But it's, I don't know. As a fantasy show, it's still not a good show.
Right. That was what I was like, again, because I would never watch it, but I've watched, the reviews of it, and it's like, the sea is always right, for crying out loud. What is up with them and their inane chants? But, I think it stung. It got more anger or more pushback because it had the name attached to it. But the reason why they did it is because if they just launched it as its own thing, which they very well could have, there was not enough crossover with existing Lord of the Rings lore that they could have made that pretty much that thing, maybe changed some of the names, and nobody would have had any clue that it had anything to do with Lord of the Rings proper. But from what I saw, like, bad writing is bad writing. It's not, you told a really good story, you just didn't tell the story you wanted you to tell. It was, your story sucks, and you pretended it had something to do with an IP that you clearly have no appreciation for and made no attempt to connect with. So yeah, from what I heard, as far as I can tell, it wouldn't have worked either way. But the only reason why anybody watched it was because it had that name on it. Wow. Wait, how did he... What was that, cutie furry?
Chonky dragon.
Well, but I mean, he could have gone face with it, right?
Let's see. I'm a little bit of a lag behind.
Are
So
quicker
let's see
than
what
your
happens.
eyes.
So he does that, and yeah, he could have won.
Yeah.
Did not.
Again, he's just, I don't know, maybe
Playing
he's
it out.
doing... This is a friendly, or it might be a friendly match. It's definitely... Oh, no, wait, is this an event?
Don't know.
Some tasks cannot be delegated.
Even if it's a friendly match, I would have just ended it by now. You had the game.
Well, I mean, but like
You
sometimes
can't
it's like...
come back to it.
Yeah, might have.
Yeah.
We'll put a
I don't know.
stop to
I still think we should have ended it and play the next match.
Well, like,
Because if you're
so
playing
you...
one card at a time, it's not fun. But that's just me. They can do. They're the friends. They're communicating. They can have whatever.
Right. Like I remember, if you ever see the hiking Emmerich, like it's supposed to be hiking, but it's like hiking. He's got some really cool videos, but they're clearly set up. Like his opponent had to know what he was doing because he has the one where it's like the Ring of Namira plus Mechanical Heart OTK. And it's like there's no way your opponent doesn't. Like you have to have the right card. So I was like, well, maybe they're like, hey, I want to try something. You know, leave me on. You know, can like I'm trying to figure something out. But to your point, I don't. It doesn't look like there's really much to be done.
I feel a storm coming.
So probably. Oh well. We'll let him finish it out here. I am going to catch up, and then let's see. Yeah. We are on the home stretch here. Honey Badger says, what has me optimistic is pajamas and Andy Serkis. Oh, Peter Jackson. I truly think they love the IP, or at least respect it enough to try to do it justice. Justice with a capital J. If the studio can keep their greedy fingers out of it, it should be good. Well, that's the rub, Honey Badgers. We were just talking about studio involvement is what largely what killed the Hobbit movies, and so we're going to take something even less well circulated, from what I can understand. It's not Lord of the Rings and it's not The Hobbit. Next up would be the Silmarillion, and I don't think they're doing that. So whatever they're going to do, it's not going to have as much of a momentum push as those other two did. And if you can take a very basic, straightforward book like The Hobbit and do what they did to it, nothing is safe. So, I mean, that's the thing. I thought the same thing. So you fooled me once. Peter Jackson, his name was associated with The Hobbit. I thought, it's going to be good. It's got to be good. Peter Jackson did Lord of the Rings. Why wouldn't it be good? And then you realize, oh, Peter Jackson wasn't calling a lot of the shots. He didn't have a lot of the say, and that's what we got. Andy Serkis, I don't know enough about him. I mean, he's talented, and he's hardworking, but I don't know priority-wise where he's at.
He's done a lot of stuff. I'd have to double check, but I think he either produced or directed the new Planet of the Apes movie. I don't know if the movie's good. I haven't been paying attention to it. But he's been in a lot of stuff. He has a lot of projects under his belt.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't think, so that would be the one thing, like, we know he's capable. Regardless, him and PJ are both capable, so we know it's not like they're gonna get good writers if they have any say in it. They're gonna do whatever. So we know that it's not a lack of ability. But it's a question of what are you going to prioritize? Are you going to go for the modern audience again, which just is not a thing, or are you going to stay the course and try to channel Tolkien through whatever this? Oh, there's Brave's favorite character. Brave, I know you're watching this after the fact, after you've woken up, or perhaps after you've done the work. But there's your gal.
Well,
that's your
let's see
bestie.
if we can find something useful.
Oh. I didn't realize she had red hair. Or maybe it's just blood coming out of her head. I don't know. She's weird.
Oh, she's got the Oblivion runes around her.
Oh, is that those are? That's what those are?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily Oblivion, but it's ruins. Runes. I recognize some of them.
Oh, that's impressive. Yeah, I think one of them is pie. I do recognize the Oblivion. Now that you mention it.
No, I want pie.
Oh, I think he shot her just to be spiteful. That's awesome. Take that, Thrana, he seemed to say. She seemed to say. Sorry, Lady Douche. You'll forgive me because you just... Good gravy. The world made a lot more sense before today. All right. Let's see.
Vincenzo showed up too.
Oh, no. At the 11th hour, they all come. No. Sorry, but just anybody's coming in now, just let you know, probably got another 12 minutes or so. I'm glad I was able to go this long, but I don't got the 7 hours in me this time around, just because. And I probably wouldn't have got this far if Io wasn't here, so he's kind of helped sustain this to the point that it is, but I am definitely on the downward trajectory at the moment. -1 was really good, says Michael Bailey. Absolutely. Yep.
This might be handy.
Yeah, the passion is there for Lord of the Rings. This is you. IP from PJ and Andy. If they have the creative freedom, it should be good, cautiously optimistic. Yeah, right there. Yeah, if they have the creative freedom. Why can't any of us find a studio to give us $100 million to make a trash show about the childhood trauma? Yeah. I mean, here's the thing: whether it's conspiracy or just a joke, either way, I think the question as to whether or not this was all Disney's just been using a lot of these projects for money laundering. I don't think that's something that should be discarded out of hand, because that would at least make things make sense. Now, I know there's been a lot of head-scratching things in the past 5 years, and they are exactly what you think they are, and it's like, oh, well, that just sucks. It doesn't make any sense, and it's stupid. But money laundering would actually, I would feel better about things, because like, oh, they didn't really give a crap. That's why. So that would be like, okay, I can appreciate that. Honey Badger, sign me up if you get that job. I mean, unless it's, well, obviously there's certain things. If midi-chlorians are involved, that's all right. I'll have a hard pass. But otherwise,
I think they call midi-chlorians M count now because there's a certain stigma attached with midi-chlorians.
Yeah, that was on the pitch meeting. I almost, and that's the thing. I was almost baited into making a comment on there. It was going to be a appreciation, just be like, hey, thank you for acknowledging that there is so much animus towards midi-chlorians that it's needing a name change.
Well, let's see if we can
but
find
as soon as you say
something
that, you got prequel lovers not as courteous as Honey Badger, who will get in there. Why you got to be hating on the prequels? And it's true. Like, I don't want to go out of my way to, insult something, even if I'm complimenting or appreciating something genuinely. But yeah, that's where I first heard. I don't know if I didn't know that was a thing.
Not so fast.
But it doesn't. It's just like political correctness. You say, oh, it's not a trash man. It's a sanitation worker. Well, once I know what a sanitation worker is, a la a trash man, sanitation worker isn't really making it better. It's not making it sound better. I know it just makes the new word for trash man sanitation worker. So you might as well just call it what it is instead of try to use flowery language. Same thing with midi-chlorians. Okay, well, now that I know what M count is or whatever, I know it's just saying midi-chlorians. It's still a midi-chlorian. A turd is a turd is a turd. Doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it gold, but as soon as I know that what you define as gold is actually what I call a turd, away with it.
Swift as the desert.
Away with you.
Away
Banish thee.
Huh?
I banish thee.
You're right. Get thee hence.
Yeah, that was the whole part.
How they like someone who fights
The whole,
back.
yeah, Thendor, exactly. Master of the mundane.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the magic of the Force in the original trilogy. It was just the mysterious force that was everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't quantitative.
I stand behind my word.
Or qualitative. It couldn't be measured.
Right.
It was just a thing that existed all around us.
Yep.
A mysterious force, and it was well served. Like it served the story well. And then they're like, no, it's a thing. It's biology.
Right. And the thing is, as a world builder, you can probably appreciate this. Like if you're gonna do that, you need to be prepared to Star Trek the heck out of it. Like you need to have a system. You need to be able to say, like definitively, like again, the whole point, or I guess the benefit of it is you don't have you have a quote unquote magic system. You're like, okay, if you have this many midi-chlorians, if you have this whatever, you have this much aptitude. But if you're going to keep it ambiguous, where you still don't really have any rules or understanding of how it works, other than that somehow midi-chlorians are involved, you've removed, as you said, the mystical event or mystical aspect, the kind of the general, like this is kind of just a force that's out there, a mysterious element. You've made it concrete, but you haven't made it functionally concrete. You haven't actually made it a thing where like, oh, I know this character can't do this because his midi-chlorian count isn't that high, or this is why this person is so strong because of their, of the midi-chlorian. But like, they don't do that, which is fine. I wouldn't want them to, but then it's like, well, then why bother making it science?
I feel a storm coming.
Yep.
I'll do what I can.
I just want Star Wars to be good again, though.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's a cool universe with cool things. And it's not cool anymore. What happened to you, Star Wars? It used to be cool.
Yeah, right. Oh man, what happened to Star Wars? Dang. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it was the coolest. Like, it was, I mean, right up until, well, I mean, and here's the thing, just because the world's a big place, America's a big place, I don't know definitively how many people were actually kind of put off by the prequels. Because I had friends that, you know, didn't mind them. They weren't swept away with them, but they enjoyed them. They geeked out a little bit over them. So I don't know. I think it's debatable, or it's unknowable perhaps, if Star Wars took a genuine hit with the prequels, but we can definitively say that I would say after Rogue One, there wasn't a lot that came out under the Star Wars brand that was worth celebrating or getting excited about. And it's like, but it was like, you couldn't fail with Star Wars for the longest time. It was the thing. You crank out a toy, you crank out, I mean, Legos, I think Lego's whole, like, you know, trend of creating Legos based on movie properties. I think Star Wars is one of the first properties they launched with. And, you know, I don't know. Like you said, it's got a lot to it. If it was me, if I just could start right now, I would probably just go expanded universe. I mean, like, don't fix what's not broke. I mean, the problem is, of course, we were missing Carrie Fisher, and she, Princess Leia factors in pretty heavily on a lot of those books. And to be fair, I think that would be a good argument for a lot of the ones that are at least immediate. Like, there's a lot of stories. Some of the best stories are within 7 to 10 years of Return of the Jedi. Even when the first one, Force Awakens came out, all the three leads were well aged out of that time frame. So it would have been a bit of a challenge to really execute those expanded universe stories, but.
Oh yeah, the Clone Wars show, that was actually fairly decent as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know about the new ones. Like, I think there's one called Bad Batch or something like that. Can't speak to that one.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither.
But I watched the Clone Wars for a time. Then I just stopped. Not because I didn't like it, but I just watched other things. I don't watch a lot of shows. I haven't watched a show in a long time.
Mm.
I started watching The Expanse too, but just stopped. I don't know.
Yeah.
I fly
But
like the wind and the shadows
I would
protect me.
recommend that if you haven't seen that. So, anyone, actually, if you like Star Wars and haven't seen the Clone Wars, it's worth a watch.
Yeah. And honestly, as I said, I think it was a couple weeks ago, but I was, it makes Anakin look good. Like, if Anakin behaved the way he did in the Clone Wars series, if he behaved in the movies the way he did in the series, and if him and Obi-Wan had the relationship that they had there, the prequels would have been, I mean, not infinitely better, but like twice as good, just because Anakin is a really cool guy. Like, you actually go, hey, wow, I actually like Anakin. I enjoy when he's on screen. He says a lot of smart things. He does a lot of cool things. He's somebody you can look up to. Like, there was a lot that the Clone Wars TV show did as well. They had a lot. I mean, I think every season had 2 or 3 kind of dud episodes where it was like one of them revolved around C-3PO. I mean, they're, you know, it's a kids series, so there's some that lean really heavily into that, and you're like, eh. But overall, you know, Grievous is better, Dooku's better. Like, everything is just much better done in that series. And they never once I don't think they ever mentioned midi-chlorians. I don't think they do.
Good.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say that could be why it's so good. They avoid the M. What do you call it? M
M-count, I think.
M-count. Okay.
This game's still going.
Yeah. Io, your expert opinion. Chat, you as well, if I can catch up. Dragon Invaders asking, is Hatchery Meddler a good card?
It is situationally a decent card. I know, but it doesn't answer anything.
So not something to be embarrassed about. Probably the best way to put it. It may not be the most amazing card, but
it's a decently statted card for its cost. Like, a full cost 4/3 is not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Swapping health is cool.
I thank
like,
you.
it's decent. It's just very situational. That's its only downside.
We must protect our stronghold.
Take a lot of cards in this game.
Oh crap! Cut off at the last minute. What was that last sentence?
Let's see. Yeah, it's a situational card, but like a lot of cards in this game are situationally good.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if you'd almost say most of them are. You know, I mean, like obviously, I think it's they're situationally good. There's just some that are better in more situations than others. Like one card.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. One card. Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you're like, okay, this card is really only good when you've got this on the board, or like dismantle. We've seen that getting played more and more. It's very specific support or neutral card, but it's pretty powerful for the 4 cost in those particular situations. So, but it's not as good as Daggerfall Mage, who, you know, there's a lot more situations that she's good or useful in than something like Dismantle. So it's just, like you said, it's all specific, but some of them have. Oh. Okay, Todd, thanks. Sorry, man. Yeah. I mean, I announced it in, I think it was 2 videos. The last video I did, obviously, it makes sense. Oh, no, because I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, and I just pretty much said I've kind of stepped back. Like I kept trying to prod myself to do it. I got encouragement from some people saying, hey, they preferred when I played, so I was trying to do it. But I just got to a point where the reality struck me. This is what I do for fun. And so if I'm not having fun, like there was a part of me that wanted to keep doing it as a refining process for myself, saying, hey, this is you needing to step up and, you know, having a better attitude and pushing forward. And I'm like, that's what you do in life when you've got to do something because it's your job or because, you know, you're in a rock and a hard place and you got family that needs you, or you got to step up for your friend. When it comes to your hobby, when it's something that you should just be having fun with, that's not something you want to make into a personal battleground. So with that revelation, I said, well, until further notice, I mean, it's not official. It's not like I was, you know, doing something before. Now I'm not. But ultimately, I'm not going to be playing the game, even friendlies, because it's just it kind of started getting the same feeling. Even though I'm fine when my friends win. Like it's not losing. It's just the nature of the game for me at this particular point in my life. I love the community. I like watching the games. I like talking to people about the games. I like thinking about cards, like we're doing now. But playing the game just isn't great for me, and happily, like the live stream and a lot of the videos I've done haven't required me to play the game. So I'm not playing, but it's not a personal rejection of anybody. It's not saying, I don't want to play with you. And I feel bad about it, but I feel worse when I play. So it's like, as bad as I feel about having to say no, I don't want to play, I realize that's still preferable to saying, yeah, I'll play a game. Like I'd rather just do it that way. So for anybody who didn't know, that's where I'm at this particular point. Everything is still going to do friends. I enjoy those. Going to try to do, like I said, trying to crank up to do some spotlights, and things of that nature. So Tessel as a game, still keeping it alive. But as me as a player, I probably peaked, when I finally got into Legendary 2 years ago or whatever that was. That was kind of my coup de grace. And I've just been going downhill ever since, and it has been.
Well, you gotta do what you enjoy. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it.
Right.
Even if people want it, sure. That's a whole different situation. But you really gotta do what makes you happy. If you don't enjoy doing it, it reflects in the quality of the project as well.
Right.
Like people can tell if the energy's not there.
Yeah.
And I speak for everyone. We'd much rather see you have more energy and you having fun doing, because it's a hobby you're doing. Mm-hmm. We want to see you enjoy it and have fun with it.
Right.
And not lose your mind over it. But yeah, back to the Hatchery Meddler.
Yeah.
I've tried to make some decks work with it situationally. The issue with it, with a lot of cards, is a lot of mechanics in cards you can actually build around. It's really hard to build around Hatchery Meddler. I've tried to do it with like Snowy Sabercat, like swapping its health and then applying some items to it and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it works more as a combo deck unless someone's found a way to fit it into a mid-range deck very well, where it pays off for them.
Right.
Many times. But yeah, just to answer that question a little bit better.
Yep.
Oop, Honey Badger has to go.
Oh, hang on a second. Okay, let me scroll through here real quick. See, we got Baldric. You need to know the right people. We should contact J.J. Abrams and tell him you got no experience at all. I love it. Somehow, despite being from all parts of the world, all ages and sizes, there's a heck of a lot of common ground here. Low-key common ground. We could probably have some conversations where we decidedly don't see eye to eye on things. I mean, that's people in general. But it is funny when when he first said we need to contact J.J. Abrams, like, oh no, Baldric, and then he's like, telling me I have no experience, then we would be greenlit for a new Lord of the Rings. A solid burn there, Baldric. A solid burn. Micah Bailey says I'm gonna have to binge everything I missed tomorrow. Oh, I guess you're referring this and not to Star Wars, but. Yeah, it's we won't have as much to binge tomorrow.
No,
but
that's not
Citizen Kane is overrated. Casablanca is great. Okay, time out. No, the heck out. Honey Badger, how? Okay, the moment that I said we have much more common ground, Honey Badger has to just somehow, like, I'm not against you when you say Citizen Kane is overrated. I 100% agree. I think Casablanca is even worse. Like, Citizen Kane actually has some decent performing. Humphrey Bogart is a caricature. He's like he is. I mean, like the no facial expression, the monotone. The girl is like, oh no, come on, really, we gotta do this. It's like the very typical, very theatrical 1950s whatever. The story is what? At least Citizen Kane had a reveal at the end, and it's well done. Again. Like, I was with you when you said it's overrated. I'm like, yeah, people refer to that all the time as like some whatever. I understand it was great for its time. I appreciate what it did. And maybe to be fair, we in the modern age, people who didn't grow up with it may not appreciate that. I mean, there are people that look at the original trilogy, Star Wars trilogy, and go, it's all right. Like, if you didn't grow up in that time, if you weren't there when Jaws got released, you're not thinking this is the first blockbuster. Like, this is, merchandise, like everything just exploded. You're like, Jaws, it's an okay movie. It's like, this was a cultural phenomenon when it came out. It was, again, the first summer blockbuster. It just kind of, as I say, took the world by storm. So if you don't live in that time, I think we have a less appreciation of it just because even if it ages well, we weren't around. We didn't know what the cinematic world was before that movie. So I'm with you there, but Casablanca, goodness gracious me. I mean, jeez. See? Casablanca, it means White House. I'm getting on a plane. Look at my trench coat. That's pretty much the movie. Back me up, Io.
Good summary. I've never seen it.
I saw it once and was like, what in the world is this? Why is this? Why is this a thing?
What else we got here? Somehow Palpatine returned. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm just going to show.
Baldric, he's getting good. With Io out, with Io, he's onto us very fast. The chat can't run him anymore. That being said, I'm probably considerably behind because someone summoned Vincenzo, for crying out loud. All right, speaking of which, let's get Vincenzo on center stage here. Vincenzo, by the way, if you're still there, hopefully you're still there. I saw your message about Divinity and about your schedule, so I just haven't, I've been kind of keeping tabs on as much as I can, but I just haven't really been engaging with it too much. So I will respond to you, man. Good news, at least for us. It sounds like it's kind of sucked for you in terms of things being drawn out, but it sounds like we're going to get to make some headway a lot sooner than we thought. So that is good news. I think probably in the next week I'm going to try to edit the 5 videos that we have. I'm still trying to figure out what channel to put them on because the longer this takes, the less natural it feels to put it on Roll to One because it did start here.
Careful there.
But then it's then the middle sections at Roll to One. It's like, do we finish it where it started or do we just finish it there? I have got no problem stopping with the channel. So and they said it was okay, so I have no problem doing that. But I've just the further we get away from it, I'm like, do I just want to throw it on here? But yeah, so I got your message, man. I will respond to you very soon. Honey Badger, wait until I'm off my phone on the computer and I'm done with this COD World War II zombie run. Oh, nice. Hey, there we go. That's another. Well, I don't know about World War II. I did do the Call of Duty zombie run, the game that came out after Modern Warfare 2, and it was fun. You're not a first-person shooter player,
are you? No, I've done a few. Let's see, what's the last first-person shooter I played? It was. Oh, I want to say Cyberpunk, but I don't think so. I think it was Metro Exodus, which is a fantastic game. Yeah, but I haven't played games in a long time. I think the last game I played was Baldur's Gate 3. So, yeah, not really a FPS guy.
Yeah.
Completely different skill set.
Yeah, and it's not a slight or anything, but like for some reason it just, I mean, like another way, so it wouldn't have been like, how do I say this? I would not have expected you to. I don't know why, but for some reason I didn't picture you as an FPS guy. If you were, I would have been like, what? That's weird. But I did, yeah, for whatever reason, I just didn't peg you as a FPS guy. Whatever that means.
Keep your distance.
Or as much as that means. Honey Badger, I believe, trying to. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not going to assume anything, but having someone repeat, no, like that works on screen if they set up their mind snapping or breaking due to a trauma or manic episode. Yeah, but you got to be, I mean, we're talking like Joker manic. Like, you got to be going, to do it that many times, like, I can understand like a no, you know, maybe three, like you got the one where it's like disbelief. The second one is like, I can't even understand. And the third one is just like,
My friend.
the world's exploding. I no longer, like, the second one is trying to contain. Like, first one is starting there's a hole in there's a breach in the wall. Like, I'm starting to, it's cracking, it's falling aside. Like, oh my gosh, it's doing whatever. The second one is trying to rate it in, denial. This isn't happening. And the third one is the acceptance and just the whatever. So I think, I mean, rule of three for a lot of stuff. I know rule of two is for Sith, but rule of three for jokes, you know, all these things, it works. There's a timing to it. So I think 3 no's can work. And as I'm saying that, Sheev might have said it 3 times. I feel like he said it 4, but if he did say it 3, then it comes down to how you say it. You can do it like where it's like again, I mean, he wasn't losing his mind, he wasn't breaking, he was just defiant. Like, no, and he really went over the top with, I think that's what it was. He was great low-key evil to the, like, he had a great range from deceptively benevolent to like low-key evil, just like the laughter, that very distinct laugh. Perhaps referring to the, I can't do his voice, but like it's that very seductive, very like, you know, evil, low-key evil that's just kind of works its way in. It doesn't work when it's melodramatic, when it's like big.
Seductive,
like,
eh?
What's that?
Seductive, eh?
Well, I mean, come on, how could you? I mean, he's like Thrawn on steroids.
You are not worthy.
Emperor Palpatine is Thrawn.
Right. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, those robes, man. Who knows what's under? Oh, gosh. Can you imagine?
Ooh,
I don't want
no, don't imagine that.
No.
Retreat.
Yeah, really. Pull out! Pull out! No, pull up. That's it. Pull up! Oh, crap, pull up. Io says, I didn't, okay, so gonna pile in there. I didn't mind it. The delivery of the line was good enough. Boo! Hot take, boo. Whose side are you on? I'm giving you the weird big eye, little eye look. Goodness gracious. Darth Plagueis? Was that? Oh no, that's way before original trilogy, right?
Well, have you ever heard of the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
That's from...
That's a meme at this point.
Prequel?
That's from like the 3rd film, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He just sits down and watches the weird bubble show that has 0 context, and
right.
says, "Have you ever heard of Darth Plagueis the Wise? It's a Sith legend. Blah 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 blah." Right.
Oh, is that where he ends with, like, some would say unnatural?
Yeah, that's the one.
Gotcha. That's what I mean. So I have heard. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, yes. When you mentioned Darth Plagueis, I wasn't sure what that's a reference to. At first, I thought that was like, but Darth Palpatine was Darth Sidious. So that's what I thought he was referencing.
Other news: Vincenzo's got through his let's see, tier list video. He's
What?
a quarter of the way done with audio and visual edits. So in a week, it should be done.
Wow. Dude, okay, so I try to watch when I can, like when I've got the time. Pretty much like I'll look at Brave's channel, look at Vincenzo's. Just for the amount of work that he's put into this, I'm going to make a point, and all of you can too. It would be great for the viewing numbers or whatever. When he gets this thing up, because he's been working on this for like 16 years. Like Fetus Vincenzo was like, I better get started on this now. It's going to be a while. So,
ooh, that's a visual.
We've had a lot of interesting visuals here tonight. I apologize for most of them. But yeah, definitely. Oh, yep. Oh, right there. Yep. Got through all the hard cuts. Okay, I was wondering because you said he got through everything. I was like, wait, what? All the hard cuts?
With the recorder.
I will say
Vincenzo with glasses and the mustache.
Say what?
So now I'm just picturing whatever you said. Fetus Vincenzo with his sunglasses, bushy eyebrows, and mustache like the emoji. And it's like, no, purge brain.
I mean, literally, it's just that face with like think of like baby Homer Simpson, whatever, how they draw like the Simpson thing. That's pretty much it. Oh, there you go.
Ruined.
If there are any meme lords out there you go. We need to see the Vincenzo head on baby Homer or baby Bart. They had a lot of like baby Simpson episodes at different points. All right, let's see.
Matt Walsh had a take on people saying the visual effects are good. He said that this isn't 1975, visual effects aren't new. They're a given nowadays. Not necessarily. There's some movies with high budgets but terrible visual effects, and some movies with low budgets with very good visual effects.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, visual effects as a whole are new. I get what he's saying. I'm smelling what he's saying.
Yeah. No, and here's my argument. Like, when you have a movie like Iron Man, and I guess 4 or 5 years later, Captain America 2, that both, in different ways, did really freaking good with visual effects. Captain America 2 was more about making normal things like punching somebody, or I should say low-key things like punching somebody, making those look legitimate. I mean, I remember when he ran through the ship and he had this whole scene. It was like a long shot, him running through the ship and like jumping over railings and like punching guys. And he punched him and they flew back. And it was like the first time that I can remember seeing a show of force like that did not look like fake. Like I was like, in my head, I was going, he didn't just do that. There's no way for him to do that. It's a wire thing, whatever. They just did such a great job mixing practical with CG effects to achieve kind of supernatural or more impressive levels of what we would just normally write off as basic stuff. Iron Man did a fantastic job with like actual visual effects, green screening, a combination of practical costuming and digital costuming. So when you understand what can be done, and then you see a crap load of movies, like honestly, I'm still perplexed. People, like if Black Panther came out first, I think it would have been fine. The fact that it came out after those and the CG looked infinitely worse. I mean, he ragdolled several times. Like I'm like, come on, guy. Like where it's like, oh, you completely CG'd him and he looks very CG'd. But I mean, same thing. Almost all the movie, or it's like Doctor Strange, where it's this the CGI slush. It's just nothing but just like, oh, just regurgitate CG all over the place and throw some lighting effects and lens flares on it and call it good. So I think his point, he may not have said this, and so I probably agree with you that they aren't that good. You have a wide degree of quality, but I think they should be a given. When you've seen them done well 10 years ago and they're not able to achieve that, it's because you're working with crap people, you're giving them horrible deadlines to work with, and because your planning sucks. Somebody's dropping the ball if you can't get back to
I'll strike you
technology that was, or effects that were done very well 10 years ago, if not longer. I mean, Iron Man was what?
My sword is yours.
2010, I think, maybe. We're talking maybe 15 years.
Sheogorath will bleed.
What was that?
2008.
Jeez Louise, gosh, I feel worse now. 2008. And I'm not saying it's the crown jewel of visual effects, but there are plenty of Marvel movies that look like crap that came after that. Heck, you could even argue that Iron Man 2 and 3 didn't look as good in a lot of ways. Let's see. That's why if a movie has crap VFX, everyone says something about it. Yeah. Again, that's kind of. I mean, one of the best compliments you can get. It's very rare if you're going to get singled out for doing an exceptional job. Like, if people were just like, the cinematography was so amazing. Like, that's few and far between. Usually your best gauge of whether you did your job on a film is if nobody noticed your work. Like, if they didn't notice the dialogue, if the story unfolded and everything fit together and nothing jumped out, nothing kind of took you out of the story, that's like the best compliment you can get, because it just meant that everything worked well together. So yeah, if the CGI is so bad enough as to be noticeable, it's a pretty scathing indictment, especially now when it's getting cheaper and easier to do.
Roots of the hill.
But I'm sure I don't know, I'm not a guru with visual effects, but I'm sure storyboarding, workload, it's probably not about the tools. It's not about the computer. It's not about the servers or anything. It's probably giving them enough time and giving them the right stuff that they need. They need to know what this scene is going to butt up against, so they have to have a visual of what's going to come after or before in order to make it, a seamless thing. But continuity isn't even the biggest issue with it. It's just badly done. I think there still has to be a marriage of practical. You have to do your practical effect right. If you don't have the lighting on set to make the actor look right there, you either have to have somebody that's freaking really good with color correction. It's going to take a lot of time to artificially create lighting that wasn't there, or it's going to look really weird when you try to put this effect in there and you're like, why is that light? Why aren't we seeing that light on that person's face? Why is it dark? There's clearly a light source off to the side in this CG background, but there's no reflection of that anywhere on that person. Like, it's prep time and making your practicals, taking the time to practice. I just don't think there's, for whatever reason, we could speculate, but for whatever reason, the quality of work is just not there.
If you look at the Dune movies, they actually have really good practical and visual effects as well that are CGI, and they blend it together super well. I don't know if you've seen the new one yet. Can't remember if you said you did. Or the first one.
No, but I honestly... Go ahead.
Worth a watch.
Okay, I was going to say, at this point, I've had so many people say it, I'm like, all right, I get it. I'm a little burned because the last movie that was highly recommended, that people said I needed to see, that took place in a desert, that I finally watched and was like, it was well done, but I didn't like it, was Fury Road. So I'm a little burned, and that was a long time ago, but it stuck with me. I had like 25 people. I was like, all right, I've been out of the theater for a long time, so I grabbed it on Blu-ray, and it was well done. I'm not saying it was a bad movie, but it just, I was like, it's not my thing. Like, that was my first Mad Max movie, and it wasn't my thing. So I'm just afraid that I'm gonna look at Dune and be like, but I mean, I like the book. I like the first book, and so if the first movie adheres to the first book relatively well, I think I'm good.
You just gotta go into the right expectations. You're going into a movie that's that full of action all the time. It's a bit of a slow burner to develop characters. Then you enjoy the film.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's been so long since I read the book. All I remember is I had a very favorable impression of the first book. I don't even remember what happens in it as much. So I wouldn't go in. Yeah, like action. I've actually, as I've gotten older, I have less and less. I think it's harder for me, for I hate to say it for my standard, but for me, you need to do a much better. It's harder for me to enjoy fight scenes and chase scenes and a lot of the visual stuff because the stakes are never there. It's like the last time I remember, the movie did it really well. The third Bourne movie, I think it's the Bourne Identity, Supremacy, not Ultimatum. Was it Ultimatum? I think. Anyway, it was the third Bourne movie where they had a chase scene, and it was about middle of the movie. We'd already established that they were willing to kill off characters because we lost one at the beginning of the second movie, and we lost one or two somewhat main characters in the third one by that point. And so there's this chase scene, and you're not really worried about Matt Damon because you know he's going to survive. He needs to make it to the end of the movie at least. But Nikki was getting chased as well by a very skilled assassin. And so the stakes were there because you really didn't know if she was going to get killed off or not. She wasn't necessary to the plot. You wanted to see her survive. She seemed really cool. It was a good character. She'd been there for the first two movies. You know, from a movie's perspective, it would do a lot if they did kill her off, meaning what it would do to Bourne and the kind of things he would do. And the movies are so far from the books that I don't even think she's a character in the book. So there was a lot of stakes there. So every time Matt Damon landed a certain way and it's like, oh, did he hurt himself? Or when they were fighting, it's like the whole time I did not relax until the fight scene was the whole chase fight scene was over because I was really not sure if Nikki was going to survive or not. You don't get that in most chase scenes. You know, based on where it happens in the movie, whether they're going to catch the guy, whether they're not going to catch him, if this guy's going to die or not. If this character dies, you haven't done anything to make me care about them, so I don't give a rat's patoot. So I think it's harder to make action scenes meaningful and compelling, whereas human interaction, drama, conversation, where you're working through processes and everything, I find that when it's done well, it's very fascinating. So
yeah, I agree. That's why the John Wick movies work so well for me. Is because they actually do action really well.
Right.
Now, again, it goes back to Jason Bourne's going to survive. John Wick is likely going to survive as well because he's the main character.
Right.
If they kill him off, it's because they're probably getting rid of the character.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Right.
It's like the last James Bond movie.
Together, we will
Spoiler
make
alert.
a fortune.
That ended in a different way than it usually does.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen it.
No, Daniel Craig just. I don't have anything against the guy. I just didn't. I think I saw the first Bond. I was like, nah, I'm good. I was never a hardcore Bond fan. I would say safely without any bitterness. It just wasn't for me. It's not my jam. But
Let's knock some heads.
Yeah. So his character, of course, reached the end of his journey because he just either couldn't do it or didn't want to do it anymore, that kind of thing.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
There's some people who just outgrow their roles.
yeah,
Both in terms of age, like being physically able to do it,
I know
or
a
just
shortcut.
they grow out of it in terms of wanting to do it. Usually it comes down to, I think, the
Your fear
not necessarily
betrays
the willingness or money or whatever. It's
You anger Khajiit.
I find a lot. Well,
Your fear betrays
onto that point, we can look at the new Deadpool and Wolverine movie, where Hugh Jackman retired the character, but he came back.
You're so sweet.
Even though he said, it was harder for him to stay in the shape needed to play the role. So
Yeah,
I can see
he's
that
getting
being a
up there.
factor a lot. Yeah, he's 55 or 56, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Nords must take back Sky.
I don't know where I was going with that. I'm also running out of energy.
We were talking about you were referencing first it was John Wick. You were talking about action, and you were talking about John Wick, and then I think you said the exception being something like the last Bond movie.
Yeah. Okay. And then I stop there. What a riveting ending to that sentence. That was fantastic. Or my topic, rather.
Right.
Just trailed off.
Well, no,
It's
I know what
leather.
you
That's
mean.
what it
Well, the
is.
thing
That's
too
the word.
was that.
That's the word, leather. That's the word, yeah. Not blathering, blather.
We can edit this part out.
Yeah, it's just blather.
My butt's been wiped. Goodness gracious. Oops.
Sorry, everyone.
Trust me,
I had a point.
What?
I said I had a point, and then it got lost
victory.
somewhere in the void of my brain.
Hey, I've been doing that all night. Well, and John Wick also he's like, this just came, I don't know if this is going to pan out or not. The comparison came to me. Like, he's like the Mario Brothers video game, or a lot of Nintendo's games. Really light on plot, but the action is really solid and feels good. So it's like, it's fun to, like, you're not watching John Wick for necessarily the story. It's there to facilitate the gun fu. It's there to, and they do the fights really. The fights are really well. The action is. It's kind of like art. And I'm not saying it's whether you think it's like well done, artistic or whatever, but it's like it's fun to watch. Not because you're caring about the stakes or caring about anything. It's just you're watching this really cool sequence. This really cool, kind of like in a way Matrix. I mean, Matrix had a good story. I'm not saying it didn't have a good storyline, but a lot of the what people liked were the effects and the cool nifty fight scenes, you know, with the guns and the shootings and the things. And it was a feast for the eyes. And I think that's what John Wick is, especially the second, third, and fourth one. It just is a good looking, fun to watch, where you're just like, it's pop. It's the equivalent of like the 80s action movie. It's your Sylvester Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme, whatever movie. It's not there to be brilliant. It's not there to make any kind of whatever. It's just dumb fun, and you're along for the ride just because you want to see stuff, do stuff, and, you know, oh yeah, it's rah rah. You come out feeling like, yeah, that was cool, and then it goes away.
Yeah, and the plot of those movies gets more and more nonsensical as the movies progress.
Are you
and
talking
not
about John
necessarily
Wick?
nonsensical in John Wick, yeah, they just get more and more over the top, and not necessarily in a bad way. It's just in a fun way,
Right.
because, like you said, it's not really for the plot. But if you pay attention to the plot, it gets even more absurd.
Right. Well, everybody's
Like
an
he goes to the
assassin.
desert. Everybody's an assassin. Randomly goes to the desert
Yeah.
for like a high council visit, and then there's a whole bunch of underground stuff. It's like, ooh, better world, better than the Godzilla MonsterVerse. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, and and let's say it was kind of cool to see Lawrence Fishburne and Keanu Reeves in a movie together again, you know, after Matrix.
The tribunal will always count to the
I've never seen the
people's
fourth Matrix
hey-ho,
movie.
The tribunal's
And
I wish I could forget that I saw the second and third one too, but yeah, but they're not. They were bad for when they came out. Like when they came out, it was like there were enough good movies where it was like they were subpar in a lot of ways. And nowadays, you look at them and go, they're serviceable. Like, because everything else, the bar has gotten so low. It's like, all right, well, I guess it could be worse. I didn't know it could be worse, but it is definitely worse.
But let's see here. Matt Walsh had a take on people saying, "Oh, we already talked about that. Somehow Palpatine returned." Yeah. Oh yeah, crap. Visual effects. And apparently we're the Sith messing. Oh wait, no, it's Vincenzo. Vincenzo's in the Sith messing.
Did we lose service for a second there?
Could have. Just going through the chat here.
You are no match for House
Now the
Calvani.
Sith must
They
take the
will
screen.
die by
Probably
the Prince of
Vincenzo
Blood.
might have been. I don't think we're the Sith.
Wait, what?
Just reading the chat.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm trying to catch up on here.
Step on my path
See,
to greatness.
so Vincenzo asks, imagine sending Avatar 2 100 years in the past. Think we could convince people of 1923 that those are real aliens? You don't even have to go as far as Avatar 2. I think a lot of stuff. Because it's been like the, what do they call it, the frog in boiling water. Like, we've just been around it for so long that we don't really notice necessarily the leaps. Obviously, you have Star Wars in '77, Matrix in '99, and then something relatively recent. I guess maybe the first Avatar, at least for 3D. But there are groundbreaking movies, but in general, it's just they just gradually, in theory, get better and better. So we're like, oh, this doesn't look real. Now, you might have a hard time selling the first Incredible Hulk. Those effects were pretty bad. But I do think just because you don't realize it's not like how like. I mean, I remember 77, or was it 78, the first Superman movie, the tagline was, "You'll believe a man can fly." And it was a huge hit. There were people back then that thought that was like super realistic. So if you present people back in the 20s with a movie that is not like Godzilla or something where it's like ridiculous stuff, but you have this blending of humans working with these creatures, and you have no concept in your brain of how in the world these things could exist, because they're not moving like claymation, they're not, you can't see that it's green screen, there aren't subtle hints. You have no frame of reference for how in the world this could be anything other than real. Kind of like some deepfakes. Some of these deepfakes that you see, you're like, I mean, some of them look, pretty bad. Some of them are like, okay, it's good. But there are some where you just go, is that really not that guy? And we know for a fact that it's happening. So I personally think that you could. I mean, they believed War of the Worlds. And granted, you didn't have visuals then, but it was still the premise of an alien invasion, and people bought that. So I don't know how many people did. I happen to think it's a little bit less than what we were expected to, but I don't know. What do you think, Aya?
I had to read the thing again because I spaced out. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
Can we convince people we're aliens? Probably.
You trusted me. How foolish.
Let's see, we'd have to do research into what they considered aliens at the time.
Reminisce only
Because
the
aliens
first
as a whole
step
have
on my
existed
path
for a
to
long time.
greatness.
Like the UFO sightings and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, it's been documented since we could document it. Let's see. First UFO sighting. What's the UFOs? I'm not getting into. I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Right.
Probably. I mean, you can really convince people now.
Yeah.
With
But
the right
I think the
sales pitch.
was that?
With the right sales pitch.
Yeah. I think I wonder as well if the what is called the uncanny valley, which has been a big kind of.
That's exactly.
You must be cleansed.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's exactly it. Uncanny valley. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh.
It was in my brain at one point. As you were talking, I'm like, yeah, uncanny valley, and then I lost it. Yeah. So, sorry, go ahead. Please continue.
Well, I wonder psychologically if that can only if that happens when you're exposed to it as we are gradually, or like if it just smacks you in the face, do you still have that feeling that it's just not right, or do you only think that because you know for a fact that it's not real because you saw them, you saw the making of or whatever, and there's something in your brain to, like, the power of suggestion, I guess is my question. Like, we went, and Amber, if you're watching this, I do apologize, but we went to a hotel when we went to visit my dad, and no mention of, we were in the hallway, we weren't in the actual room, but we were walking down, no mention of animals or anything like that. Right before we get in the room, she hears a dog barking 3 doors down. She gets in the room and she's like, "I smell dog in here. We need to get a different room." And I'm like, and I mean, I don't have the best smeller in the world, but I was like, it doesn't smell like dog to me. I'm not saying whether it did or didn't, but the point is, it did make me wonder if she would have smelled the dog had she not heard a barking, because you wouldn't assume that typically, most like Marriotts and stuff aren't, hey, bring pet friendly. So if you're not anticipating there being a dog, would you automatically assume the smell that you smell is from a dog, or would you just naturally assume, well, that's just what the hotel smells like? So it's the same thing there. When you know that what you're watching is not real, does that make it harder to accept it? Whereas if you were in the 20s and there's no reason for you to think that it's not real, would any element of something of the uncanny valley, would anything that would make you go, it just doesn't seem quite right to me, would that still exist if you're already going into it with the mindset that whatever you know, if you see it, it's real, does that still trip you up? Or would they even go,
Your life.
I don't believe it. It doesn't look right. You know, I don't know.
I always think it's very much that. It just doesn't look right because our brains are wired to.
A formidable display.
Let's see, what's the way to say this? Our brains recognize certain things because it's been like. So our brains do the best to interpret the world around us, and that's kind of built up over like a really long time of evolution and biology and that kind of stuff. Our brains are pretty cool in that they're basically creating a 2D world, and our brains basically see in 2D, but it does its best to create 3D, if you get what I'm saying. Like if we could truly see in 3D, when you look at someone, you could see the back of their head at the same time as the front. So that's technically how it would work. But so our brain does its best to interpret the world as we see it, and over time we've come a long way into recognizing human faces due to social interactions, behavior, and that kind of stuff, living in family groups. So when something is off, we can pretty much recognize it all the time. Now it's getting better and better, but there's certain things, certain tells, whether it's the eyes, the way the face moves, the animation. But I think if you basically showed people from a long time ago that kind of stuff, I think they could pick it out because it doesn't look right.
So this may be it is ignorance on my part. Is Uncanny Valley, does that only refer to human beings, or is that can you do that like when the first Hulk came out, people were like, it just looks totally fake? Like, is it the attempt to make something that is like completely wholly artificially created, trying to pass it off as a real in-person fleshable thing? Like it's not an animation like a Disney thing, whatever. It's actually supposed to be there. Does that term also apply to those kinds of things, or is it only for human beings?
I'm not sure, actually. It could just be for human beings, because the Hulk, we're immediately going to say it's not real, because it's a big green monster thing.
Right.
So we're going to go in thinking, oh yeah, this is definitely fake. So I'm not sure if the Uncanny Valley is just something to do with human beings or not. It definitely could be.
I wish I could remember the name of it now. It was a Peter Jackson movie, I believe. But it came out a long time ago now. It was like Area 42 or something. It had a number in the name, but it was like, I remember prawns were a thing, but it was kind of the same thing. It had these alien creatures, and they were living side by side with humans. But it was one of those things where I was doing double takes the whole time because I was like, they look freaking real. Like, I know they're not real, but they're not. It's not somebody in a suit. Like, these things are, I know they don't exist on the set, but they looked, the way they were done, they looked really, really good. So it's, even though in my brain I know, because I live now, that's not real. The movements were so natural, the lighting was everything was so good that I was like, I think something like that, I mean, and again, that's an isolated example, but I think something like that, if it could get me as a modern person to start going, okay, how did they pull that off? I don't know about Avatar 2 because they're big and blue. Who knows how that would come across? And I think to your point as well, it would also depend on the psyche. If they're convinced that all aliens have bulbous heads and big black eyes, then they're going to be like, what the crap are these weird Smurf cat people? Well, they didn't have Smurfs back then, but what are these big blue cat people? Like, well, I don't understand it. Oh, these are aliens? They don't look like aliens. They just look like weird things, which I guess would be alien. But that could be fighting them as well. If they have a preconception of what aliens are supposed to look like, and then they see a different kind of alien, would they say it's fake just because they think it doesn't look like an actual alien?
Probably a bit of both. Because they know it's fake.
Right.
It's not anything they've ever seen before. But it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Some people believe in aliens, people believe the Earth is flat. So people believe a lot of things, especially when they don't really test any theories themselves, like practically, to verify things.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if they do, sometimes they still don't believe it. I don't know, it's weird. Like, people who think the Earth is flat only think the Earth is flat. They think every other planet is spherical.
Really?
Which is bizarre to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I think
So,
I think when that's your premise, nothing like I've met 4 flat earthers, and they would talk about other things as well after they told me about their flat Earth and all that kind of stuff. And it was like every single time they say something like, "This sounds ludicrous," and I'm like, "They believe the Earth is flat." Like it kind of mitigates my surprise at what they believe outside of that, because once you've established that that's how you see reality, I'm like, you can believe that pigs fly, and I wouldn't bat an eye because you think the Earth is flat. Like it's a pretty big, you know, it's one thing to be like, oh, you believe in this supernatural thing or this thing. I can't say one way or the other, but it's like there is just so much stuff. Like to me, it's just a ludicrous kind of, like, who would ever think that? But I mean, like, where would that idea come from is my question. Like, why would you sit there and go, huh, you know, all this stuff about inertia and gravity and Earth rotation and all these photos. You know what? I just think it's all bullcrap. Like, where does that enter your brain at? I don't know.
There is a toll
I wouldn't know.
Good.
I wouldn't know either.
Good.
That's some like weird psychology thing going on there, and I have no expertise in that whatsoever.
Well, and I'm not going to get into it because it does start getting into a little more prickly subjects, but all I'll say is that the other things they believed as well that somewhat you could say were parallel to that was a matter of made them feel kind of special because it in theory it's something that calls into question our reality and everything that we believed, and if that's not true, then these other things that they wish were true are actually true, and therefore it makes them feel better as people. It's a bizarre thing, but once they started talking about the other stuff, like flat Earth, I was like, what are you talking about? And then they mentioned the other things that they believe in tandem with it, and I was like, oh, that's allowing this other process, this other belief to have a foothold, and that one you want to believe because you want to believe it's true just because you want to believe it's true. You don't care if the Earth is flat or not, but believing in that allows you to believe in this other thing that you very much want to be true, and that makes sense. But I would suggest that leaning into reality and trying to make the best of it is going to be the better way to go ahead than to try to figure out a way that you can rewrite the way everything works. But
oh yeah, it's just funny to think about it. Like, a really good way to test this is to look at an eclipse. The other way you get the eclipses that we do is because they're round. The moon's round, the sun's round, the Earth is round. If the Earth was flat and it created an eclipse, it would look like a flat, like, side of a disc.
Right.
It wouldn't even eclipse the moon. The shadow. And that's a really good way to test it, to see. But even still, doesn't help. If you want, like you said, if you want to believe it, you will believe it.
Yep.
Firmly rooted in their beliefs, like dendrologists and trees.
Oh, jeez. Oh, all right. That might be the nail in the coffin, folks. I don't know if I can survive beyond this. All right. Okay, I'm going to try. Well, here we are an hour later than when I said we're going to be winding down, but let me see if we can get back to the bottom of this. I don't know how far off we are now, but let me see if we can get here.
Here, let's see if I can find it. Avatar 2 sending aliens, and then Honey Badger asks a very good question. Why does a rock sink and a ship float?
Oh, I think that's pertaining to the Lord of the Rings fan fiction.
Yep.
Trying to sound philosophical and failing miserably.
Then Monty Python, and then we got a small discussion about witches, ducks, and rocks. Why does the witch float? Oh, yes, and then the Honey Badger affectionately calls Rings of Power reeks of puke.
Yeah. That actually works.
Saying that it looked great. And some of the casting was good.
Really? I don't think Elendil and Gilgalad. So, okay, to be fair, I've seen glimpses. I will say off the cuff that I would not have, like, Elrond looks ridiculous. Most of the dwarves look ridiculous. What's her face? The lead gal? I mean, I think that it was more issue with the characterization versus I mean, she has blonde hair and fair skin. That's pretty much what Galadriel looks like. It'd be hard to say. So it's not that. It's her attitude and her whole demeanor. or not?
I don't know. They took away Galadriel, what Galadriel was from the source material. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Description: rings of power, reeks of puke. Oh, and then here we got a little message from Denise, stirring from her half slumber because she heard the mention of cake.
Oh no! How am I getting called out by everybody? Like she pops back in just in time. What are you, my mother? Not just you, but Honey Badger, and I mean, like.
I am, yes.
They just popped in right at the most inopportune time. Go back to sleep, Denise. Get some chocolate cake and go back to sleep.
And the question was posed: can Thorana bake chocolate cake? And then Roderick said, not only one, but 3.
Is that one of her lines?
That'd be hilarious if it was.
Yeah, it would be. But shout out to the Monty Python illusions there. Yeah, you can't say.
Oh, yeah.
You jumped into. That's good. Yeah, you can't talk about anything floating or sinking and not. Small rocks, cider, churches, lead, a duck. Exactly. So logically, she weighs the same as a duck, and she's made of wood, and therefore. Oh, Monty Python, I love you. Okay.
What secrets?
They don't make them like they used to.
Nope.
May the fates smile on Kaji.
They say Dooku was one of the greatest characters in all of Star Wars, by Honey Badger. It's another interesting take there.
Dooku is one of the greatest characters of all Star Wars. Okay, so my initial reaction is to go ha 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 and laugh, but I'm actually trying to think logically. If you separate Dooku, if you isolate him, and maybe if you change the name, Dooku. Sorry, I mean Darth Vader sounds cool. Dooku, not so much. I mean, there's a rule of cool here that we're missing. But separating the name, yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would. You'd have to tell me. You'd have to be able to, because like I said, it's been so long since I've seen it. You'd have to point out to me why, like the defense of it. But I would not dismiss it out of hand, because I think in isolation, you could have. I don't know about the greatest, but some of the characters, yeah, I mean, it could be one of the greats. But the line, unforgivable line, I will never accept that this is a line that should have been written by anybody. Obviously, we won't win this with our knowledge of the Force. We'll have to use lightsabers. For F's sake, man, just pull out the lightsaber. We don't need you to describe. It's like, that would be a radio drama line. Like, if you have no visuals, you have no way to track. But even then, you have a very distinct lightsaber ignition sound. But that's still a telling, not showing. You don't have to say, we're not, we like, in other words, let's play with our swords now. Like, it really was just that. And that's the only, when I think of Dooku, that's the only thing that comes to my mind. Well, we won't be able to solve this with our knowledge of the Force. We'll have to use lightsabers. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, there's something to be said for writing where the villain says less, doesn't say much at all.
Yes.
Or the mysteriousness of a character, which they ruined with the Boba Fett show by making Boba Fett talk his face off.
Mm-hmm. The actor even said it. The actor was
he
like,
did.
Put my helmet on and have me say less.
You know it's bad when.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said for less is more, the old adage.
Yep.
Colloquialism. Wow.
Colloquialism?
Colloquialism.
You'll get there, my friend. You'll get there.
Let's see. Dooku Great's character. We got some agreement that he's pretty good. Then yeah says, I don't know why people are hitting on the Acolyte. I really enjoyed the show. And then I say, no problem. Just because we don't enjoy it doesn't mean that should take away from your enjoyment of it.
Exactly right. Could have said it by myself.
Like what you like.
Yeah, I never begrudge anybody liking it. Just don't tell me it's good. I mean, you can tell me whatever you want, but like, there's a big difference for me from somebody saying, I really enjoyed it. I'm like, great, that's awesome. But saying it's well done, it's well written, it's well executed, the story, like, when you start straying into more objective territory, then I think the heckles go up a little bit. I mean, somebody wants to say it's the best show in the world. I'm not. It's not going to stop me from sleeping tonight. But that's where I make the distinction personally, where it's. I can say I really enjoy this, and you can say it's poorly done, and I'll say I may argue the point, or I may go it may be, but I still enjoy it, and that's okay. And that's all you have to do. Like you don't have to necessarily insist that it's well done or good. You just say, hey, I know this thing is camp, I know it's crap, but I enjoyed it. But the other important thing to remember is the amount of incredulity one may have about one truth or one person's perspective is probably the same amount of incredulity, or it's best to be assumed as the same amount of incredulity from the other person. So if I'm going, I don't know how you liked it, I have to understand that you are probably looking at me and me, and going, I don't know how you couldn't like it. It's probably the same level of exasperation and going, I don't understand what you're looking at because, perspectives, standards, life experiences, thought process. Like there's, I like rom-coms. There's probably a lot of rom-coms that I enjoy that I shouldn't, because they're weak in so many areas. Some stuff doesn't make sense. The line's not great, but because I like the genre and I'm more tied to the emotional dynamics, between these characters, I can pave over a lot of weak spots. I don't love everything. I don't watch Lifetime or Hallmark movies, but there's probably some things you could say, that's not a very, it's not a great movie overall. Like it has a lot of bad points. And I go, yeah, but I don't see him because I like it for these. I'm here for these three things. So I don't care if anything else is bad. And so I think that could be the same for like Acolyte. If you're just, again, this is not a diss, but I don't know what necessarily you would say I enjoy, and I'm getting that out of the Acolyte, other than that it is something that is technically under the Star Wars name, or it has lightsabers in it. I don't know. And again, it's not a slight. I'm just literally going, I haven't heard anything from it where I'm like, oh, okay, like Lord of the Rings, or not Lord of the Rings, Rings of Puke or whatever it is. Most folks, IOU included, have said, hey, it looks good. Like, if you can find the redeemable things, I'm not a prequels guy. Maybe Dooku's awesome. I liked Obi-Wan. I like Qui-Gon. There are a lot of things that I like about it. So if you can, even if you don't like something as a whole, you can still find things to like about it. I haven't seen anything with the Acolyte where I'm like, I like this part about it. Everything from the performance, the little bits of the performances that I've seen. Well, I don't need to bash it, but like Io said, if you like it, you like it, and nothing wrong with that. But just know that if you're saying, I don't know how people can't like it, there's people with the exact same perspective of going, I don't know how you can't, and vice versa. It's just something that I have to remember if I'm in a discussion with somebody. If they're going, you know what, you're wrong. I'm going, I'm thinking you're wrong with the exact same amount of veracity that you are. It's just which one of us is going to be more gentlemanly about it.
Yeah, sometimes you can like something, but you don't expect me to agree or share the same sentiment. And if you don't like, if I like something and you don't, you can just leave it at that. You don't even need to say anything. You could say a couple reasons why if you want, but you don't need to say anything else about it. You can just leave it and move on to something else.
Yep.
And I think that's fine. Yeah. Kind of died off there. That's fine. We got a nice win from Raxon, so.
Yeah. All right. I think this might be the last one. Let's see how much further. Okay. Yep. All right. Cool. We're at the very end here. So Honey Badger, and that's why Honey Badger left. So okay, now we can talk schmack about everything.
No, he's back.
Huh? Oh, is he? No, he isn't. Is he? He is. Yep, he's almost tripped me up there. Thank you, Io. I was about to just go on a whole tirade about the prequels, but you saved me.
I think we're talking about the Clone Wars TV show as well.
Yeah. Oh no. Like I said, I probably because I think it's 7 seasons, 7 or 8, 22 episodes a season, 172 episodes roughly. There's probably 20, maybe 22. I don't think there's a whole season worth of kind of duds of like, this episode wasn't so great, or it's kind of boring or childish. So that's pretty damn good. I mean, that's more than most shows to have like 150 really solid stories, or at least just kind of fun to watch. Like you can just sit down, turn it on, and be like, "Oh, cool, this is happening." And because of the animation style, it's aged pretty well. Like it's a very unique character design, but it animates well for what it is, and it doesn't look because it never tries to be fluid. It never tries to be, quasi realistic. It's meant to look like a digital cartoon, and it does that well.
Yeah. Let's see here. 03. I see it. When it comes back. Yeah. People who don't like the accolade just try to show they know everything about Star Wars lore, that they would hate anything related to it post my first trilogy. Even the second, they criticize it. Overall, it has flaws looking at the show. Since it took over, but it's the closest thing to The Mandalorian in quality. Interesting, I have only seen the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, and I did enjoy them.
Yep. I wouldn't call them...
But I was just going to say, I think I read... Someone said earlier, and I can't remember who, it might have been Hunter Biden, but apparently the writers didn't watch any of the source material or read any of the books. The writers of the Acolyte before they got the job.
Right.
And who knows if they did afterwards. So it's like, oh, okay. That's an interesting situation.
It was an actor, right, who said Anakin blew up the Death Star?
Oh, no. That's not even close.
Yeah, no, but it's somebody involved in the show. I don't think it's one of the writers, but I think it's one of the actors who was doing an interview. It's like it's like a big meme now, whatever. Like, yeah, Anakin blew up the Death Star. But I mean, the whole thing. I mean, I hate to say this, Jazz, but I mean, you have the showrunners saying they don't believe that there is a difference between good and evil. That it's a big gray area. It's a big moral gray area. And considering some of the people involved, I can understand why they would want to believe that. But that's a fundamental problem. Like Star Wars makes it very clear: there's good and bad. There's light and dark. You don't have this morally. It's and we're not even talking like gray Jedi. We're talking about you can be an absolute piece of crap, murder people, but you're a good person. Like you can't. In real life, people have argued, that there's nuance like that you can have these different things, and that's a different discussion. But in the world of Star Wars, it's very much about good versus evil, and those aren't interchangeable. So when your showrunners, the people heading the show, have that perspective, you cannot have a healthy show. If the philosophy behind the show itself, something very fundamental as to good and evil, who you're supposed to root for, who are the good, just as a general, again, PSA for folks, talking to myself as well, generalizing, saying, oh, people just don't like, if you don't like the Acolyte, then you must be. People who don't like the prequels, people who don't like you can't generalize it. Like I have, I love the expanded universe stuff on a case-by-case basis. That came after the original trilogy. Didn't like the prequels. I got my reasons for that. Acolyte, it doesn't matter to me whether it taps into the lore or not. It does not. I've seen nothing. I wouldn't even go into that. But in other words, to say that, well, if you don't like it, then this. It's a fallacy. So it has to be taken person by person. What are their criticisms? Why is it? I mean, you can say that most of the arguments you've heard against it, or most of the people that don't like it, are referring to lore stuff. But to say that people who don't like it must be this, it doesn't do it. In terms of trying to persuade people or get people to see a different perspective, it doesn't work, because automatically I'm going, you've just lumped me in with a bunch of people. You don't know why I don't like it. And if we want to have a conversation about it, it's already very clear you're assuming why I don't. In your mind, there is no justifiable reason for me not to like it. The only reason is because I'm trying to show off my lore, whatever. And that may not be true, and that's a disservice to you if you're going, no, I mean, you can dislike it. I'm just curious to know why. But in my mind, I'm going, nope, he's already made up his mind. This is the only reason. There's no justifiable reason not to like it. Then there's no point in having a dialogue about it, because I'm not going to change my mind. And while I'd be happy to share my reasonings for, how I feel or whatever, it just don't make no sense to have a discussion. And usually you want to encourage that. So that's just, again, that's for anybody. It's just, you want to start off on a foot where it's like, what they call it, like discussion in good faith, and just say, I don't get why everybody's hating on it. So far, the only criticism I've seen is about the fact that it doesn't match up the original lore, which I think is something that we should be willing to forgive or whatever if we want to embrace, new stories in general or an expanding universe, whatever it is. That's a great way to start it out. And you say, oh, well, yeah, there's a lot of people that dislike it for that or whatever, but then there's this whole side of it, and it can go back and forth. But, yeah, that's all I got. But I'm with you, Io. First 2 seasons of Mandalorian, thought they were serviceable. I wasn't like rah, but
You can't beat me.
yeah, they were entertaining. Put it that way. They were entertaining.
Like, I often don't feel certain ways about a show. I don't often come from a movie that wasn't very good and say, oh, that I hated that so much, that sucked. I don't have those kinds of feelings about things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty relaxed about lots of stuff. So if I don't like it, I'm just like, okay, that wasn't for me, and I just won't do it again. As simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always willing to give things a try, including stuff that I have, like the She-Hulk show.
Oh, jeez.
I gave that a try.
Uh-huh.
It was terrible, but I still gave it a try. Nobody watch it.
Right. Well, and that's a personal, like, I think, like, for me, I go, like, when I get done with my days, usually, not all the time, but usually I get done with my day and I go, there wasn't enough time in the day. Like, I didn't get some of the stuff done that I wanted to do. I didn't have the energy to get stuff done. So for that reason, on a personal level, I don't watch something unless I think it has a very good chance of being something that I'll enjoy, simply because, but what is it character? My time is precious, so it's like, I think that's eclipse of barrenness. So, but there's different philosophies. There's, it's like, hey, I want to try something new, like the spice life. Like, what good is getting everything done if you're miserable all the time? I want to try something new. Like, so I've got no problem with people who do that. But for me, I'm like, I'm trying to make videos. I'm trying to write stories. I'm trying to do whatever. If I'm going to sit down and watch something, it's kind of the same thing what I do with I'm eating. If I'm gonna eat something, it needs to be something that I enjoy the heck out of. If I'm going to put those calories in my body, I need to be able to enjoy it. Otherwise, why bother? So, for me, it's more of a. It's not worth me spending my time to explore something that has a low chance of being enjoyable. I'd rather just bank on something that has a good, a high chance of being entertaining, and that I won't feel like, well, that time would have been better spent elsewhere. But I understand the other side of it too, and I have a lot of friends that are more of that persuasion, like you're saying, Io, where it's like, I'll give anything a try just to see what it's about. Especially if I'm going to make a comment on the show. Like, there's a lot of things about these shows that I won't, like, I'm not going to comment on music. I'm not going to necessarily comment about performances, because if I haven't watched it, I can't really say, because the glimpses you get, sometimes you can get an idea, sometimes not. Like, you can there are some actors, a lot of actors, that you don't have to see very much to go, they suck. Like, this is a poor performance. But again, lines, story lines, that kind of stuff, you don't need to watch it to go that. Just don't make no sense. But I can appreciate people trying to take time to test things out that may not be, their most favorite thing. For sure.
Yeah, and I don't watch a lot of shows.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said earlier today, I've started a few shows and then just dropped off watching them. Mm-hmm. It's not that I lost interest, it's just I do other things.
Right.
But I think it's a good mentality just to give things a shot and not necessarily be influenced by everything online.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of misinformation out there nowadays as well.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people don't take the time to verify something they hear on Twitter. Twitter's really bad about it.
Right.
And Reddit, but it's like, where did research go?
Yeah.
It takes some time to verify things, or if you're still unsure, it's like a video game. If you hear certain things about it, just try it out for yourself.
Right.
It goes for anyone. Try it. If you don't like it, don't continue with it. It's pretty simple.
Well, and that's also if you're. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, but it's all preferential because everyone would like to kind of divide their time they have, the limited time we have on this earth, the way they work through, and of course we gotta respect that as well.
Right.
Find balance, and that's one of the hardest things in life, is balancing everything within your life.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nicely done, Brother Ridge. First game we get to watch, and you're tearing it up. Yeah, and that's because that's the guy. When my friend was like, "You're going to be missing out," like that's what, you know. He was like, because I'm saying I'm not interested. Like, oh, you're missing out. I'm like, for you, it would be missing out because you're actively looking for new things to watch, which is, again, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's an outlook you have. Whereas I'm not actively looking for things. If something has to be noteworthy to make me turn my head, whether it's a game or anything else, like it's got to be something that I'm like, ooh, this looks really good, I'm willing to try my time with it. I'm not interested in just, so it's like the downside for me, there is none. If I don't watch any new movies for the next 20 years, I'm not going to be like, oh man, like I wish I'd watched it. Like my life to me doesn't get better or worse based on what I end up watching. So there is no downside for me not watching a show because I'm not actively looking. Same thing with like dating. I'm not actively looking to date. So if it doesn't happen, I'm not like, you know, oh, something passed me by. It's like, I'm not, if something comes along, then, you know, or someone comes along who catches my interest, I'll go there, but I'm not going to go fishing. I'm not going to spend time and effort looking for someone because that's not where I'm at right now. That's not what I'm interested in. So it doesn't behoove me to spend my time doing that. But if a gal comes along and I'm like, whoa, she seems really awesome, then, you know, then I'll pursue it. So but yeah, like you said, it's different ways of, it's what you're interested in, what you're looking to do. And if you're going, hey, I'm in search of something new to watch, I'm looking for something to, you know, just to be able to, you know, unwind to and enjoy, then yeah, then you don't want to necessarily, like you were saying, just believe everything you hear and cut yourself out of an opportunity to enjoy something that, oh, he left before I could say anything. I just talked myself out of saying something. Daggone it. Sorry, Brother Ridge. Yeah. So Honey Badger just saw his brother and sister-in-law. Honey Badger, I appreciate the problem with my beard is it's spotty. You can see if you get up in there, it doesn't grow even. It's pretty heavy around this area, and then it gets kind of spotty on the side. So I really have to grow it a long time to get it to look.
Is someone out there?
Get it to look good. And honestly, in this heat, it ain't gonna stick around. This is laziness. This is me rolling out of bed an hour before I did this show, jumping in the shower and just going, it can stay for now. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All power
So big into flat Earth. Oh, so big into flat Earth. Yeah.
Hiding will not save you.
All those O's. Once you understand more of his backstory, Dooku, he didn't leave the Jedi because he turns bad. He left on philosophical reasons. He was so hurt that Qui-Gon died that was the last straw. Yeah, Honey Badger. And I don't know if that's actually, I can't remember if those are in the prequels or if that's discussed in the Clone Wars. But
Today I repay in kind.
yeah, I seem to recall, you know, as a separatist, you know, which is, I mean, and the Confederacy. I mean, that there are definitely parallels to like American history, where you had a lot of people that, you know, wasn't, you know, right now it's like, oh, the Civil War was about slavery. It was about industry versus whatever. A lot of it had to do with
Chimeric spirit of the sky,
you know,
guide us.
states' rights. You had people going with their state. People identified more with their states. Maybe now it was the United States of America for a reason. It was like, hey, we've all made an agreement to be a part of this country, but we can get out any time we want. Like that was an agreement. It's like, hey, we don't have to. We're voluntarily as a state. Like, it was like a bunch of little mini countries going in saying, okay, we are now the coalition of whatever. We are now the United States of this country. So a lot of people just simply fought because that's the side their state was on. So there's a lot of nuance there. So I can appreciate that, you know, and yeah, he did. I mean, because he seemed like he seemed pretty cool with like Kenobi. And yeah, he was he Qui-Gon's teacher? Was that works? I think it was.
I think so.
Was it?
I think so.
Yeah. And to be fair, look, I this hit me in the face the other day. Like, and this is a original trilogy issue that hit me.
There's nowhere
So I'm not. It's not the prequel thing. But why was it ever considered to be a good idea that Jedi, the quote-unquote forces of light, were the ones with the ability to manipulate and twist people's minds? Like, that strikes me as overtly dark side. And I get, you could say from a narrative standpoint, how are we going to show the Force? And it ramps up because, we want to show Obi-Wan Kenobi doing non-lethal stuff before we have him lop a creature's arm off and cut him in half. Like, I kind of get that, but from an actuarially standpoint, like, why do we think that manipulating somebody's brain, whether they're weak-minded or not, why that's a good thing? Like, that's along the lines of deceit and trickery and, like I said, like manipulation. Like, we're talking, like, that's not really a good side thing. You never hear about the good guys getting into people's heads and making them do what they don't really want to do. So, so that to say, between that and then a lot of the stuff we do see in the prequels about the Jedi, like, the whole, don't have connections, don't love people because that, I mean, it's a coward. It's a cowardly thing. Oh, I don't want to love because I'm going to get hurt. I don't want to love because it's going to make me make a difficult choice. Like, and that's a prequel thing. That's not original trilogy. So there's all that to say, there's been a lot of crap with the Jedi that make me appreciate somebody like a Dooku, who I could possibly see myself as going, look, Jedi sound all well and good, but you get down to it and you look at the shortcomings and you look at the philosophy that they espouse and you go, I don't know if I really like this. Yeah, and I mean, Honey Badger, you had me read those, or you didn't have me read those, but in those books, I think it's very telling that there's that character of Caleb who serves neither the light side nor the dark side. He sees them both as stubborn and dogmatic and locked in their ways, and they're just not. They're doing their own thing. They're just fighting each other and doing whatever. I don't think there's the common ground that he seems to assume there is. I mean, you have two very different methods of going about it. Dark side is consume, destroy, anger, aggression. Light is the opposite of that. So I don't think the cohabitation or coexistence is a feasible thing to expect, but to say that they keep themselves diametrically opposed and there is no give, I think that's a fair criticism. And I don't know that the book tries to make it seem like his perspective is irrational or wrong. I think, I personally think he's got a pretty decent point. Obviously I'm not a Sith guy, but I think the Jedi have a lot of problems. So I'd say I can appreciate a Dooku who was not as Sithy as Sidious, or even Anakin, really. Certainly wasn't as whiny.
I seek the poet god.
Also, Luke events he's an aristocrat. Oh yeah, he is a count. Yes, I forgot about that. I don't know how his name is. I mean, that too, like, that kind of breaks it, doesn't it? I mean, well, I guess Princess Leia. If you're going to use honorifics from the real world, you can say count as well. For some reason, princess just seems more ubiquitous. Like, I mean, you got princesses all over the place. Princess Zelda, Princess Peach, Princess Bride. You got princesses all over the place. Counts are a little more, and when you have a Count Dracula, so it's almost like, it's just like a little, and he's got I don't know, but like I said, 100% willing to would hear an argument about that for sure. Well, indeed, was a great win, said Yaz. Hope the crowd is entertained. Oh, was that you, Yaz? Oh, so that's you. Sorry, Yaz. Is it Yaz? Yaz, I think it's Yaz. I didn't realize that was you. Huh? It's Todd?
I said it's Yas.
Yas.
Like the meme?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Never mind. I'm not gonna actually say it all. It's cringy.
Oh. I think it would be 2 A's and 1 S, right? Yaz?
Yeah, yes. But that's immediately what I thought of. Sorry, yes.
No. Well, I think it is. It may be Todd. It's somebody who's playing.
I think it's Raxon.
Raxon. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Still playing? Okay, no. I think oh, Vincenzo says,
let's see if we can find
turn 6 siege. Oh, well, we'll see if we can jump in and Vincenzo after this one. But I think we're just about at the bottom here, so we're about to wrap it up. Oops. Oh, never mind. Okay, wait. You asked, is being an aristocrat a justifiable defense? I thought he meant in terms of... Okay, oh yeah, he's talking about the cringe. No, but I'm with you, Io. You can't tell me that... I mean, maybe... Yeah, I just... What is the phrase that we've heard a lot lately? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Like, I can kind of see it, honestly. I can kind of see that an aristocrat, some pompous doofus, might be like, well, we must do it this way now because this is the way we do things and this is what we must do and let's talk about what we do. That may not be out of place for a count. I don't think there's a lot of other places where he comes across that way, but you could argue that that would be what a count sounds like. The question is, it sounds stupid regardless of what the reason is. So why would you put that in your movie when you could just as easily not? Like, literally, he could have just lowered his hand and just slowly, menacingly reach for his lightsaber, pull that out. You get the same, it's communicated the exact same way. Okay, you little green turd, I couldn't best you with using my hand thingies and the waving and the whatnots. So here we go. I'm bringing out my cane lightsaber hand. I mean, talk about poking fun at geriatrics, man. Why is it the old guy has the cane handle on his lightsaber? Like, was
I can actually speak to that.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
It's I think two things. Like, you should verify which one is actually true. But A, it's modeled after a fencing sword. It's either that, or it's some medieval sword that has that handle shape.
Okay.
So it's modeled after an actual historical thing, or fencing thing. Can't remember which.
So they were going for...
But it's based off of that. And the reason is, if it is a fencing thing, which it's probably that one, because Christopher Lee was an avid fencer. So... he probably did a lot of the stuff himself. Probably not everything because of his age.
Right.
And he even mentioned that as well. He didn't do all of it, but he was a fencer, so he probably had a lot of say in the design of his lightsaber.
That's nifty. That is nifty. Okay. So it's okay. There we go. So that makes it. It just happens to have the unfortunate similarity to a cane handle. That's all. But. What was I gonna? You said something about the. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. Like, and granted, I'm not gonna say that the original New Hope Obi-Wan and Vader scene or fight scene was that much better, but I do remember we punched into a close-up a few too many times for my liking, where it literally is just. You see lightsaber what's going on in front of their face, and they're just kind of like Anakin's looking at him, and the blade's going back and forth, and he's looking at Anakin, and the blade's going back and forth. I'm like, wow, we're not even going to pretend that we tried to choreograph this particular part of the scene. Like, it's just two dudes looking at each other with some special effects going back and forth. But overall, I would say Lee held up pretty well, especially considering his age. But you know, in the fight scene, like I'm sure he had a double for a lot of scenes, particularly if we're looking at his back, but they did a good enough job blending it together. Dragon Vader. This guy doesn't know what's going to hit him. Okay, what is going to hit him?
Why didn't he, might have been able to finish it off. This guy's playing a market deck? He is. Did he have lethal? Now I gotta go back and see.
Alright, so I think Dragon Vader had lethal there, but...
Yeah, he had lethal, and then he didn't... I don't know. He had over lethal. I think we got it anyways.
But yes, just to let you know, yes, we are entertained, my friend. We appreciate the entertainment. Appreciate we who are about to die salute you. Oh no, that's what the gladiator says. What? There's something that the guy says.
Second one of that.
Huh?
There's a second Gladiator movie coming out too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope it's good, man. The first one is really good.
Yeah, the first one was really good. And it's weird. It came out. I feel like it. Maybe it didn't, but it seemed like it came out not too long after Braveheart, and kind of had the same, like a similar vibe, like the Rise Up Against, the same kind of narrative beat. But yeah, no, it was pretty darn good. And that was back when what's his face was just rocking it, man.
Russell Crowe.
Crowe, yeah.
Or Mel Gibson.
Oh no, Russell Crowe. Well, Mel Gibson too. That was kind of, I mean, he was, that was probably the peak, I think. Braveheart, because I mean, he wrote and directed, or he directed that and starred in it. So I think that was his peak, like.
Yeah, that was Braveheart was '95, and then Gladiator was. I remember that one was 2000.
Okay, so we got about 5 years spread. Yeah, so it wasn't like back to back necessarily. I think The Patriot came out earlier than that, and it was much more. It was like, wow, it's another Mel Gibson movie, and he's kind of doing the same thing just with the Brits versus the Romans. But I think that was peak Gibson time. But also Russell Crowe. I think it was not long after that he did like Master Commander, which I don't know if that was well reviewed, but he had like a 10 or 15 year stretch, I think, where he was very active and was doing some pretty good work. But Gladiator was probably peak Crow action, or peak Crow action Crow, or whatever. Him being an action star kind of guy. Mr. Comeback was in the house. Yeah, says, I agree with you, Badger. The only bad thing about the script was the past of Soul and the last episode where they had to erase the memory when they could just run together. And I got a exactly Schwarzy from Yaz as well. Not sure which part of my rambling that was referring to, but I appreciate the affirmation. Did they ever explain why the one guy offed himself? The guy that was in the meditation for like a decade? I don't know his name. Let's stick to old stuff. He felt guilt. For sure, could be better if you're talking about the second Jedi who had to die. And I think most people are hating on anything nowadays, and they get influenced by people on Reddit or Twitter. Yep, that's what Io said as well. It's the tendency. That's why I forgive you, Storm. And Storm accepts his forgiveness gratefully. That's why I give things a chance. Yep. Nostalgia of old stuff makes us very demanding sometimes. People start complaining about anything new. True sometimes. It's not the same quality, especially in writing, but there's a lot of stuff to watch. I mean, like I said, if the expanded universe didn't exist, I would be more skeptical of my own skepticism to some degree. But the expanded universe showed that I can, me and whoever else can embrace a ton of stuff outside. Like, I mean, it goes far and wide. I mean, you've got Tales from the Mos Eisley Cantina. You got side characters that were literally just cameos in the movies that have their own like short stories and stuff, and you can enjoy the heck out of those. There's a spirit of Star Wars, and I would say there are even some expanded universes books that go away from that. They're much more gritty. They're much more ugly. They're much more tragic. And while there is an element of tragedy in original trilogy Star Wars, that was never the fixation. It kind of transcended that. It was always kind of a hope first, trust first, believe first type series. And so when you start getting things that vary from that, they need to be handled very, very well and carefully to make them feel like they're still part of that world thematically, that these stories came out of the same place. And most of the expanded universe books do that, comics and what have you. But when you have people who don't understand that, don't care about that, have no intention to do that, like, so yes, what you're saying, it needs to be expanded, yes, but the authors, like when you see their acknowledgments, they're like, thank you so much to Ralph McQuarrie, like the guy who did freaking costume, the wardrobe designs, costume character designs for the stuff. Thank you to George Lucas. Thank you to these, like they have a litany of people that they thank because they did their research. They're like, thank you for so-and-so for giving me the time to go through all the pages and pages of the Star Wars encyclopedia. Like it was a community of writers that not everything fit together, but they were determined to do the best they could to keep the continuity right and they were understood each other's works. They read each other's stuff, and there was a desire to keep the overall feel. The philosophy now and with modern writing is forget the old stuff. The old stuff is stupid. We have better stories to tell, and we have better ways to tell them now. It's a very spiteful attitude towards the original stuff. So you can't expect. It's like they're not even trying to. Where Peter Jackson said, we didn't want to. This is Australia, not New Zealand, but whatever. We didn't want to put our own perspectives into the story. We wanted to tell Tolkien's. Like, it wasn't about us trying to modify his work or to make his work work. To insert ourselves in it. We just wanted to present his vision as best we could while still adapting it for a movie. Whereas modern Hollywood says, we need to see ourselves in it, and we needed to adjust it, adapt it, as we've been saying, to a modern audience. That is fundamentally changing, not even understanding. And a lot of these movies, whether it's based on a comic book or these old movies or whatever, they say, we don't watch the movies. We don't watch because we don't want to be influenced by them. Well, then you can't expect your project to maintain any semblance of similarities and cohesion with what came before. And if you don't have that, why the crap should I care about your work? If you don't care enough to honor what came before, to understand that the reason why people like this, the reason why this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, is because people watch the movies, consume the product voraciously. We read the books, we pumped money into that series, and you want to say, well, none of that matters. We want to do our own thing. You can't expect, that is not operating in good faith. You cannot expect me or question then why I don't like your stuff. You don't care about what happened. I'm not talking about you guys or anybody else who likes the stuff. I'm saying the people that created it didn't give a fig about trying to maintain that integrity. So it's not just a matter of, nostalgia has poisoned it. It's these people didn't make an attempt to connect the dots. They didn't try to make their product match up in any way, shape, or form with what was before. And so if you are not willing to put in that effort, and you're trying to tell me that I need to change my perspective on it and that the old stuff just kind of needs to be forgotten, screw you. Not you. Again, I'm talking about the people making it. So I don't owe them anything. I don't owe them a damn thing. They've made it very clear what they want and what they're doing. And I'm not required in any way, shape, or form to put in an effort to understand where they're coming from when they've said, we don't care about the old stuff. So that's where I stand on that. Dag nabbit.
You're here.
All right, A-Ross coming in. Oh my gosh, jeez. So much for 1 hour stream. But I think we're, okay. So I think everybody's. Oh yeah. My brain was raining. Raxon in game. Okay, yes. Thanks very much. Yeah, sorry about that. I totally should have known that. But let's see. Unlucky Vin. Yeah. We're getting not as much unluck today. The ladder was actually pretty kind to our friends today. This is a prequel. There are probably some powers that got lost at the time or maybe changed from good to bad. But that's the thing, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Good and bad isn't flexible. Like you can laws can change. Like man-made laws, like what was illegal 10 years ago. There's stuff that's illegal now that wasn't 10 years ago. There's going to be stuff that's illegal or legal in the future that isn't now. So our laws can change. That just determines whether something is legal or illegal. It doesn't determine whether something is right or wrong or good or bad. And it doesn't even attempt to. I mean, when you can have a lawyer exit the courtroom knowing that he just exonerated a killer, he knows for a fact that the guy did it, and he got him off because he was able to manipulate the law to the law's satisfaction, and he feels good about himself. You can't argue that in any way, shape, or form is even an attempt to establish morality, right or wrong, good or bad. So legal and illegal can change all the time. It's very fickle. But good and bad and right and wrong is never going to change. Lying is never going to be good. There's never going to be a time in history where it's like, humanity learned that lying is actually a good thing. Humanity learned that manipulating other people's brains is a good thing. Humanity learned that's never going to change. The nature of light and dark doesn't change whimsically. It's not, new people came along and discovered that good is actually evil and evil is actually good. That's not a thing. So the idea that good and bad would fluctuate,
the victory
it never does. Otherwise, you have if you believe that, then there is no, then you can't actually stay, because you could be saying at any moment, tomorrow, what I just did today that was considered good is going to be considered bad, and that therefore I'm now retroactively a bad person. Like it can't work like that. But that is, unfortunately, and I use this word very sparingly because it gets overused. That is the toxicity of these kind of shows and this kind of thing. It's this philosophy of moral relativism, and that it changes all the time on a whim. At least people who, I'm guessing, that believe in moral relativism, they will at least say, well, for me, this is right and this is wrong, and that's the way it is. They're not saying, well, who knows? It may change tomorrow. It could be different today. I do not agree with that, but I would agree that is the message that Star Wars is trying to put out there, that modern day Star Wars is trying to say is, well, you never know. You think this is bad now, but it could actually be good. It's like, nope, it's still bad. It may be legal. It may be accepted by the Jedi Code. It may be forsaken by them, but it doesn't mean that it necessarily is right or wrong. That is the whims of social change or what have you. And again, as I said, my esteem of the Jedi is already pretty much at an all-time low based on a lot of the stuff we've seen. So I'm like, whatever. Like, again, Grey Jedi maybe I could get with, but Jedis in general, very, at least as they are presented now. I don't know if when Star Wars first started, because like I said, back then I don't remember there being any conversation about, hey, Luke, don't get with Mara, because love is a bad thing. Love makes you weak. Love sucks, and it causes you to feel things and to not be in control. So don't fall in love. We didn't have that. So I don't know how much of that is crazy George Lucas time or whether it was or what, but but I think that's the caveat for
me. Maybe it will get better.
Say what?
We'll see. Maybe it will get better.
I'll do what I can.
By it, you mean Star Wars, or you just mean life in general?
We'll just say Star Wars for now.
There you go. We'll keep it small.
They just need to find the right team of writers.
Yeah, I mean, anything can be redeemed. I mean, it's going to take a while. Like, you've got to build back. I mean, and to Yaz's point, I mean, there will be people that aren't even looking at it the way I am, and they're just saying, literally, I don't like new thing, or I want to hate on old thing. Like, there are definitely going to be people like that out there, and they're probably going to have the loudest voices, so you're probably not wrong in that regard. My only thing with Star Wars, it's going to take a while to rebuild that faith for people, whether it's right or wrong, or whether you think it's justified or not. People who were accustomed to 77 to even arguably 1999, 2000 Star Wars versus this new brand of stuff. I mean, like Doctor Who, I never watched the original series, but from what I can tell, it went on sabbatical for like 30 years or something. When it came back, at least for the first 7 or 8 seasons, or maybe 6 seasons. I don't until you got to a certain point where it, like, people who I knew loved Doctor Who were just like not touching this. But when it came back, I think it carried the fans. The fans still came with it, even though it was different. It was still similar in a lot of ways. It was still kind of low budget. It was still had a lot of the same kind of villains and stuff. And I think that the nature of the Doctor and the nature of his adventures, like all that stuff, was carried over. I think those people that produced the rejuvenation of Doctor Who managed to, while kind of reinventing it in adapting it to an audience 30 years later, I think they were able to bring along the majority of that older audience from the original show. So it can be done, but it takes intention, and it takes good writers, as Io said. And if you don't do that, you lose a lot of people for a long time, and you're going to have probably 3 bangers, 3 really good. They don't have to be in a row, but it's like, oh, okay, this one was actually really good. And arguably we had that with, I never saw it. So Io, you've been kind of keeping tabs on this. Did you see, what's Andor?
I didn't actually see Andor.
What?
The rest of my family did.
You need to get off here right now and go watch Andor. I need you to tell me. But I've heard from enough people that it was actually good. Like, if they were like, if that's like the first series that Disney put out,
Well fought.
it would have been, you know, very well received, and a lot of people would have watched it. But the fact that it's come on the tail end of so much not so great stuff. That's like the fourth time I've seen that card played in all the time that I've ever played Tesla. Like, that's just no, and you can't prepare for it. Nobody's expecting that. But that is a nice little nerf for those Guardians. Okay, but I was going to ask you about Andor, but I mean, like I said, I've heard, especially if you don't mind a slower plot. Now, I did hear there's political intrigue and political stuff. I'm not talking about like politics, like right and left wing, but just politics in general. I find a little tedious, but I don't mind slow if it's character based. All the better. But you need several shows like that. One or two really good freaking movies. I mean, better than Rogue One type movies to get old school fans. And
Rogue One was good.
Yeah, I probably need to go back and watch it again. I've only watched it probably all the way through one. I know I've watched it once, maybe twice. I think I mentioned before I tried to watch it again, and I found myself fast forwarding to the fight scene at the end with Darth Vader and Tatooine and the Corvette, because it just. But so yeah, I think I would need to sit down and purposely watch it just to see how I feel, because I just don't remember much about it. I mean, I remember them carrying around external flash drives or external hard drives, which it's an interesting concept. We don't even use those now, let alone. But I mean, I'm not nitpicking that, but yeah, I remember my impression being good of it being pretty good. But then when I thought about it, I was like, well, I really liked that fight scene at the end. That really kind of solidified it for me, and everything else just kind of got forgotten. So I don't know if I have a more favorable impression of it because of that, or if it was actually pretty decent and it just so happened to have a really good ending to it. But again, it's certainly serviceable. Certainly not. If they were all of that caliber, probably wouldn't be in this place right now. Oh, look, it's Vincenzo's girlfriend. Because...
I'll see in a moment who that is.
Oh.
That was a mistake.
Yes, Runts, it was
but
a
the funny...
mistake. Huh?
Oh, the funny thing about Star Wars in general is they often have, it's weird, it's sci-fi, but they often have, older technology a lot of the time. It's like a weird mix. Which is why I find it interesting, actually. So you don't have high sci-fi with super techie stuff. It's old school, but also futuristic.
Mm-hmm.
I find that cool. It's different.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it can be interesting regardless. But for me, it's okay, how much of that is just don't really know how to project new. I mean, to be fair, it does say a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So, you look at it and go, okay, they had some really cool stuff, but yeah, they're still operating on flash drives. They don't have tablets just yet. There's there's a lot of leeway. I'll put it that way.
I guess the other factor is that they were made in the 70s.
right, exactly. Yeah, that's.
But they carried that over.
But even then, in the 70s, I can't remember what it is exactly that Leia is putting into R2 that does the recording, but it looks like smaller than what we an SSD drive now. It's not all that big, and yet they've got this ginormous. I think it even has a handle on it, an external drive. I don't know, you guys didn't need to go that big. I mean, I understand you want to keep it physical medium, but
gracious.
That thing is ginormous.
It's a floppy disk.
Yeah, really. That would have been funny to pull it out. You don't understand. This is over 64 kilobytes of information. There's no way we can put it on anything smaller than this. Oh.
That was fought well.
I don't even know what was. I think the original, the big floppies, I think they were that 64 kilobytes or something. It was a ridiculously small amount of storage space. It's I can fit 4. Well, they didn't even have Word back then. I mean, we weren't operating on Windows at that point. Well, I mean, eventually we were, but all right, we'll do another. I haven't been saying GG to anybody. I feel like a turd, but I think we've got to the end here. So that is, yeah. Nope, nobody's playing right. Okay, so that'll be the last game. Let's see what the last little bit here is. Oh, Michael Bailey, if you're talking about the scene with Anakin and Obi, that was them flourishing in front of each other. Sadly, I don't think it came across well. No, Michael, I'm talking about it was Dooku versus Anakin, and it was just like the fight scene for the most part was good, but then you just had a shot where it was Anakin and it shows them like kind of going at it, and then we just cut to these extreme close-ups, and they're just kind of looking at each other, and you're seeing green and red or blue and red, like flashing across. I mean, I think they started using LEDs as practicals at some point, and so it was just like literally these LEDs. I mean, you weren't seeing LEDs, but it was just the light going across their faces, and it happened like twice, I think, 2 or 3 times for 3 or 4 seconds. So it's not that long, but you're just going, okay, that is obvious. Like, we don't have a good shot of this, or that we got the long shot. It looks really bad, so we're just going to show them just kind of wafting their arms for a second or two, and then cut to the other part of the fight scene. But no, yeah, flourishes I understand, but if you're in the middle of although, I mean, you may be right, it's been so long. Maybe, I know it wasn't, I know it wasn't Anakin and Obi. It was definitely Dooku. And I did, at the time I just assumed that's probably Lee's age. Like, they just couldn't get that shot or that whatever. And so we just got it. But it's still more dynamic than friggin' Alec Guinness versus David Prowse in 77. Like that scene is painfully slow. But yeah. Michael Bailey, I like the last Star Wars animated show they did in like a Love, Death, and Robots format, but that is also a bunch of different creative leads doing their own thing. Yeah. And as they say these days, it was a different time. I don't know that I watched a ton of that. I remember there being another Clone Wars series. I think Baldrick mentioned it, where it was actually like 2D animation. I thought that it was well enough, but it's a much shorter series. I think they had a movie, like it was a standalone movie, and they broke it up into pieces, and they released it like on Cartoon Network like once every week. It was like a little 5-minute. It was like, I think 25-minute episodes or something. So a much briefer run. But I remember that because that was the introduction to superhero Dooku, or superhero Mace Windu. I just remember him like jumping off a walker and just like, he was up there for like 25 minutes and he comes down. I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of cool, but also like, what are we doing here? Love, Death, and Robots is great. Hope they make more episodes. Interesting. I don't know that I've seen a whole lot of that. Is that what the series is called, Io?
Yeah, Love, Death, and Robots is a series, and each season has different episodes, but they're made by different people. So each story is different, each animation style a lot of the time is different. You have some shows, and it's all CG, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 episodes. But you have some shows that look like really good, near realism, and then other shows in like an anime style, and there's a lot of different stylistic art directions on a bunch of those episodes, and each one's pretty good. There's some that are duds, as to be expected, but most of them are actually really good. Some really good writing.
Awesome.
I would recommend, because they're nice and short. You can they're like 20 minutes or something like that each episode, so you can get through them pretty quick.
Okay. All right, so I got Dune and Love, Sex, and Robots? What is it? Love,
Death, and Robots.
Oh, right. Well, I think my version's a little more titillating, but whatever. Love, Death, and Robots. Okay. Yeah, so that and Dune. All right. Cool. Yeah, I heard that. Yes, I heard that about Christensen, Hayden Christensen, that he really put a lot of time and effort into it. And I think even in whatever, I think it was the Obi-Wan show or something, he popped in there and had a fight scene, and apparently it looked really freaking good. Yeah, I heard he did a lot of preparation for that. And honestly, I think he's a much better, I mean, like we know, we've like Hayden Christensen fell off the planet after the prequels, but we've seen Samuel L. Jackson, we've seen Natalie Portman, we know they can act. me personally, I thought they looked atrocious in the prequels. I think part of it was casting, at least for Jackson, perhaps. His Nick Fury. I mean, Nick Fury is not the same as, his other, but he's got that little bit of that, the bite to him, which for a, supposed to be like a serene Jedi. Like, I like the fact he was a fighter. I like that he was more aggressive. I just think he could have been a little more, they should have just leaned into that a little bit more and just made him like, meditation, that's great for these guys, but I'm here to kick butt, versus trying to be, I'm sitting on my little couch and doing my little pillow thing, and then I'm going to be, the best sword fighter ever. I think they could have just made him a Jedi he's all about the duel. Like, he's not big in force powers. He's not big in this. He's not big in that. His whole thing is, you match me up against anybody with a lightsaber, I'm going to kick their butt. And I know it. And I got a little bit of, cockiness there. I think that could have played well. Regardless, I mean, even, like I said, even Natalie, some of those lines, she must have cried herself to sleep so many times. Probably Christensen too, just like, calling it home. Mom, can't believe what he made me say. I had to talk about sand being in everything in my shorts. And I don't know. I saw the dailies and I wanted to rip my eyes out, but it's a paycheck. Something like that is what I imagine what would have happened. But
I think that's exactly what he said.
Yeah?
Yeah. Word for word. Yeah. Some of that dialogue was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Wooden. It's like talking to a tree stump.
Wait, what?
It's like talking to a tree stump.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, if you have a known quantity, like, your actors are good, then if they look bad, chances are it's a direction or writing or a little bit of both. So I think poor Hayden Christensen didn't really recover from the prequels. I didn't really see him in much else after that, but it seems like his work ethic, and honestly, like, who wouldn't be? Like, granted, he may not, I didn't do any research, maybe he wasn't a Star Wars guy, but I mean, anybody who's relatively the same age, you're given a chance to play freaking Anakin. If you were a fan of the original trilogy, like, why wouldn't you take that seriously? Like, that this is your chance to be an integral part of, the Star Wars lore for many generations, not knowing that, 10 years later, it's all going to hit the fan anyway, but, so kudos to him for doing that. And then, it says Foundation is a pretty good show. I highly recommend. Are you familiar with that Foundation? I
think that's on Apple TV, and I don't have that.
Yeah, neither do I, but let me take a look here just to see. Foundation
show, Apple TV, yep.
Oh, okay. So, sci-fi show.
Yeah, sci-fi. It looks good, but I just don't have Apple because it's another subscription.
Right. Okay. Michael says the date scene gets memes on so hard. I think I'm missing something. Date scene gets memes on so hard. Well, I hate to leave it in a slight state of confusion, but Io, I know you've been sticking with it, and for future reference, for you, Io, and anybody else, if we end up doing co-casting, you are free to dip in, dip out, stay as long as you need to. You don't feel like you got to stick with me through the whole thing, but definitely appreciate it when you do. I appreciate your time tonight. 7.5 hours from you, my friend. That's a pretty good stretch of time.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
It was fun, even with my non-coherent rambling sometimes.
Hey, I didn't notice because I was incoherent most of the time as well. So we made a great team. The incoherent, mundane duo.
Yeah, my tongue wrapped around my uvula.
Oh, honestly, I for some reason I thought you were saying, I was like, does he realize what he just said? And I'm like, okay, no, now I realize what he just said. Okay.
It's just a funny visual.
I was gonna say that's an incredible amount of tongular dexterity right there. Date scene, Pat. Oh, that's what he was talking about. The date scene, yes, and for good cause, Michael. For very good cause. I mean, honestly, if you had to isolate where the biggest problem is, it would have been the Padme Anakin discussions. Like, those probably had the most cringeworthy moments. A lot of other stuff was just functional. I still say the no-no-nos decidedly bad for everyone involved. But anyway, all right. Well, I'm going to land the plane here. Thank you all so much for watching again. Big thank you to Io for co-hosting and help carry my tired butt through this whole thing. And yeah, I'll be back on the saddle. We'll have Mondays and Wednesdays videos out again for you. Thursday for anybody who cares about Borderlands 2. And once again, live at 5, live at 4, War at 4, which was a live at 5, which will start at 3, at least for me. That's going to be back in a week from now. So thank you all for the discussion, for the perspectives, for the riveting back and forth, and take care until next time.